You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, November 5th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And we're playing part 2, session 2 of Mortem London Gothic, Ghost in the Machine. If we can check in with the chat, make sure everyone has arrived. John says daylight savings will trigger during the stream. So we'll gain an hour. Okay, we could use that time. All right, so let's just recap. If you haven't watched the first part of this, this is not the place to jump in. Watch yesterday's stream, which was about 7 hours long, I believe. And we're still in book 1 of 2. There's still quite a bit here. I'm sure we'll finish book 1 today, but I think it's almost certain that we will need a third session. Possibly even a fourth, but I think a third is a safe bet. So I've scheduled another stream for tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Hopefully everyone who wants to can join us for that. What else do we need to talk about? I think we've all got some mixed feelings about this compared to the Postmortem LA games. And we'll try to save those thoughts for our review at the end, but maybe keep them in mind if you want to keep a little notepad next to you to write down any points you want to remember. We have had some very engaging scenes, though, some compelling scenes. And to recap, maybe we'll recap the whole case before we start today. In the meantime, however, what I did want to show you is that I went and made some notes for us to help us out here. And Jonathan helped a bit with this too. So first we've got a list of all the people we've encountered so far, and then what lead number we met them at, because that's sort of important for one of the mechanics. So let's see. We've got Edmund Walker and Reginald Gump. Those are the two dead victims in the most recent accident on July 29th. Maybe we should write this down. July 29, 1896, which is yesterday, I think. Then the Lady Florence Walker, very suspicious. The widow doesn't seem too concerned with her husband's death. Then Gamp, who was killed, the worker, has a mother and a friend who has just saved us from trouble. We've got Birdie, who we just met in our introduction. Floyd McCormack was someone who died on June 30th, 1896, a month ago. We know that from our autopsy report. He died in a similar accident, also from the Red Lord, I believe, which is the mill, cotton mill machine that's multi-stories high, and they fall into it. Then we talked to Miss McCormack, the widow of Floyd, who says she can't talk about it, but she'll talk about the ghost if we bring her 3 more sightings from ex-employees. We'll go down into that. We met a priest who's leading the workers' union and also lost some kids to the mill. We met Hugh Fisher, a cop who has a bad reputation, certainly a bad reputation with us. We met this guy who we think may be responsible for trying to kill us. We met him at the mill running the fire hose on protesters. He's got a green hat. And we met him at the rat gambling place. We'll read about that in a second. Regina Kelsley, who's on file with the police as a witness. Oh, she's the one that only wants to talk to us if we've got ghost stuff to tell her. We've got a phone operator that we met early on, Ashley, who connected us with the Walkers, but she also mentions a cousin or a friend named Marge. She's also got a sister named Marge who knows about the mill or who worked at the mill. And we're looking for ex-employees of the mill, so we're hoping we can find her somehow. Then we met 2 bad guys, Mutton Chop 1 and 2, at the rat gambling place. Kendrick Turney is the new owner of the mill. Very suspicious. He's kind of a grifter, but appears to be a millionaire. And he bought the mill under price while it's in this, after these accidents, when its prices dropped. We know the mill is also owes money. Mr. Rampart, who's a co-owner and not worker at the mill, but he's a co-owner of the mill, a minority share owner, but he has an office at the mill, and I think we're going to go, we talked to him a little bit out of order. We saw a scene of him arguing with his wife, who lost an aunt, but it's a little bit suspicious. Here's a note that there is a gruff-voiced man who answers the Walker phone who won't talk with us. That might be Patrick Patty, the worker at the mill, because we also saw a small, although it's a small vest, would that really belong to Patty? Is he small or is he large? I don't remember. Then there was a guy at the coal company who was helpful to us. And what have I forgotten here? Oh, Oscar Percival Jackson, that's the accountant. He actually gave us lots of interesting information about the Walkers. Okay, and then a list of things we need to remember to resolve, such as finding the preacher's lost son. We're supposed to come back to him when we find something he's lost. We've got a Matchbox account number we don't know what to do with yet. Regina Kelsey wants us to, she won't tell us more about the ghost until we bring back proof that we have investigated it. Who's the gruff man? Is it Patrick? Why do the Walkers have 2 phone lines? Who does the small jacket belong to in the Walkers' pantry where we stole the matchbook from? The Catholic School for the Blind that Turney owns is not open yet, but we think it will be eventually. We haven't fully read the paper. There's a story about the rat stuff that we might want to check out. We were thinking maybe Miss Walker is known at the fencing club since she's a fencer. We don't know about Mr. Rampart or his wife, but we know she's got a directory entry, so we might go visit her. Here are our 2 modifiers that we haven't fully exhausted. The coroner says you can add 10 to the place where someone mentions death or a dead body. We haven't had any luck with that yet. The general recorder says you can add 50 to any lead where you first meet someone. This says where you first meet someone. We have used that to get records on Miss Walker, which gave us information about the deaths of her children that she's got photographs of. I made a list here where we could put where we heard about dead bodies or death, but I haven't filled it in. What is... I don't understand. I see something in the chat that I don't understand, but okay. Let's go back to our reviewing of our notes for a second here. Important clues and facts that we've uncovered or stumbled across that we don't know entirely what to do with all of these. There's a note in the guy's hand in the morgue. It looks like it says accident. Actually, it looks like it said something before it said accident. It said, I wrote it down. It says, let's zoom in so we can see it together. What does it say? It says, can you read that line there? It looks like it might say accident up top, but then the second line says out before. I think. Out before. So let's just add that to our notes. The note we found in the morgue. This is of Walker, we believe, because he's the one who fell in hands first and his arms came out unmangled. Accident. Out before. And let's put a note in hand. Put Walker's. Okay, we heard Miss Walker on the phone twice. Once we called her and she picked up and said, I don't have the money. And then she realized it wasn't who she expected. And then another time we went to the house and overheard her talking to Oscar, which is the accountant, saying, not what we agreed. You tell so-and-so I won't be so-and-so'd. Like I won't be pressured or something. We visited Miss McCormick, who said she can't talk about her husband's accident. She can't talk about it. Sounded like she was paid off or threatened. I think she might be getting these payments. There was the Matchbox account number. That's, remember, this says 854. The 6 large payments from the mill. I think they might be paying off accident victims. That's maybe why she can't talk. She signed some non-disclosure agreement. We've got some interesting death of children. Miss Walker has 2 dead children. One died at age 4, one died at age 5, 2 years apart. Then the priest had some deaths. His daughter died at 14. His wife died at age 31. And his missing son, Arthur Harrison, got injured in the same accident that killed his daughter. Lost a hand, but they never found him, which doesn't really make sense. I don't understand. You lose a hand, surely you have to go to the hospital, or he was killed and mangled up into bits. And he's talking about, although he says he had a crucifix with a blue stone, he wants it back. It's very weird. Like how do you lose a hand and go missing? But that's sort of a pattern we found in a couple of these discussions where they seem to be ending these discussions before our character asks and resolves confusing things. I had an idea that maybe the ghost sightings and we know that they say that they were like pushed back by force, or one pushed them or whatever. One guy fell backwards, and I was thinking, I wonder if these aren't little explosions in the cotton mill. We're told early on by Patrick that no one can smoke in here because it could blow up the whole place. And yet we find these matches in a small green vest that we think the workers might wear in this place. So very strange. And then we're also noting here that the accidents in the mill were actually great opportunities to revitalize the union movement, and maybe a great opportunity to reduce selling price of mill. So we have a couple motives why someone might want to cause accidents in here to drive down the value or revitalize the union movement. We have this weird statement where Miss Walker tells the coroner to hold the body of the husband for a while because the sale won't have to go through until the coroner releases the husband, which is a weird concept. But we're told the funeral, closed casket funeral tomorrow, I believe we're told. And then Regina Kelsey, the witness, said she heard the two men arguing before they fell. And remember, there's a note in one of his hands. So he may be, Edmund Walker may have been confronting the other guy, Gamp, about something. We don't know. And then Jonathan made us a little note of page numbers that we didn't read because we didn't make a choose your own adventure choice. Those might be important. We might want to mark those so that when we look through the book to see what we haven't read, we note that those we're not supposed to have read because we skipped them. All right, so there's our recap of notes. Hopefully that's useful to you. I think that will be useful to us. And I guess that pretty much recaps the story where we left off. Just to remind you that our main motivation as a PI in this game is to find out what happened to our friend's cousin. And I did want to point out one more thing. If you'll remember, in the scene where we meet let's see, where is the scene? There's a scene right after the introduction where we meet our guy. And he says he's using rhyming slang. And one of the rhyming slang that we missed was he said of the guy that got killed, he's my baker's dozen. Baker's dozen cousin. He says cousin. Okay, and Jonathan says, okay, don't forget, let's remember how we ended our last session. Our last session ended in this epic battle in a rat pit, in a gambling place, an illegal gambling place where they pit dogs against rats. And we got caught we got caught by someone, we think probably Paddy and his two henchmen, noticed that we don't belong there, tried to tie us up, we tried to fight our way off, we broke some guy's nose, and then they decided to kill us. And so they tied us up and lowered these rats on the candelabras to eat us and kill us and left. And the dog, who had previously fought all these rats, somehow survived it and jumped in the pit to save us, to help us and fight the rats. And he chewed our rope free, and he was fighting the rats, and we were fighting the rats, and then someone came to save us and put their arm down into the pit, and we decided to help the dog who was on his last legs and it was all bruised up and cut up from the rats, and we helped the dog escape. And then the other guy lowered the candelabra, lifted us up and saved us. And it turned out to be our friend Gamp. And so the three of us are sitting across the street, drinking beer. Even the dog got his own little beer. And the dog is doing well, and we're doing well. And Lose Your Lunch was the dog's name, I think. And in that last scene, which maybe we'll read as our... Do we know what that last scene was? In the last scene, we're sitting there drinking our beers, relaxing with Gamp, recovering, nursing our wounds. And we show him the matchbox that brought us to this place. And he says, let's just read it together. Let's see. We show him, he said, how'd you get here? And we say, So you followed him here. We're talking. Okay, you put down the rest of your pint. Your myriad of injuries, from countless cuts and scrapes to as of yet unknown breaks and bruises, hover around you like an impending future. The man who put us in the pit, you give lunch if you lose, a scratch on the chest as he laps up his pint. He works at the mill too. So you followed him here, says Gamp. Nah, I followed this. You take the Queen's Hand matchbox out and unfold it. Took me a bit to get here, though. What do you make of this number at the bottom, which is this number in here that says 854? Gamp takes a look as you finish up your glass. Ain't no address. I think that's an old Lower Marsh baiting code, like an account number. Where'd you get this? We say, that poor widow you sent me to, first thing this morning. Miss Walker? Sounds like you need to go back there. You nod, drink down the last of your ale, then reach for something, look around and stop. What is it? Darn it all, you say as you stand. I believe I've lost my hat. Okay, and we know what that means because when you visit Miss Walker, it says if you lost your hat, read something else. So that's going to be how we unlock this new scene. Anna says, it's weird that we still haven't talked to anyone who has seen a ghost, considering the title, but maybe I'm just spoiled by our spooky October playthroughs and have too high expectations. Jonathan says, I was thinking after we resolve this Florence gambling thread, maybe we finish the paper. That way we can follow leads, we can actually deduce it before wandering around the mill. I agree with you, it's time to read the paper. I agree, after we visit Florence. All right, let's revisit Florence and see if anything else unlocks. Okay, so we're going back to Florence. Let me just ready all my note-taking and everything. By the way, I noticed that the map here of London only has commercial addresses. So none of the residential addresses we go to can we mark on it. I tried to go and mark any of the commercial places that we've been to, but okay, so that's that. Let's put these review notes aside. Okay, here we go. We're visiting Florence Walker. If you're here for Lady Florence and have lost your hat, use the front door at 262. Okay, so here we are, 262. And we need to mark it. Your relief at being alive is somewhat tempered by the anger induced by being beaten and turned into rat bait. Or that might just be the rabies kicking in. Either way, you're steaming as you return to the Walker residence to confront the lady of the house. You charge up the front stairs, then stop. The door is ajar, and you can hear yelling from within. It's Florence for sure, and someone else. A voice that has become all too familiar. So this is where he went, the guy who tried to kill us. What the hell you thinking, Flo, putting a private dick on me like that? I told you, Patrick, I'm sorry, comes her reply, but they have no interest in you, I'm sure of it. They're simply trying to find out what happened to my Edmund and the other fellow. Walker died 'cause he couldn't get out of the way of other people's business, Flo. You'd best keep that in mind. I promise the detective won't bother you, she says. I'll see to it myself. Patty lets out a sort of guttural exhalation. It's a bit too late for that. I already taken care of, and a couple hundred of my vermin say thank you. You can almost hear the crass shine of his smile, along with a quiet gasp from Florence. Of course, they'll be scratching for another feast in no time. Keep mind of that, too. You still owe me my money. You're revolting, she says, but quietly. Actually, says Patty, it's one of the few things between you and a whole army of revolters and... Actually, says Patty, I's one of a few things between you and a whole army of revolters and little brats. so perhaps a bit more appreciation is in order. Get out of my house, Mr. Turnbull. She spits the name out. Ah, we just learned his name. There's silence for a moment. You're ready for the sounds of violence, but for whatever reason, he's done for now. I'll have my man back this afternoon. Oh, here's him saying, I'll have my man back this afternoon, Miss Walker, to keep an eye on you. Then heavy boot steps are coming down the hall. You jump down off the steps and into some nearby bushes. Paddy comes storming past, slamming the iron gates as he leaves. You give it a moment, then emerge from the bushes and knock on the door. I told you to leave, comes the answer from Florence. You knock again and see a flutter of the window curtains. Then comes a voice through the door. What are you doing here? She says. I'm the ghost of detectives past, and I've come for you, Miss Walker. You hear an incredulous sort of snort. The door opens, but whatever the woman was about to say gets quickly stuck in her throat. Good heavens, she gasps, and in her face is a glimpse of your own state. It looks like you ran into the Red Lord yourself, she says, then swallows hard. I think you know what happened to me, you say grimly. She shakes her head, lips pressed tight together. Oh, come now, Miss Walker. You must have known where all this was leading. That's dangerous company you keep. And I heard his warning to you. You'd best tell me what's going on. She shakes her head. Tears glisten in the corner of her eyes. Finally, she turns, leaving the door open, and you follow her into the parlor. She drops herself down upon a couch. It's all so very complicated, she says. I just don't know what to do. Well, how about we start with Paddy, you say? I've developed somewhat of an interest. The torn-up, bloody look of you is even more apparent in the prettiness of the parlor. You try to pull some of your clothes back together just a bit. That wretched beast, she says. He may appear just a grunt at the mill, but in the darker world, the one underground, he is like some wretched king, his filthy fingers in everything that is wicked. Yeah, and why even work at the mill? She sighs. It was part of the deal. You press her on this, and her sighs become heavier until finally she looks you in the eyes. I'm not entirely as ladylike as I may seem, detective. You feign surprise and wait for her to continue. She sits up and flattens her velvet petticoat. We were in debt. She swallows hard and tries again. We were in debt from gambling, detective. Your husband's gambling, you ask, or yours? She looks at you straight. Well, it's one of the few things we had in common, and in fact, towards the end, perhaps the only thing. Rat baiting, you say, and you feel shivers down your spine. Oh, don't look at me like that. You don't know what it's like to have no control over anything at all, always at the mercy of men and their cold machines. At least down there, you feel something. The blood is real. The air is real. A free spirit like you wouldn't understand. Strange choice of words, you think, looking down at the mess of you, then back at her. From what I've seen of that mill of yours, the blood in the air is all too real. Why not put your focus there? Well, it's not mine anymore, detective. She retreats into her petticoat. And I knew you couldn't comprehend. You still haven't answered my question about Paddy's job at the mill. She sighs. Well, it was simply a way to keep up with our debts. We'd been paying them through the business, but that tedious accountant was far too nosy. And Paddy is relentless. This allowed us a front to pay him, but also expand his business interests, or something to that effect. I don't know the specifics, detective. It was all Edmund's doing. But if the mill is no longer yours, why is Paddy still employed? Florence shrugs, puts her hands together, then stands. You shall have to ask Rampart, she says. That is no longer of my concern. As you take your leave, you tip your invisible hat, then ask her one last question. How about today? Did you win your bets? Did you win your bets? She shakes her head. I figured my luck had to break sometime, but no, it did not. I'm still half glad that last dog won, though. She opens the door for you. Me too, you say, and take your leave. Time to press Rampart. Go to 149. All right. So the next lead I guess we'll be going to is Rampart at 149. Maybe we'll read the newspaper first. Let's make some notes here, though, because we learned Patrick's last name, Turnbull. Patrick Paddy Turnbull is his full name. And we now know he's an underworld king. He's like a criminal mastermind. And he wants a job in this factory for reasons that aren't quite clear to us. I might have a theory. But we now know the Walkers owed plenty of gambling debt. And she's the primary, or both of them did it. It's a little unbelievable that these owners, these people who live in a block-sized mansion, who own a factory, are in so much debt from rat baiting gambling. It's a little hard to believe. Why does he work at the mill? She says it's part of the deal. And then when we say elaborate, she says you'll have to talk to Rampart now, the other co-owner. Who we spoke to briefly. And she says it was all Edmund's organization, this whole arrangement with him. And when we overheard them arguing, he says he killed a detective, which also seems very hard to believe to me, that you kill a detective for discovering your rat operation. Well, maybe if you're some criminal kingpin and you know someone's onto you, you kill him. A little weird, though. Okay, but now let's see. What else does he say? He says, you stole me money. And the other thing that's interesting, he says, I'm one of the few things between you and a whole army of revolters and little brats. So Patrick says he's saving Miss Walker from worse people, which is a little weird. But now we know his name, his last name, Patrick Paddy Turnbull, and we should look him up in the directory before we continue. So let's do that. Let's see if he's in the directory. Okay, well, there is a Turnbull. It's an H Turnbull, though. H Turnbull is at 326. We don't know how that might be related to our guy, Patrick Paddy Turnbull, but it's a rare enough name. I'm thinking they're probably related. Okay, so, and visit Rampart at 149. Let's see if that's his home. It's definitely not his office, right? Because we know his office was here at 787. So let's look up Rampart in the directory and see if that's his home address. No, Rampart's home address is 691. So this is a very specific sort of choose your own adventure. Visit Rampart at 149. Not the same as his office, not the same as his entry in the directory. A little strange, but I guess she's telling us where to find him. Okay, maybe we should catch up on the newspaper here. So, let's see. I think we read the Union article about how there's no leader yet. It's just a generic article about the Union. But let's see, what haven't we read? We haven't read the rat baiting article, which seems now relevant to us. Rat baiting, a moral crisis, police do little, by Eugene Hatt. The practice of rat baiting is cruel and depraved, yet despite this has not been made illegal. Yet gambling is. So you're allowed to throw the rats and dogs together. You just can't gamble on them. If the police refuse to stop those cruelest of men who toss both dog and rat within the ring, then should they not round up their betters? This would lead us to a swift and resounding death of the so-called sport. We must look to the Cruelty to Animals Act, 1835. Why should not the dogs and rats be treated with the same respect? We must act lest the moral degradation of our society cause it to collapse upon itself in one pitiful heap. Doesn't he mean the union workers in front of the mill? Patty was there with a hose between the mill and the crowd. I see. Jonathan is saying when he was commenting about, I'm the only one who stands between you, he's probably, and the whole herd of people, Jonathan thinks he's probably talking about the protesters, the union protesters. I'm one of the few things between you and a whole army of revolters and little brats. Okay, I think Jonathan's probably right. He's probably talking about the union. All right, let's see. We've got an article here that I'm very curious about because of that fire hose connection. Fire is stopped by brave Royal Fire Brigade. The stove sparked flames upon a carpet of the Franz family in the early hours of the morning. What could have devastated the whole block was thankfully contained to only 2 residences. No one was injured in the fire thanks to the quick action by our Royal Fire Brigade. In a matter of an hour, the fire was snuffed completely. As a public safety reminder, the Royal Fire Brigade can be contacted at 216, so we can find them and talk to them if there's some reason we want to. Okay. Will the new Canopticon overtake opera? By Andrew Ayers. After January's showy display by one Bert Akers at the Lionsdown Photographic Club in New Barnet, there has been a rising sentiment that these moving pictures will revolutionize the theater experience. Gone will be the days of the stage. Instead, we shall sit before flat walls and marvel at what men and women once did. This reporter believes this fad will quickly die and the opera will mark its passing with little more than a polite nod. When asked for comment, a representative from the government for the Royal Opera House, Covent Gardens, had this to say. For the common man, we are sure the Canopticon holds some interest, but for those of a more discerning taste and less meager means, we are sure they will find what they prefer within our walls. So early movies, people saying they're going to be a passing fad. King's Hall Grand Reopening by Andrew Ayers. After several months and no shortage of effort on the part of the local councils, the King's Hall in Camden will be reopening its doors on the 1st of August. All crenulation has been painstakingly restored and every seat was reupholstered by the Cozen brothers. For those in the know, you'll know what kind of quality this has brought to King's Hall. All lovers of theater should make a point of getting tickets to the opening show of Robin Hood. Sales begin tomorrow. King's Hall. That's different from this. Okay, let's see what else we got. Illicit correspondence between Miss Emily Witt and Mr. Grant Kimbrough. Copies of correspondence between the Witt family and Mr. Kimbrough were delivered today by an anonymous source. These correspondence contain signatures which have been confirmed to belong to Mrs. Witt and Mr. Kimbrough, and details which were only privy to those two parties. The contents of these letters were indeed illicit, however not in the way my readership may have anticipated. Mr. Kimbrough has begun politically courting Mr. Witt through his wife and has been offering bribes to her in exchange. On top of this, Mr. Witt has been seen cavorting with Mr. Kimbrough since these letters were first sent. Our political system should be divorced from such bribery and corruption. The entirety of our findings and the letters have been handed over to the police. Investigation is set to begin in earnest tomorrow morning. Yeah, we don't know who these people are. Then we've got our original article. Just to remember what's important, the article says he was making his rounds on the floor, but we're told he rarely ever does that, so that's a bit suspicious on its own. It says momentary lapse in balance is all it took. He fell through the gears, taking an employee with him, but we think they were having an argument. One was holding a piece of paper in his hand. The workers have pointed out the Red Lord has taken many lives, and for those who read carefully might remember a brief mention in a previous edition, the death of Mr. McCormack, who was the coal carter. We know he never lost a step, and yet somehow he died. Machine was not replaced. The whole factory is haunted. Worst of all is the Red Lord. Workers claim accident was orchestrated by a malevolent spirit. However, police have ruled it logically death by misadventure. A union spokesman stated, the union refuses to lose another good man to the substandard arrangements within the Albright mill. And then it says Edmund Walker survived by his wife. Closed casket 2 days from the date of this publication. So I want to stop for a second and point out something. When we talk to Regina Kelsey, the witness, who doesn't want to tell us about the ghosts and says, bring back 3 people, is it possible that what we've got here is Paddy killing people, pushing them into the machine, and everyone's so afraid to tell on him that they come up with these stories of the ghosts? Is it possible that it's just that everyone is being told if you say anything, you'll get killed yourself? And that Paddy is sort of killing people off in the mill as punishment because they're not paying their debts, although they're all poor. They're not going to, are they really going to lose that much money in debts? But or killing them because they're talking, or killing them because they're involved in the union. I wonder if it's possible that there's no ghost at all, or not even this idea of explosions, that there's not even anyone seeing any ghosts. They're just saying ghosts so that they don't have to say that they saw Patrick push people in. And the other thing, the reason that I wanted to tie that in is because I remember when we visit Regina, I just want to look what her thing is. She actually mentions Patrick. Where is Regina? 176. So we go with Regina. We say there's been rumors about a ghost. She says. And we say ghost, and she says, I'm not sure of that. Rather, I've not seen it myself. I've heard it has been seen at different times, different locations. At some point she mentions Paddy. Yeah, here, look. I can only trust my own perspective so far, but I am willing to offer this. If you are able to find others who say they have seen the ghost, I could perhaps then help you more. Say, okay, I'll do my best. You stand, rearrange your chair carefully, but before you go, one more question occurs to you. I'm sorry, you say, but after it happened, what was the first thing you consciously did? She sits back for a moment, thinking, well, Patrick... You stare back at her blankly. The big man with the green hat? Oh, Patty, you say, confused by all the formality. Tapping of her knees continues. She nods to herself as if verifying internally. You're about to thank Miss Kelsey, but something pops into your head. Do you know where the ghost has been seen? Not myself, but I know a few people have seen it before. Indeed, all of them used to work here at one time or another. If they tell you the location of the ghost, you can come back here and I'll help you find it. This comment about Patty really seems like something went wrong. Like it's missing a paragraph. But it is weird that she brings him up in this context. Oh, and it was Anna talking about the union workers that Patty is protecting Miss Walker from. Okay, let's read this article here about the cyanide. Cyanide Deaths on the Rise by Jeremiah Quinlan. Cyanide is in the plants around us, in our paper, and even used to exterminate large infestations of pests. That final point is where we strike upon a problem which has swelled in importance these past few years. The lethality of cyanide has become more and more well known, and now we find ourselves upon the receiving end of the crushing weight of the industrial age and ready access to this swift poison. Some discussion has begun about how to regulate this chemical, yet this reporter does not believe action is being taken nearly fast enough as the deaths continue to rise. We must either find ways to curb the use of cyanide for nefarious purposes, or else strongly control the distribution of such a dangerous solution. If you have come across this lethal chemical outside of the industrial workplace setting, we strongly urge you to please submit your findings to a nearest police station. Okay, high society announcements we read before, but let's just skim it and see if anything new has come across. It's the Christian Home for the Blind that Mr. Turney donated or committed to opening. Then Honorable Viscountess Lady Arabella Davenport estate auction to be held August 9th. Proceedings donated generously to Sherbright Home for the Unfortunate by invite only. RSVP 1 guest. To be happily married later this week upon the grounds of St. Catherine's Catholic Church, Niall Thornhill and Miss Amy Thornton. 70 have been invited, and service to be held afterwards at the Thornhill Mansion. That's not Turnbull, so it's not our guy. Bartholomew Delahaye will be holding a charity event, Churchill Printing Press, at 5 p.m., where he's a generous benefactor. Public are welcome. Refreshments will be served. Maybe if we wanted to go have some refreshments, we can go there. New boy has been born to the Pedlars, Samuel and Evelyn. He is a healthy 8 pounds, 3 ounces. Been christened Adam Pedlar after Samuel's father. All right. London City Concert Hall. We don't know any of these people performing. You can visit the accompanist. Humorist Mr. Alexander MacLeod will sing his laughable songs, busking to Covent Garden, the baked beans, Brahms, and lists specimens of the art of ventriloquism at each performance. Mr. E.D. Hopkins in his musical sketches and songs, The Last Frog Croaked, Casilda's Song. Southern Military Band, 49 performers. Conductor is Mr. V. Baishi. Each performance, they've got an evening and an afternoon. 3 shilling or 2 shilling. Gallery and front seats 1 shilling. Area 6D, that's a fraction of a shilling, I believe. Tickets can be had and booked from 11 a.m. to 5. And we've got some classifieds, I guess you'd call them. Little advertisements. Cambridge sausages and turkey eggs from Kingfisher Farms. Available at Sparrow & Sons. There's billiards. C.C. Smith's Clerical Professional, Commercial Pocket Scribbling, and Illuminated Diaries in every variety. Self-Help to New Patent Law, Colonial and Foreign Patent Law. These are books you could buy. Secret Lovers, Foul Play. I'll find it out by the end of the day. Seems like we might want to just stop by there and say hello to a fellow PI. Bakery and Pies. Oliver Childs the Plumber. Trotter and Haynes Glue Factory. Quick drying and impeccably strong bonds. Our unique formula puts our glue a cut above the rest. Bookstore. New and old books of every time. Here's their latest books, including H.G. Wells' The Time Machine, Lewis Carroll, Rudyard Kipling. Locksmiths. Adjustments and Tailoring. Marina. Dentist. Tooth removal, cleaning, or simple checkups. Pawnbroker. Shirt Factory. Fanny Hanvey's Decorating Service. We could go to a milliner and try to buy a new hat. Okay, here's an article. Dawning of Horseless Carriage Services Threaten Livelihoods by Eugene Hatt. With the formation of the Great Horseless Carriage Company in May of this year, we have seen our streets flooded with those strange automobile contraptions. Their unprecedented speed is doubly dangerous as it pushes out traditional carriage cabs, their estimated ride times allowing them to outperform in every way beside grandeur and smoothness of ride. Secondly, they travel at such speeds that they endanger any who would dare to cross the street or may still drive their own horse-drawn carriages. Is this yet another gift of the industrial age, or are we going down a dangerous path where at the end is a smoking wreck? Then here's a sea salt company for taking your own sea baths, and a garden seed catalog. Most of these places you can go visit, or it sounds like they've got numbers to check out, but we don't have much of a reason to go to any of these. Did anyone see anything in there in the paper that seemed like we would want to go to that for some reason? We have 3 people to find who've seen the ghosts still, yes. All right, so but we've got Rampart to go to that the game wanted us via its Choose Your Own Adventure to go to. I wonder, we've seen the... Remember Edmund was waiting for a hansom cab. I wonder if that's worth making a note of. And Jonathan says something else interesting here too. Let's just go here. I'm going to put in unresolved. I'm going to put not Edmund, but Kendrick Turney waiting on a handsome cab. Maybe check the cab depot. That's frequently useful in Sherlock Holmes, so that might be useful. Jonathan says, is the shirt factory... Does the shirt factory have cotton mill workers, perhaps, that we could find? And that's in the newspaper. All right. Before we do any of that, we have to basically do this Choose Your Own Adventure that it suggested for us. So 149 to visit Rampart. And we don't know where we're finding him. It just seems like it's a separate entry, not a location. This is the second time you've approached Richard Rampart's office and heard people shouting from within. But also, it seems that most stores you come to these days, there's a fight on the other side. Unlike Mrs. Walker's, however, this store is closed. You knock, but there's no chance of being heard above the bellowing. As you give the door a push, the muffled voices become audible. Enough! Now listen here. This time I call the shots. You see what just happened? You'll follow my lead, and if you know what's good for you, after everything you've done, it will serve you well to toe the line. Articles like this just make it all the harder. Their voices drop to a whisper as Richard Rampart notices your presence in the room. Oh, detective. I believe you two have met. A little bit of typo there. As the other turns around, you see it's Kendrick Turney. A little less put together than last you saw him. His fine-tuned mustache has a bit of a droop to it, it seems, or perhaps it's just the mill. It rather undercuts his air of prestige. In fact, you're surprised to even see him here. You do turn up where least invited, says the sharp little man. Don't you, detective? Well, my apologies, you say. Sort of comes with the territory. I'm sure you're both supremely occupied. I just need to ask you a couple of questions. About Mr. Patrick Turnbull. Who on earth? Paddy, says Rampart. He's asking about Paddy. Turney rolls his eyes. What could you possibly want to know? Well, I'm wondering why he's still employed here. You're now close enough to see what the two men were arguing about. On the desk is a copy of the Evening Standard. That's not the paper we have, by the way. Well, from what I know, detective, says Mr. Turney, the man in question, no matter how unlearned and rough around the edges he may be, is remarkably good at his job. Never has there been better control over the workers. And from the books, it's clear that if it were up to Mr. Walker, we'd still be hemorrhaging pounds by the day. You ask what he means. Oh, please, detective, surely you've discovered by now the late Edmund Walker was a drunk and a gambler. You should see the state of his Richard Rampart abruptly stands, putting his hand on the paper. I'm sure the detective has better things to do than go traipsing around our offices. Perhaps you, Mr. Turney, would like to take this opportunity to familiarize yourself more with the mill you now own. As the two men carry on, your attention shifts to the paper. The evening edition is open to page 31. And you start to understand what they were shouting about. In fact, it seems they're starting up again. You take the opportunity to excuse yourself and leave. Mr. Walker's office seems worth a visit. Might there be a professional who could get you through the door? And you should get a copy of the Evening Standard, or at least page 31. Okay, bunch of stuff there. This is at 149, which is Rampart. So I have an initial question here. Who is talking here? I read it as Richard. Okay, so it's Richard Rampart. So I read it right. So Rampart is telling the other guy, who's the presumptive owner of this place, he's bossing him around, right? Is that not how you read it? He's bossing Kendrick Turney around. He's saying, enough, listen here. This time I call the shots. You see what just happened? You'll follow my lead if you know what's good for you. Oh, after everything you've done, it will serve you well to toe the line. Articles like this just make it all the harder. Their voices drop to a whisper as Richard Rampart notices your presence in the room. So the way I'm reading that is this is Rampart talking. This is sort of important for us to know who's talking. It could have been clearer. Rampart is lecturing Kendrick. I wish they had made that clear whose voice was talking. But I'm going to make note here that Rampart seems to be the boss of these two. even though he's just a minority owner on paper. Okay, and then we're told that they're reading the Evening Standard. Page 31. Get a copy, we're told. We could try getting it at the newspaper office, I suppose, or turning to page 31 if that's what it means. Get a copy at the newsstand or at the publisher. It's a little bit, it feels like there might be a little bit of typos here. First he says it's the copy of the Evening Standard, and then down here it's our attention shifts to the paper, the Evening Edition. So it's either the Evening Edition or the Evening Standard or the Evening Edition of the Evening Standard. He says Edmund Walker is a drunken gambler. Drunk and gambler. And now he's telling us this. Locksmith, that's right. There was a locksmith in the paper. That's exactly right. Yes, I noticed that as well. It was good. It was a good decision to reread the paper recently, since that was fresh in our mind. To open Edmund's office for us. It kind of sounded like it had expected us to have explored the mill by now, which we haven't, because we've been a little concerned if we should. But right, because this is saying it's the second time we've heard Richard Rampart's office them arguing. That seems to suggest that it expected us to have already gone to these rooms here where we actually did hear him arguing. So that's weird. Okay, might there be a professional who could get you through the door? I just want to, while we're keeping track of our sort of criticisms, this is another example of the exact kind of thing we've been frustrated by in this game. Like, rather than have us go to the door, find it locked, and leave it up to us to figure out how to get in, it's not even doing any of that. It's just bypassing all that. It's saying, hey, maybe you should go to his office, and maybe, hint, hint, there's a professional who could get you into the office like a locksmith. I mean, it's pretty heavy-handed telling us to do it. It's robbing us of even the opportunity to even consider that, because it doesn't even let us see that the door is locked. It doesn't even let us go to the thing. It's very weird. Although maybe it's a hint that when we went to the offices and found them locked, I guess if we go to 718 no, we went to 718. It does say, if you go to 718, remember when we were looking for Reginald Gamp, it said, you try the door, it opens into a small entry space for the receptionist for the main door to Mr. Walker's locked office. You look around, there isn't much, as if someone has swept it clean. So maybe the writers are trying to think, well, maybe from this clue they would try to find a locksmith, but in case they don't, I'll give them a super hint here. But I don't, that doesn't seem right to me. We hadn't, but okay. Anyway, clearly we're going to go to the locksmith. It would have been better if it brought us to his office and said we wanted to get in. But yeah, maybe we were supposed to walk around this entire mill as soon as we got this map. It kind of sounds like that from this, that it expects us to have now done that. We talked about when we got this map, should we just be wandering around this mill, going to every room? Now, based on that, it sort of sounds like we should. So maybe we'll take a break and then jump back into the mill before we get our locksmith. And don't forget the evening edition, or at least page 31. We could peek and see if 31 is an entry. It is an entry. So I guess 31 is going to be the entry we're supposed to go to read this. Maybe we could also find the evening edition, and it would also hint to us to go directly to 31. Or not the evening edition, or yeah, the evening edition or the evening standard. Don't see it there under E, but it might be under news. No. All right, well, maybe it just wants us to go to page 31. We'll do that when we get back, and then we'll walk around the mill a bit. I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it.
Okay, we're back. I'm just glancing through the directory. Let's remember the librarian informant we haven't yet been to. Let's update our notes. I don't think we filled in Patty's information. We now know Turnbull. We met him at 8:58, but he's also located in the directory. H Turnbull's at 326. Okay. Gambling debt. All right. So we're told we should probably get a locksmith to go into Edmund's office, but we think maybe we need to wander around the mill first. And we also want a copy of the Evening Standard or Evening Edition, at least page 31. So I looked up, I thought, well, maybe just going to page 31 is how you read it. That is definitely page 31 of the paper. Presumably we can just go there and read it, and it's as if we went to a newsstand, but I thought maybe we would look it up or visit the newspaper office. Jonathan and Anna were saying, Jonathan was saying, I'm reading it as the evening edition of the London Standard. So the London Standard is the paper we have here, and you'll notice it says morning edition. So it was in capitalized. If it wasn't capitalized, it would make a lot of sense. The fact that it was capitalized as the Evening Standard or the Evening Edition made me think it was the proper name of a paper, but I think Jonathan's right. They're probably just meaning the Evening Edition of the London Standard. So I guess we don't have to go get the paper at a newsstand. We'll just turn to page 31 when we want to read it. And here we are just grousing a little bit about how the game sometimes doesn't give us direction about here whether we can just walk into these places, and then other times it's telling us, hint, hint, go get a locksmith. Anna says, why can't we just talk to them normally like a detective would? Why won't they talk to us without the mysterious half sentences? And where the hell are the three who've seen the ghost? John says, Anna's not having any of this busy work. She's here to solve the case and not gather ghost stories. Yeah, I mean, come on. We can't complain about having to work to find these ex-workers. It is a little weird when we have these conversations and our detective doesn't at least like press them when they're like, I got something to tell you, and we're just like, oh, you don't want to tell us? Okay, goodbye. Like, that part's a little bit weird, but I don't mind that we have to go work for it. All right, so of the things we have to do, we think now that we were meant to walk around the mill as soon as we got this map, and I guess we're just going to visit these places in the mill. And then we'll circle back and get the locksmith and break into his office. Okay, so let's look at the map. That's where we started off, where Reginald Gamp worked. Apparently he worked right next to Edmund's office, it seems. His locked office, which someone has cleaned out. We went down to this office to see if we could get information about who works where. That's when we first overheard Rampart arguing with his wife. And he's got a directory entry, so I'm curious to go visit his wife and see if he told the truth about what they were arguing about. So let's walk around clockwise. So let's back up a little bit and go into textiles and see what's in textiles. Maybe most of these entries don't have anything, for all we know. Okay, well, there's an entry for textiles. Let's put this a little bit out of the way. Okay, the textiles department is the domain of Richard Rampart. And now that his counterpart in the rest of the operation is no longer on the premises, or this plane of existence, Mr. Rampart would logically, and for now legally, hold the most power within the walls of Albright Mill. It might be why, within the walls of this particular room, the air itself, though comparatively clear and devoid of cotton, feels heavy as sludge, as opposed to other parts of the factory. The silence here is neither focused nor ethereal. It feels instead full of fear. It's not as if the rest of the factory is chock-a-block with banter and good cheer, but here, as you watch, the workers don't even look at each other. And now, as you walk through the room among them, those that lift their heads don't even seem to see you. In fact, they stare right through. Are they on some drugs? Or is he just running them, making them miserable? That's kind of weird. How do you read that? Are they just oppressed, or is there something more nefarious going on? Is this mill being used for something else? Okay, so that's our textiles. We're walking our way through the mill. We went to Rampart's office, where we heard him over yelling with his wife. Maybe we should refresh our memory about that a bit, since it's been a while. And this is the one that sent us to the workers' union. He went in, he's arguing with his wife. There's a woman, he's got a receptionist. And then the wife comes out and says, please take him with you. You got to meet my wife on a good day. And he's joking. His clothes are modern and pristine. He's got tortoise shell spectacles, hair parted in the middle, average height and build. He's got an exquisite pocket watch. Large gold ring he turns upon his finger as you both sit down. Large gold ring. These are actually useful details in case we spot someone in the future or something, or someone can recognize him by this description. He says, this is my domain, so I'm the last person to hear. He says, have you talked to Walker's receptionist or the new owner? He says, would anyone benefit? You don't think it's foul play? We're like, yep, we do. And he leans back and he says, it can't hurt the union's cause. He's the one who suggested to us that it can't hurt the union's cause. He says, I'm not sure I blame them. I just understand their argument. Maybe a competitor, that's far-fetched. He says, we say we might come by again. And then we go to the union. Okay. Did we try 787 plus 50? In other words, did we try looking up Rampart? I think that's a great idea, but we did, I believe. 787 plus 50 would be 837. And I believe I did try that. Yeah, no 837, no entry. But I wonder if we should try the other way we just found him, which was 118. It wasn't the first place we met him, but it seems like the game couldn't have known which one would be first. So let's try 118 plus 50, which is 168. No entry for 168. Okay, well, let's continue our trek through the mill and stop off in sales. It's a little odd that they're letting us have free roam of the place. Anna says it did sound like they're on drugs or something. Let me just make a note of that. Okay, so sales is 860. At first, there seems a franticness to this part of the sales floor. Men in 100 dull shades of gray, well-pressed suits appear to be swarming around each other in all directions, handing off folder files and printed papers, their murmurs interrupted by the sound of stamps on desks. You can't decide how, not to mention if or why you wish to interrupt them, and so for now you just watch, until finally you see the pattern, the coordinated movement of men and paper passing each other in a very particular order. You wonder at their purpose. Is this some drug dealing stuff? Or are they just selling cotton? Okay, let's go into packaging. If this is our theory, let's keep going. We're just walking around the mill, no one minds. 9:45. It's an eerie sound, that of 300 quiet humans together in the same room. All you can hear is the careful folding of 2,000 white cotton shirts per minute. The movement of hands in fabric, the looping of large strips of paper to bind them, the pressing into crates. It's a steady, rhythmic, seemingly endless, and somewhat hypnotic. "You all right?" says a voice. A woman has stepped out of the line, quite literally, and is standing next to you. "I'm all right." A girl appears beside her. "I didn't want to interrupt you." Oh, this is us. "I didn't want to interrupt." You look up at the gangplanks, where the bosses, no doubt, are keeping watch. "Should you be stopping?" "Oh, only 2 others on the floor have been here longer than me," she says. "Figure I'm the third last folder they want to see leave. Anyhow, we'll pretend like I'm asking you what you're doing here. So, what are you doing here?" "Truth is," you say, glancing again at the gangplanks, "I'm on a sort of fishing trip." "You're a fisherman," says the girl. You look down at her. "Well, actually, I'm a detective." "You're a detective," she says. "Like, what's his name?" "Yep, just like that," you say. She's talking about Sherlock Holmes. The girl has begun to bounce with excitement. "Best to make it quick, detective," says the woman, now glancing upwards too. "If the boys get wind of you, you'll wish you were a fisherman. Out on this open sea." "The boys, you say?" "She means the beast," says the girl. "The beast?" The girl makes a face, then starts to whisper. The woman gives a hiss. "What?" says the girl. "You know what he did to Maddie." She turns back to you. "Matthew Crom—" Ow! The girl grabs her ear and gestures with her chin as the stairs from the gangplank start to rattle. "Time to make your exit, detective," she says, and so you do. Okay, so we found one of our ex-co-workers. Matthew Crom something. Okay, here we go. So the beast is gonna be Patty, don't you think? Like, they're talking about someone who beats up people. it's surely going to be Patty. Okay, so, however, I think we've got our first lead on an ex-worker. 945 packaging. What they did to Matthew Crom something ... Okay, let's see if we can find him in the directory. By the way, I got some, you know, I've been a little salesperson for these erasable ink markers, pens, and I just ordered a set in 1.0 millimeter width, bold, a little thicker than the normal 0.7. Maybe that'll be a little bit easier for you guys to see when I take notes, although handwriting leaves a lot to be desired. All right, so let's see if we can find Matthew Crom something before we continue here. Residential undersea. What have we got? Cromwell, Crompton, Cromfer M. That looks like it right there. Cromfer M. $4.90. Okay, so that may be our first ex-worker. Shall we keep walking around the mill before we visit him? Seems like probably logically we should. Let's go to the utility closet and see if we see anything there. 964. I'm still a little thrown by the fact that they're letting us wander around here. Okay. If you've been sent to collect something of the distant child's, go to 23. Well, we have not. On opening the utility closet door, you see it's much more than a closet. It is, in fact, a large room of all and sundry. You move among the mishmash, 1,000 tools and devices from ancient to modern, for cleaning, maintaining, and even fixing, it seems. Hata! Comes a shout, along with a body, out of a darkened corner. There's a long, crude blade in his hand, and though he's far from robust and the blade less than sharp, he could probably kill you, but stops. Hello, you say, and lift your hands. I'm sorry for the intrusion. He squints at you. It's dark in here, but his eyes are no doubt used to that. So either there's something to ascertain, or they stuck a semi-blind man in a room full of sharp objects. I dinna think I know ye, he says. No, I doubt we've ever met. Your hands are still up. You lower them slowly, as if willing him to do the same, till his weapon is pointing at the floor. I'm tasked to investigate the recent deaths, or all of the deaths, mind you, regarding the Red Lord. He looks at you for a spell, then turns and moves deeper into his labyrinth of storage. You follow. He puts the spear-like blade on the shelf, moves through the shadows, then into a bit more light. No soul comes here, he says, and takes a seat on a wooden chair. I might even not know of this place no more. No one sees a thing these days, but me, I see it all, every inch of the mill. What you guess my age to be? You could not hazard, but he stares you down as you shake your head. 30-odd years? He laughs, then shrugs. Ha! You know, you might just be right. The only thing I know for sure is what age I was the day I first came. When I came to work at the old bright mill, 5 years old, he says, I remember that well, for they said it was my birthday. And you've been here ever since. He lets out a strange sort of laugh. Never once left the walls. You nod. What do I call you? Most call me Gets, he says. Gets? Yeah, 'cause I gets whatever people need. I guess it saves some breath or something. Or something, you say. What would you like me to call you? I guess it's fine, he says. I can't think of anything else. So what's you want to know? You nod. Well, as I said, I'm here about the deaths, but also anything, out of the ordinary. Even as you say it, you're unsure how this might be interpreted, if yours was the station of Getz. But his eyes appear to latch on it. Ah, he says, the specter. What's that? I mean to say I seen it. I has seen the ghost. You look him in the eyes. They're heavy and unflinching. This is exciting. Can you describe it to me and where you saw it? Yes, and I can, he says, and leans back a bit. I seen it in the halls. I seen it in the corners. I seen it on the gangplanks, in the weaving shed, among the rafters and the sewers. And what it looks like is this. White and drifting as airborne cotton, eyes dark as coal, and a coal miner's death. It moves like a wolf, and then the wind disappears, then reappears 100 yards in a flash. Have you seen evidence? Should me own eyes not suffice, detective? You offer half a shrug. Huh? So one need have a photographic contraption just to be believed. It wouldn't hurt, you say, looking around at the sprawling collection of things. You don't have one, do you? The man gives a laugh. I think not. But that said, there was an odd bloke here who did. Only stole a few flashes before the 4 men got him. And got his camera, too. Don't think he was looking for ghosts, though. Gets stands again, and you follow him back into the stacks. He starts to lift things up and shuffle them around. I did nab the photographic plates. How'd you manage that, you ask? Well, in here I can do just about anything. Been here as long as any soul. For most, you come as a kid, you leave as a kid, or whatnot. Yeah, like you leave on the plank, on the body bag. One way or another. Not even the bosses stay for 30-odd years, so myself to them, it's like I'm part of the mill. And soon I become invisible. Within the walls of this place, I can go anywhere, see anything, hear whatever anyone says. It might look right through me like I'm not even there. He passes his hands between shelves and pulls something out. You look down at the dark plates in hand, the eerie silver shapes of things not yet exposed. Can I borrow them? You ask. I think not, he says, and puts them back on the shelf. But if there's something I can do to help you with your investigation, you're welcome anytime. Well, yeah, you could loan us those plates. You thank him and head back towards the door. Have you heard him say, detective, it takes a thief to catch a thief? I've heard something like that. Well, perhaps it takes a ghost to catch a ghost. You tip your hat on your way out. I guess we got our hat back. Well, this is another case where the guy's not helping us, but this guy didn't even say what he wanted. Can we borrow them? He says no. He puts them back. But if there's something I can do to help, you're welcome anytime. Have you heard him say it takes a thief to catch a thief? Maybe it takes a ghost to catch a ghost. But when we came here, it said, have you been sent to collect something? Well, Okay. So let's make some notes here. 964 is where we meet Getz. It's not his real name, so we're not going to be able to look him up. We think he's 30 years old or so. He has photographic negative of a ghost, but won't give. And he tells us, takes a ghost to catch a ghost. Anything else he tells us? He hears and sees everything, but we don't bother to ask him if he's heard anything interesting. And he found the photographic plates. He showed them to us, but he won't let us develop them. We don't seem to be bothered by it. But he did see, he's seen the ghost himself. So here's our first description of what it means to see the ghost. He's seen it everywhere. It's white and drifting as airborne cotton. Eyes dark as coal. Moves like a wolf, and then the wind disappears and reappears 100 yards in a flash. To me, it really does kind of sound like it might be a little mini explosion, but maybe not. It's white like a ghost, not fire. Surely they would know what fire is like. All right. That was interesting character, though. All right, next up. Oh, let's make a note. We want to come back with something, but we'll get told about that. So it's not that we have to figure out what to come back with. We're going to get something that's going to send us right here. Okay. All right, let's go to the warehouse. Jonathan has an interesting idea. He says, what if the person who was taking photographs was snooping and taking photos for working for the other PI? Because he says the guy was taking photographs like shouldn't have been and wasn't here. Does he say he wasn't here for work? What exactly does he say about that guy? It's a little weird. He does say, we say, you don't happen to have a photograph. He's like, hey, I might. There was an odd bloke here who did. Then the 4 men got him. They got his camera too. He says, I don't think he was looking for ghosts, though. He could be the other guy who was fired, that we've got his name, Matthew Cromfer. Let's go to the warehouse here, 162. Let's continue our tour of the mill before we get too off track. It's an interesting idea, Jonathan. Very interesting idea. Okay, so here we are in the warehouse. As far as you can ascertain, this massive warehouse you've just entered is a sort of hub, a meeting place for all that comes and goes between the Albright Mill and the outside world, but then also a point of distribution among the various industries and businesses within the mill itself. Though you're not sure why, just looking at the absence of activity makes you shiver. Then the shiver makes you turn. There's something there at the end of your walkway, or rather someone. They have eyes. They look at you, pinpoints in the black holes. As you step toward them, they disappear. You hear a clatter behind you and turn. Then there they are again at the opposite end of the gangplank, those eyes. You move that way now and faster until a crackling sound and someone calling out. You stop just in time, your one leg dangling over a space where the gangplank boards have disappeared. You look down through the gap and hear them splinter below, darkness looking up at you. So maybe someone was trying to kill us. Or not. Warehouse is empty. Why is the warehouse empty? 162. Warehouse empty. Anna says it was the ghost that we saw. Are we one of the 3 eyewitnesses now? Well, we're not an ex-worker. I guess she doesn't say ex-worker. She says bring us back 3 sightings. It's an interesting idea. Is this a sighting? What is 162 a sighting? And was the Getz a sighting? It tells us find 3 sightings and then subtract the highest from the lowest. Jonathan says, so I wonder if we haven't found 2 sightings now. Because it didn't say find 3 ex-workers. It just said find 3 sightings and then the ex-workers have been known to see it. So it's possible we've got the lead numbers for 2 of them. 1 ourselves and 1 Getz. Interesting. And then Jonathan is saying maybe the warehouse is empty because it's shut down because of the Red Lord. All right, let's move on to the dust house for now. $576. It is fun that all of these entries are in the book. It says Dust House on the outside, but still somehow it surprises you. A swirling cloud of white as soon as you open the door. Into your eyes, your ears, your mouth. You reach into the top of your shirt, pulling your kerchief up over your nose, breathing shallow as you step into the room. There is cotton in the air, all throughout the Albright mill, but not like this. And it seems, by just opening the door, you've conjured it into a storm. Despite all your instincts, you close the door behind you. Then you close your eyes and mouth and plug your nose. For a minute, it's like being buried underground. Then you open your eyes and look around. It's designed like a livery stable, but one where all the horses have been transformed into giant mounds of cotton, and then become the air. This must be where the tiny dregs end up, picked floating beneath the spinners by all those children's hands. The cotton dust moves, floats, and shivers in silence, but there's a different sound behind it, somehow distant, yet dense and rushing. You move towards the puzzling white noise and discover, at the center point of the stalls, beneath the wooden archway, what look like wide barn doors, but half the height of a man. You push and they swing easily open, out above a running river. The ancient aqueducts, you think, and perhaps how they dispose of all this cotton dust. You wish you could see into the darkness. Turn to the next page. Okay, so this is where they get rid of stuff that the children pick. For a moment, you think of lighting a match, but luckily, quickly recall where you are in the bowels of a fluffy white bomb. You close the river door, then make your way back and out of the dust house entrance before finally breathing deeply once more. Okay, so it goes out into the aqueducts, which aren't on our map, but I suppose there's the mill and here's the river, Thames River, so maybe it goes underground into the river. By the way, this ghost didn't seem like a hoax. It didn't? Why do you say that, Anna? Why did you say this ghost didn't seem like a hoax? I mean, we saw something, with black eyes, but didn't look like a ghost to us. Looked like could be like a little kid running around. All right, let's go into the drying room. We've almost made a full tour of the mill. 421. We're learning a little bit how mills work, sort of. Okay, here's 421. The sign on the door says drying room, and yet when you open it up and step inside, the air that hits you is a shock, dry as the Gobi Desert at noon or one of Gamp's gimlets. You see two young women pushing a cart into the corner of the room. As you walk over, they turn to you, and their faces are like white raisins. Even their eyes look dry. "Good day, ladies," you say, and they nod. "I'm here as part of the investigation regarding yesterday's..." "Good riddance to them," says one of them. "And to you," says the other. You tip your hat, step back out, and close the door behind you. Throat twice as parched. We're like, I don't need this. I don't need this. And it says the ghost disappeared and then reappeared behind us. I think those were just two little kids, two different kids. That's how I read it. Two different people, two different little kids roaming around in here, rather than the same thing disappearing. Anna's ready to believe in ghosts. That's all it took. We saw some eyes there, then we saw some eyes at the other end of the room, and now Anna believes in ghosts. Could have been two different people. We didn't catch their face, we just saw some eyes. All right, let's try the ring room. I'm very curious what the ring room is going to be. Does anyone know what cotton is? Ring, isn't there like a ring spun cotton or something? Let's find out. 170. There is no sense in this strange, seemingly endless space that anything happens outside of it. No mayhem or dismemberment, no reporters or investigations, no labor unions or work stoppage. Here there's nothing, it seems, but the dance of the macabre. You find a staircase and move to the upper deck to get a better view. From here, the waltz is even more so. 100 rows, each with 100 men and women, moving back and forth in perfect measured time. They take their steps together all the way back and then forth again, holding the same focus and instrument. As they move, they pull 1,000,000 strings. The precision is stunning. The air is popping with infinite glittering specks. And then the children make their dash, beneath the glistening strings, reaching for the falling specks of white. As you watch this constant movement, through the chaos of 1,000,000,000 drifting, swirling particles, it becomes like time itself does not exist. And three questions hit you as if from somewhere else. First, might this be heaven? And those the 1,000,000 strings of an ethereal harp? Second, is this hell, with the lyre of Orpheus to its nth degree, plucking through eternal madness? Or could this be limbo, the forever dance to see how low we might go? I wouldn't mind a little bit of an explanation of how this stuff works to create cotton, to create the cotton clothing and fabric. Like, it sounds like there's some cool stuff going on, but we don't understand enough about how cotton's made to make sense of this. And I would love a little bit of an education of it. Like, they're weaving this cotton, hundreds of people. It sounds amazing, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of more explanation to us about exactly what they're doing and why. But that sounds like that was an important part of creating the cotton fabric. And the kids' job seems to be to clean up the waste material that floats around. All right, let's see if we can talk to some workers taking a break and eating in the cafeteria in the mess hall. This could be promising. 383. The mess hall is empty and a real mess. It has the look, feel, and smell of a place that was left quickly without warning. You see movement under one of the tables, and as you step towards it, a very healthy rat scurries out and into the kitchen. The scattered bowls on the table have been picked clean, whether in a hurry by vacating workers or since then by the kitchen rat and his friends. You stop and listen. Silence, but for the steady ticking of a giant oval clock on the northern wall, so loud it would be hard to ignore, even with a hall full of hungry workers trying to eat and chat, and even possibly relax for a moment before going back to the machines. Tick, tick, crash. It came from the scullery. Probably your rat, but you go to take a look. Through the round windows, the kitchen seems empty, but you notice that the cold room has been left open. You push through the kitchen door, but then on the other side, you see the cold room door is shut. And then you shudder as a blast of what feels like frozen air moves right through you. Takes your breath with it, and you bend over, hands on knees, until the constriction stops. Straightening up with a long, deep breath, you walk towards the cold room door. You swear it was open before. Trick of the light, a very strong rat. You pull at the door, iron lever, but the door does not budge. In a panic, you put your back into it and find yourself spilling out into the kitchen. In a panic, you put your back into it and find yourself spilling out into the kitchen. I don't get it. We push through the kitchen door. On the other side is the cold room door is shut. But we thought when we looked through the window that it was open. So we walk towards the cold room door. We put our back into it to try to push it open. And we find ourselves spilling out into the kitchen. I don't get it. Can someone explain to me how the spatial arrangement here is working? We're in the mess hall. We hear a crash from the scullery. Through the round windows, the kitchen seems empty. So we're looking from the scullery into the kitchen through the window. We see that the cold room in the kitchen is left open. We push through the kitchen door, but then on the other side, you see the cold room door is shut. Then cold air comes over us. Then we straighten up, we walk towards the cold room door. We swore it was open. Is there something weird about that? Then we pull at the iron lever. The door doesn't budge. In a panic, we put our back into it and find yourself spilling out into the kitchen. Don't get it. Let's see what the chat says. Maybe there were two doors and we were in between them. When we found the cold room door locked, we worried the kitchen door had locked behind us. We push through the kitchen door. I guess maybe Jonathan's saying we push through the kitchen door, and then on the end of the room we see the cold room, and the door behind us closes. We look at the cold room door. It was open, now it's closed. We feel the cold air and we panic. So we turn back around and push our way back into the kitchen. If we spilled back out into the kitchen, where are we now? I mean, clearly this isn't important, but I just don't understand why that's not so confusing. All right, 383. Mess hall, cold room. I guess it's just supposed to be creepy and scary. Like some supernatural stuff was going on. Maybe we actually went into the cold room and it had two doors, one into the kitchen, one into the loading bay. Yeah, I don't really get it, but it's clearly not important. I mean, it's clear that understanding that arrangement is not important. Let's go to the furnace room. We heard a crash. We went in there. It was open. It was closed. Either there's ghosts and supernatural or some people are running around here. Okay, 112, furnace room. The heat is so intense it hits you even before the taste. Then the smell so profound it fills you before the sound. And only then do you see it, the burning heart of the beast, the massive ball of fire that fuels the steaming, spinning dragon they call the Red Lord, like raging dark matter encircling the sun. This is what it takes for the empire to run, the digging up of the detritus of 100 million years of organic carbonic life. Then the shoveling of it into the open mouths of 100,000 industrial furnaces. The one at the heart of the Albright mill is mammoth, and it burns so hot, scorching and smoking so much of the air around it that it's not until your eyes are crying and your skin pouring sweat that you can see the bodies before you. Two of them, heaving flat, cold spadefuls of darkness into the burning, blinding light. They're shoveling coal into the furnace. Trying to talk to them would be like interrupting Sisyphus and Icarus in mid-effort. And so you wait for however it ends. Finally, one of them puts his shovel down and reaches up with a leather-bound hand, swinging the furnace door closed, and the other bolts it shut. For a moment there is darkness, but only because you've been staring into a trapped sun. When you can see again clearly, they're standing before you like charred gladiators. You notice one of them's missing an eye. "What'd you want?" says the other one. By now you're not sure. Couple questions, you say? Well, I did just ask you one, says the man. You sure you want another? I meant... The other man grunts. You look him in the eye, then you can't look away. He is here to spell us off, says the two-eyed man. No? Well, then off you go, he says. You got more than your couple questions. They're asking him questions. He says, what do you want? And he says, a couple questions. And he says, well, I asked you one. You want another? And then he says, you here to spell us off? And we say no. And he says, well, you got your questions. Not quite the we didn't have in that, we didn't really mean in that direction, them asking us, but okay, just a little bit of flavor at the mill. All right, just a couple more rooms here. Let's continue our clockwise path and go to 604, which we don't know what it is. Before you even enter the room, a voice comes from behind you. Oi, you! You take a beat to loosen your shoulder and tighten your fist, then turn around. 5 caskets apart, the two of you half square off, letting your arms dangle. You've already met this very big man and didn't much like his presence then. The fake bolster of his shoulders, the mean flashes in the corner of his eyes, the outpouring stench of rutabagas and gin. Hey, Patty, you say. What you doing here? He answers. Just my job, how about you? He takes a moment, then... Same. You both nod. The man is mean and hard, that much you can tell, and there's no good reason to spook him now. Sorry if I shouldn't be here, you say, but can I ask you a couple questions? Yeah, what kind of questions, he says, arms still waving at his sides. Where were you at the time of the accident? Courtyard, he says, loading docks. I was on my way back that I heard the screaming. He takes a step towards you, but you're not going to fight. It's gone out of the air. It's not that you all of a sudden like each other, but he's telling the truth and both of you know that you know it. What are the others, you say, and let your arms down completely? Anyone else who might have seen it occur? The accident, that is? His battering rams drop as well. In fact, he lifts up a hand to wipe his brow and the other to shake his flat green hat. He's a mean son of a bitch and always will be, but for the moment he's no longer after you. Well, Ruth and Miss Dunn was here, he says. They says it happened. I ain't got no reason to contradict. That good enough for you, detective? You say it is, for now, and bid him farewell. Ruth and Miss Dunn was here. Anyone else who might have seen the accident occur? Yes, Ruth and Miss Dunn. Okay. If we're right that this was the Patty who tried to kill us earlier, it seems like maybe it didn't know that, that this was in the wrong order. It meant for us to do these first. But I don't think we'd be so happy about seeing Patty if he really is the one who just tried to kill us. So 604. Ruth and Miss Dunn saw accident. So we have a new witness. Ruth and Miss Dunn, a new possible witness. Let's look up Dunn. Ruth Dunn. Is it Ruth and Miss Dunn, or are they the same person? Ruth and Miss Dunn was here. And yet if we look up Dunn, we see Ruth Dunn. So it's a little confusing, but Ruth Dunn is 891. Okay, so we've got another witness. That's pretty cool. Maybe we'll go visit her soon. All right, let's knock on the door of the weaving shed and see if there's anyone to talk to us. 386. You enter the weaving shed and look out across the massive floor where 1,000 brutish looms squat rigid and waiting like a battlement of soldiers, ready in their rows upon rows of leather and iron. Quiet like this, with the air still full of drifting cotton and nary a man on the ground, it seems as if they wait on nothing else but the orders from the great Red Lord, who looms, so to speak, before them all. Even from here, across the mammoth room, more than 100 yards away, the Red Lord is a fearsome thing to behold. And now that every other machine is silent and every worker disappeared, the sound of the Lord's countenance is deep. Its deep growling and gnashing echoes through the air, full of menace and doom. You spot something beneath one of the machines and pick it up. Takes you a moment to realize what you're looking at. A worker's smock so small that anywhere else you'd take it for the clothes of a doll. It's filthy and threadbare. Looking back down the rows of squat silent soldiers, you shudder. So it's just little kids working in this place, is what we're shocked at. Just a little bit of flavor. Okay, next up on our tour is 869, and then we've got the courtyard, and that's it. So let's go to the courtyard, and we'll finish up at 869. 713, courtyard. And then after we finish the mill, we'll take another break. Is this what we're supposed to bring to Getz, the child's smock? Why would we think to bring it to Getz? I mean, I'll make a note if you think it might be important, but I don't know why we would think that. A worker's smock, so small. There's no hint that that would be what he would want. He didn't say he was missing anything, did he? What did that entry say? 964. Let's just read what it said about if we have something to bring. It said, if you have been sent to collect something of a distant child's, go to a certain number. If you've been sent to collect something. So no, it's if we go to that location because we've been sent to get something. So someone's going to tell us, go to Getz and get a child's old toothbrush. Then we do that. It's not bringing something to him. It's when we need to fetch something from him. All right, that's a good idea, though. All right, so now the courtyard. The courtyard is where you'd arrive if you came in through the giant front gates. It's where the outside world and the one within these walls come together, except for now. Although parts of the factory continue to run, any transport in and out has now been stopped by the police and protesters. You can still hear the echoes of their shouts beyond these walls, but from where you stand, it's eerily quiet. There are a few carts, a few horses, and men shuffling through dirt with buckets of water for them. But the loading docks are bare, and the horses stamp their feet. Then one of them rears violently. You look up, and in a small window far above, you see a flash of something. The horse rears again. Huh. A flash of something. 713. 713 is flash above. Flash seen above. Something's going on in this mill that's dangerous. Beyond the cotton, it feels to me. All right, 869, our last location within the mill, other than bringing the locksmith to get into his office. I guess it doesn't make sense that the mill is being used to deal drugs, because then why would he be in debt? He'd be making lots of money and stuff. And I don't know how much illegal drug dealing was going on in Victorian England. It seems like all the drugs were legal. All the cocaine and heroin and opium was all mostly legal. All right, here we go. 869, this mystery room. With some parts of the factory shut down for investigation and other parts still in production, it's hard to tell what's going on in here. You see a myriad of little bodies darting into shadows and beneath machines as you progress across the floor. Hello there, you say to one who should have zigged instead of zagged, and he stops mid-gate as if caught in a game of frozen tag. You circle round to his front. His face is streaked with dirt, lip trembling, but his fists are balled like the best of prize fighters. He can't be more than 8 years old. I'm not gonna hurt you, you say. He looks at you and his body relaxes slightly. Ain't you we're afraid of, he says. When you look around, as the whites of eyes emerge from shadows like early stars. I did hear talk of a ghost, you say. Is that it? The boy doesn't laugh. So much as amused dismay seems to infiltrate his breath. Oh, no doubt there is. None of us seen it yet, but it's the older workers and bosses. They're the ones scared of ghosts and spirits and being puffed like magic into machines. We got muscle, flesh, and teeth to fear. What do you mean? I mean the beast, he says. All he wants is to hurt us. It don't get no realer than that. You look around at the emerging eyes, now doubled in number, and when you turn your back to the boy, he's gone. So they're scared of the beast. We should write down scared of the beast. We keep hearing out, which I think is probably Patty, don't you? Don't we think Patty is the beast? I want to point out something. We were thinking that vest that was in the Walker's pantry was a tiny little vest. It doesn't belong to Patrick. We're told he's giant. Is the beast Patty? And the kids haven't seen Ghost. Kids not seen Ghost. This makes me think more and more that it's the people lying about, oh, what? Get said he saw the ghost. I was thinking people just say it. Jonathan says, my reading from earlier, Anna says, I thought Patty was doing here something illegal without the knowledge of the owners. That's why he wants to work here. And that makes sense. Jonathan says, my reading from earlier was that Patty was using them as a front for something as part of the deal to pay off the debts the Walkers owe Patty. Yes, I think we're sort of on the same page here. Patty is using and wanting this mill as a front for something, but we don't know what. But then Miss Walker said, well, the mill is sort of a cover for their debts, so that they can pay off their debts without being noticed. That was weird, the way she said that, so I don't know. But yeah, then she told us that she wasn't going to tell us why Patty was working. She said, talk to Robert, the other owner. And then it was suggested that we break into Walker's office, and maybe we'll get clues there. All right, but we finished going to the mill. We've been to every room in the mill other than the breaking in to this room, the locksmith. So we'll do that in a little bit, but first we'll take a break. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back in the chat. Jonathan was trying to summarize a theory about the payments that I think makes sense. Remember, there are these 6 outgoing payments from the mill that seemed large and weird. And Jonathan was saying the way he read what Miss Walker was saying was that in the beginning they were sending these payments out to Patty for their gambling debt. But then they ended up hiring him instead as a pretend. They agreed to let Patty use the mill as alternative payment of some sort. They had to bring Patty on so they could pay him officially through the books, but also let him use the mill as a front. And it says, good theory. Sadly, doesn't seem very compelling story to me. The whole idea that these 2 posh people were gambling away their fortunes in the rat pit is laughable. I have to agree with Anna. I'm having a very hard time believing that the 2 rich husband and wife have lost all their money gambling on rats and dogs. However, I wanted to point out something else. I am suspecting Rampart as being our mastermind here. And I did want to point out one little subtle part of that. If you go to our notes, I want you to recall the conversation we overheard. Okay, she says on this phone conversation, Oscar, not what we agreed, ... You tell ... I won't be ... I think she's saying, like, this is not what we agreed financially. You tell this person I'm not going to be blackmailed or pushed around. Now, Oscar, we found, he's the accountant, and we kind of liked him. His whole office is a mess, but we kind of got on his wavelength. Now, what's interesting is when we had a conversation with him, we had a conversation about the 3 basic people: Edmund Walker, Rampart, and Kendrick Turney. And he's like, we mentioned in passing, we're like, you handle the mill's business, so Rampart's your client also. And he's like, yeah. And then Kendrick Turney is not really his client. But then at the end, he was like, oh, maybe he is now because he owns the mill. So I think the natural, since our accountant didn't reveal anything else about Patty and some blackmail or anything like that, I'm wondering if that means that conversation with Oscar, the accountant, had to be either about Rampart or Turney. And then when we walked into Rampart's office, it seemed to me like Rampart was dressing down Turney. And we're told Turney lives in this rich, fancy house, but he's we're kind of told that he's like a jumped up con man. So I feel like he's almost a front for Rampart, who's behind the scenes. That's kind of how I'm reading it. And Tina says, rich people lost their fortune gambling, but not on rats. It's true. It is true that people lose lots of money gambling. It's just a little weird to lose it on dogs and rats. That just doesn't seem like enough. It doesn't seem like there'd be enough money passing hands in the rat gambling business to lose that much money. Okay, we've got lots more stuff to follow up here. Let's start by reading the newspaper, and then let's see if we can't contact some of the witnesses. We found out about a witness, someone who saw a ghost, lots of stuff. So we're going to start by reading 31, which we're told we want to read page 31 of the Evening Standard. maybe... Yeah, okay. This is a little tiny bit frustrating. It's like you turn to 31, and how do you know that this is what you should be reading? Like it said, find the Evening Standard, or at least find page 31. That looks to me like it's a newspaper article, but I wouldn't have minded something that explicitly said that. The London Standard is at 13. Have we already been there? We've already been to 13, right? That's the worker. That's the woman we know. Yeah. So, okay. I believe this is a newspaper article that we're reading. I just don't know why it's not clearer about that. And here's the title of the story. Notorious Turney finds new blood. Following on the tragic and grisly demise of Magistrate Edmund Walker, co-owner of the Albright Mill, as well as the death of a seasoned mill worker, this reporter has now uncovered puzzling, if not downright shocking evidence that ex-socialite, partial man of mystery and ongoing bon vivant Kendrick Turney has taken over Mr. Walker's ownership of the once lucrative textile operation. According to my sources, on the very morning of the deadly tragedy, the infamous and enigmatic Mr. Turney fell upon the bereaved and widowed Lady Florence Walker and, using his seasoned wiles and notorious tongue, apparently convinced her to sell the business for a pittance. Attentive long-time readers might have read about Mr. Turney in these pages before, in reference to, among other things, the contentious purchase of White Elm Asylum. But despite this newspaper's continued attempts to establish contact, Mr. Turney has remained, over the past while, conspicuously absent from the public eye. Until now, that is. It does occur to this reporter that the relentlessly intriguing Kendrick Turney may have found yet another grief-stricken widow over whom to have taken advantage. There will be much more coming, dear reader, as this story is unfurling by the moment. Be prepared for other shocking developments by the time our bright and distant sun has reappeared. You have my word. Eugene Hatt, Reporter at Large. To find out more, you might pay a visit to the Intrepid Reporter. Okay, so 31, we're hearing a little bit more. Okay, so we heard a couple things here. First of all, we heard that he purchased in the past White Elm Asylum. Purchased by Kendrick Turney. So we could go visit them and see if they have anything to say about him. And then the game is hinting to us that we should find Eugene Hart and talk to him. Eugene Hatt. Again, a game is hitting us over the head with what to do. I'm not sure it would have occurred to us to talk to him, but if it, like here, just talking from a design perspective, right? Here it is saying Eugene Hatt, Reporter at Large, and then the game is saying, hey, poke, 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 go look him up in the directory and visit him. A better way to do that, if you wanted to make it hard with no hint, you don't say that and rely on the players to figure out that they could visit him at home. And if you wanted an intermediate, you would just have him say something like, you have my word, I know more than I've put in print so far. Something like that. Then that's a middle ground where the players are given a tiny bit of hint, a little bit of hint that he knows more and maybe we could talk to him. Instead, this is the most ham-handed way to steal all of the fun of being detectives from us. Because here's his name. You might as well tell us the address. Why are we even bothering to look up Eugene Hatt? And we can't visit the paper, so anyway, Eugene Hatt is 041. There's some more hats, too, in the paper. Matikla and Eugene. Oh, Eugene is who we're going to, but there's also a James and a Matikla, but they don't seem relevant to us. All right, well, let's follow up and talk to him while we're chasing down this lead. Let's see what else he knows. 41. Having been told, I guess I can put the mill away and flip this over now. Okay. Having been told to expect Eugene within the hour, you take the opportunity to catch up on the day's gossip. Through the pipe and cigarette smoke and the general chaos of the newsroom, you see Helen up and hovering around her desk, papers and notes in her hand, like a sharp bird of prey building a new nest. You make your way towards her. "Oh, detective," she says, without even lifting her head. "Another visit. Perhaps I should feel honored. I hope it's something important. I'm on the cusp of a deadline. If you have read Eugene Hatt's article on the mill, carry on. If not, go back out. Helen doesn't want small talk." "I just saw the late pages, you say. That sure was some hatchet job on Kendrick Turney." She fixes you with her gaze. Eugene can be a mucker, but he's also a real investigator, so the muck tends to pan out. That's something I think you might appreciate, detective." "Well, what more can you tell me about Turney?" "Oh, he's a devilish enigma," she says. "Trust you me, if I'd cracked this case, it'd be in my paper by now. But you know what story I'm far more interested in?" You shake your head. "That's the story of what happened to you, detective. Earlier, you appeared pleasant, almost pleasant. Now, if I didn't know better, I'd say I was looking at the Red Lord's newest victim. You are still breathing, aren't you?" "Yes," you say. "Thanks for your concern." Don't mention it. So is there something you'd like to report?" "Well, perhaps down the road. It very much depends on what new information I'm able to find." You look at each other for a long minute. "Okay," says Helen, "but I better not read about whatever happened to you in tomorrow's Charing Cross Star." "No," you say. "If anyone gets the scoop on what wagon hit me, it'll be you. As long as you give me something in return." Shouting erupts at the other end of the newsroom, and a copy runner charges between the desks. He comes to Helen breathless. "It's Eugene. It's Eugene, he says. Just now. It's Eugene." "Stop, Terry. Slow down." The boy doubles over, his hands on his knees, panting. "Eugene is dead, ma'am. He's been killed." Helen literally drops everything, papers and files across her desk. "How? Where?" "Right out in front, ma'am. Apparently he and another man were fighting. They're calling the other man Turney." Half the newsroom crowds around while the other half grab notebooks and sketch pads and head out the door. Sort of journalist litmus test, it seems. "He was murdered?" says Helen. "Not exactly, ma'am, or rather it's hard to say. Seems in the melee they was run over, both by a hansom, and both lie dead outside." The rest of the hounds are heading for the door now, too. You and Helen pick up the rear, but once outside, the crowd parts for the two of you. It's a grisly scene. You take out 2 pennies and place them on Turney's eyes. Then you pass 2 more to Helen for her colleague. As she puts them down, you notice the horses behind her stamping and whinnying, attached to a hansom with a busted axle. The lead horse has a purple plume between its ears. Where first, you say to Helen? I've got to get back to the desk and begin tracing this out. You're a little taken back. He would have done the same, detective, don't you worry, she says, and you can do me a favor after all. His kin will want to know. I don't know if Turney had kin, but if you were going to let them know, perhaps you'd do the same for Eugene's. Where will I find him? That's the only house on Charling, she says, and detective, if you find anything of note, please do let me know. You nod and stand just as the whistles start whistling and the bobbies push through the crowd. Apart from notifying the families, this might also be an opportunity to visit the coroner. Jonathan says, that's a twist. That is a twist. Okay, so here is the game again hitting us over the head with the point about visiting the coroner on a dead body. Okay, so a couple of things here. Okay, so Turney and Eugene are fighting. Nothing strange about that, right? Because he's complaining about the article. But then they're killed by a hansom cab with a lead horse, purple plume. Now, is that the same description of the horse we saw outside of Turney's house? Remember, there was a hansom cab waiting outside Turney's house. Hansom cab with a broken axle. Okay, and then we're told, notify Eugene, hats next of kin. We noted in the directory there were other hats. And then Turney's next of kin, which we don't know of. And then coroner. Okay, so we can go to the coroner and get information about these dead bodies, which would be 41 plus 10 is 51. Okay, well, let's give the coroner time to collect the bodies before we stop off at the coroner. Let's go notify next of kin. But before we do, I want to see if that purple plumed horse was the same horse outside Turney's house. So Turney, we've met at 4:37. Let's see that scene again with the horses outside his house. We arrive at the Turney residence. Handsome with bedecked cabbie waiting out front. The Clydesdales, the one in the lead with the purple plume. Yep. Yep. So, what does that mean? There's a hansom cab waiting outside the Turney residence. And what does he say about that? He says he's got a business meeting. He says, I was going to attend to some business, but it can wait a spell. And then I remember there's some point here he's looking outside his window at those horses. He moves to the window and glances through the curtains. then sits upon the chaise lounge. He says, that business meeting does still await, as do my horses. So that's the part I don't know. Is he just saying my horses colloquially, or does he mean explicitly my horses? But then we saw Rampart and him arguing. So yeah, I am thinking these might be Rampart's horses. We can go to Rampart's house and see if, remember, he's dressed very finely. He's got his expensive gold watch, Rampart. Maybe we'll see those horses at Rampart's house. And when are we going back to the office with a locksmith? Yeah, well, there's one thing you got to say for this game. It's packed. It's full of stuff. Interesting stuff that's happening. All right, so let's go talk to you. Let's go notify Eugene's next of kin while we're waiting for the coroner to do their work. So in the directory, if you look up Hat, his next of kin, we see a 407 and 008. And then Turney, I think it was just the one, wasn't there? I'm not sure. Turney was just him, so we don't know any more about him, and we didn't find him in the directory. I mean, we didn't find him in the looking up his information. All right, well, let's start by notifying Eugene Hat, the reporter's next of kin, see what they say. 407, no entry. 8, no entry. It's kind of odd, don't you think? Maybe the coroner will know more about that. So Hat has 2 entries for his for relatives. John says maybe you should double check the directory because it seems like that's too weird. Okay, let's look at it together. James Hat, 407, Eugene Hat, 41, and Matilda Hat, 008. Sorry. I should really change where this is focused to be on the center. Okay, but anyway, look, 407, 008. Those are the other Hat relatives. None up here. So, and there's no entries for that. The first entry in the book is 10, and 407 doesn't exist. Very strange. Very strange. Well, maybe the coroner will have next of kin listed. All right, let's go to the coroner. So we learned about him dying in 41. So 51 would be the coroner talking about it. Okay, there's no 51. What's happening here? Oh, it's plus 10, isn't it? Maybe it's... Oh, yeah. What's going on? Is it plus 10 for coroner or plus 50 for coroner? Add 10 to talk to the coroner. When you read something about a dead body. 41 is where he died. It says... This might be it says explicitly, this is an opportunity to visit the coroner. The coroner says, add 10 to the number of any lead in which you discuss a death or a dead body. So 41, here's death or a dead body. You add 10 to it, you get 51. It doesn't exist. Well, let's look hat up in the records, maybe. 41 plus 50 would be 91. No 91. How about Turney's death? Oh, that would still be 41 plus 10. Let me just peek at what 55 is. Nope. We could add 50 or 10 to the article. Maybe when they mean when you talk to next of kin about the death, add 10. No, because it says when you want to talk to Augie, the coroner, about someone. Let's reread the part about adding 10. It says, more questions for Augie down the road. Add 10 to the number of any lead in which you discuss a death or a dead body or a body. So basically it's saying if you want to talk to the coroner about someone, you add 10. So surely that should be 51, to talk to the coroner about these two people that have just been killed. The only interesting thing would be if it's in book 2. Like you can't talk to the coroner about them until book 2. Okay, let's see what else the chat is saying. We could add 50 to the article where Hat is first mentioned. Maybe they mean when you talk to the next of kin about the death. But I pointed out it was just when you want to talk to Augie. John says, Anna is saying you could add 10 to the Hat's addresses because you're going to discuss death with them. And Tina says, we have an address. It's said that there is only one place at that road. Oh, okay. That's a very good point. Good catch, Antina. It was a little bit clearer about the address. Thank you. I completely missed that. Let's look at that again. Where will I find them? It's the only house on Charling, she says. If you find anything of note, let me know. Okay, good. So that's a good catch. Only house on Charling. We're going to come back to the plus 10. We'll look at that in a second. I'm a little confused by that if you guys have a better theory. But let's follow Antina's idea about the only house on Charling. Now, there's a problem with using this map for that, however, because as I've already pointed out, there are no residential places on this map at all. So, but let's find Charling. And does the directory... The directory doesn't say what street they're on. Let's find ourselves Charling, though. Here's Charling Place. Okay, so this is going to be it right here. Charling Place is a very small block. And there's only one building on it, and it's unlabeled. So that's going to be the next of kin. Let's try that. 120. Okay. Good catch, Antina. Though the reporter has only been deceased a few ticks of the clock, the house of Eugene Hatt seems long relinquished to moroseness and spiders. The front entrance, in fact, is covered by a web so thick and vast, so many insect carcasses enshrined within, one would think that the man had been dead at least a month. Either that or he didn't much use his front door, so after trying it, you go round to the back. It, too, is locked and along the domain of intrepid arachnids. You puzzle for a moment, looking around, and notice sort of disturbance in the overgrown lawn. Stepping toward it, you see what appears to be an entrance down into the earth. Though ancient and storm-beaten, the cellar door is entirely bereft of spiderwebs, and all that holds it closed is a padlock that looks as old as the hinges. You glance around, find a stone of the right weight, then bash the hell out of the old iron. Breaks away and you pull back the door. The square of darkness is overwhelming. You stand back and pat your pockets for a light, then pull out a box of matches. But they're the ones you lifted from the Lady Florence, and with the Queen's hand on the lid, and therefore full of nothing but recent foul recollections. You dig in again and come up with your own matchbox. Striking a flame, you peer into the darkness and see a portman's lantern in the topmost step. You open it, light it, and descend into the cellar. There are lamps as you go. You follow their beacon to those on the walls. Though hindered at moments by invisible things, you light them too until the cellar is aglow. What you see pulls the breath from you so quickly, the lamp you're holding, the glass still raised, dances in your hand, because you're shaking. Before you are thousands of newspapers in piles and on walls, etchings and lithographs, photos and certificates, all tied together over hundreds of imperial feet, elaborately suspended in the air. Fastened to the walls, bound to each other in a massive, intricate web of blood-red yarn. Finding your breath and careful not to disturb, you begin to move through. And the more you see, the more it feels like walking through the head of a recently dead intrepid reporter. You hear a noise from above and stop. The sound progresses from muffled words and knocking to bellowing and thumping. You know what is next and how little time you have. Scanning as quickly as you can, this is what you see. I see, he's trying to piece together a mystery. That description of the scene sounded weird. In piles and on walls, tied together over hundreds of imperial feet, suspended in the air, fastened to the walls, bound to each other, intricate web. Okay, it's just he's doing like a mind map. But all right, let's see. What has he got here? Look who that name is. It says Rampart, Walker, and then something is blocked. Looks like it starts with a P. Rampart, Walker, something that starts with a P or an F. Could be Florence. Okay. By the time the coppers above are through the web of spider silk and splintered wood, you are back up and out of the cellar heading for Hedgerow. You didn't take time to turn off the lamp or lock the cellar door. You hoped that might encourage the precinct to treat Eugene Hatt's obsessive research with care and even transparency, but of course that's a lot to ask. Might this qualify as something to note? To return to Helen, go to 722. Okay, so here we found his Eugene's mind map. with a photo. It looks like that might be young kids. Like Rampart looks very young here. Rampart, Walker, and either an F or a P. They look young. They all knew each other as kids, it seems. Yes. The plot is thickening. Okay, and then go see Helen about what we discovered, 722. All right, well, let's go talk to Helen about this. This was 120. I want to make sure I marked it. Yes, okay. 722. So Helen said, come back when you learned something interesting. And so this is something interesting. Okay. And let me mark on the map. That we went to Charing Place at 120. Yeah, it was a little weird that he wasn't listed in the directory under 120. He wasn't, was he? No, he was in 41 at his workplace. That was weird. Okay, so now we're going to talk to Helen about all this. Let's see what she has to say. You push through large swinging doors and immediately spot Helen. She's at a drafting table, scalpel in hand, conducting a circle of bobbing heads. The air around her is energized, focused, and noisy. You take a count of 5, assessing, then call her name. Helen. Her head pops up, then a finger. You wait. A minute and a half later, she's before you, still holding the scalpel. What is it? Hat, you say. Tell me everything. What happened? What happened is he asked, and if asking a small favor, that I visit the Hat household to inform them of awful things, and then inform upon them too, because those are things a soul like mine is made for. Wait, what? What happened is you asked, as if asking a small favor, that I visit the Hat household, to inform them of awful things, and then inform upon them too, because those are things a soul like mine is made for. I don't understand, says Helen, and suddenly you can see she doesn't. What is it that transpired? Are you okay? Oh, you say, and look down at your rather torn-up self. It has been a long day, growing longer, and no doubt starting to show. Yeah, sorry, never mind all that. The point is this. There is no one to inform or inform upon. Your Hat, judging at least by his den, was as lone a wolf as I've seen, and singular in his pursuit, more than just a muckraker or some trampled corpse. It might be showing in earnest, you think, and smooth out your jacket and with the palms of your hands. Let us go to my office, says Helen. You follow her through the building, up floors and down corridors, arriving finally at a smart wood-paneled room containing a new model Remington typewriter on a desk, 3 stands of sliding file cabinets, and 2 wooden chairs. You've seen Helen at a dozen different desks throughout the newsroom, production, and even management, but never here. She closes the door, takes a seat at the desk, then a deep breath. All right, she says, what you say is true. Hat was a special one, and I don't doubt I've begun to even somewhat acknowledge his death, which is also doubtless why I asked you to go in my stead. I apologize for it. You take the other seat. Well, I found something notable. You say, a method and model of connected research that must have taken months just to string together, quite literally, in his cellar. Helen's eyes light up. The web of truth. How so? Well, it's something he would say when I forced him to go home. Otherwise, he'd never have stopped his relentless pursuits, and I suppose even then he didn't. Fine, I'd say. I'll leave the web of lies to you. The web of truth awaits. Was on to something. Well, he was on to everything. That was the problem. You ask her what she means. Well, take this current web, the one we're wrapped up in today. What is it about? Well, mysterious deaths, you say, possibly foul play, or even ghosts, things at the mill. Very good, says Helen. If you were a cub reporter, sure, hopefully a tad more eloquent, I'd say go and dig away, much like you've been doing, and maybe we'll have a story we can sell. Okay, but it sounds like you're saying something else. Well, Hat would have. She takes out her package of cigarettes. He would have asked, for example, Helen, do you know how those are made? Do you, detective? Oh, tobacco rolled in paper. She pulls one out. Sure, but by whom? Tobacco rollers? Children, says Helen, holding up the cigarette. Their fingers are the right size, but not if they wear gloves, and the same with the charcoal pieces that fuel our stoves. Rich folk don't like it when they're misshapen. Bare children's hands break them just right. These are the things Hat would have told you, explaining the remarkably high number of children who die before the age of 8 from tobacco poisoning and coal poisoning. As in the mills and mines, it's not just childhoods, but whole lives that are sacrificed, because smaller bodies are especially useful and also cost so much less to feed. The tots are the linchpin of the whole damned thing, and that's what Hat would have said. You give a puzzled look as Helen lights her smoke and inhales. Child laborers, slaves, whatever you want to call it, she says, breathing out. They cut workers' wages, so they're forced to have their biggins, say 8-year-olds, work in the sweats. But they're paid even less because they're only kids after all. Then this surplus of cheap labor brings down the wages of adult workers even more, so the family's making even less than before the 10-year-old went in, and now the 4-year-old has to go in too. So that those with too much can have nicer things, and those with all the money can make even more. That, Hat would have told you, is the system by which the empire works. She looks at her cigarette. It is, in fact, the only convincing reason I've heard to quit these lovely breaths of smoke. She takes a pull, inhales deeply, and comes out her nostrils like a dragon. You must print this stuff, you say. Huh, says Helen and looks at the ceiling. Why hadn't I thought of that? What do you think Hat was doing? But then, every time his stories got lost in the greatness of big men doing big things and the forever wars of queen and country, either buried on the back pages by my higher-ups or lost on our readers who'd rather not think of such things. And I'm complicit in more ways than this. She waves the cigarette through the air. I should have been braver, given Eugene more leeway, more print space, more backup. I helped the bosses file the teeth right out of these stories. Teeth in the eyes. Again, you ask what she means. Helen gets up and opens one of the cabinets, pulling out a file and tosses it on the desk. What's that? A folder of conflicting ironies, she says. You open it up and take a look. They are children, among machines you recognize in the Albright mill. They're not hard at work, not in the act of being mistreated, not anything but standing there, rigid, silent, and still, looking at the camera. But the faces, the dirty, scratched-up faces, and especially the eyes of the children, no older than 6 or 7, are those of adults. Adults long hardened to the weight and pain of the world. Men and women bereft of joy or hopeful thoughts. Workers who can't remember what it was to be a child, who in fact never were, but remain trapped in the bodies of babes. Ironies, you ask? Well, upon my request to have one of our photographers visit the Albright Mill, they supplied us with photos instead. These were among them, freely given, but then our own management would not run them. Why on earth, to quote them, would our readers be interested in unkempt children simply standing there? Oh, that's when Eugene snuck in there himself to take his own pictures. And he was lucky to leave with his life, if not the camera. Some nasty brute got hold of him, someone he heard referred to as the Beast. Did him over thoroughly. Yes, you say, looking down at your own unkempt self, I believe I've met the man. And that camera, when would have lost it? I might have something for you. Tell you what, detective, if you bring me whatever you find, be it cameras, photos, or evidence, I'll make it worth your while. You stand up and brush off your ratty clothes once more. If that includes the front page, you got a deal, and I'd like to see the articles Hat wrote. Okay, says Helen, I can get them for you, but there's one more thing I want. A source who will speak for the kids. Not a child themselves, more like an advocate, someone eloquent but in the trenches. I thought that Bertie of yours might know. Perhaps, you say, taking out your pocket watch. She's usually milling around the bakery with the other kids around this time. Okay, so we know now that Eugene was the person who was taking the photos in the mill. Remember, we were talking to that guy in the mill and he had a photographic plate he wouldn't give us. We now know Eugene was the mill photographer. We also know now that the Beast is Patrick, because we said we ran into him and we know he's a beast, so we know that. And then she tells us that we want to find a source to, I don't know, talk about child labor. And she says, or we say, find Bertie at bakery with the other kids. When would have lost it? I might have something. And she says, well, if you bring me cameras, photos, I'll make it worth your while. And then we said, I'd like to see the articles Hat wrote. And Helen says, I can get those for you, but I want a source for the kids first. It kind of feels like we should now have the thing to bring to the guy at the mill to get the photograph, but it doesn't sound right. So it sounds like we need to give Getz something else. That's a little more complicated. All right, so back with the chat about the coroner. Jonathan says, might try 130 for the coroner. Went to 120 to discuss a death with the family we did not find. 120 plus 10 is 130. I mean, it says you add 10 to a lead that discusses a dead body. So I don't see why that would be adding 120, but we can look at it. Nope. That is really and truly bizarre because it says right here Apart from notifying the families, this might be an opportunity to visit the coroner. $41 is an opportunity to visit the coroner. The coroner says add 10, so that should be 51. What is going on? We've yet to use that coroner thing. So what is happening? What's wrong? Something's broken. It feels like something's broken to me. Let's look at that coroner statement again. More questions. Add 10 to the number of any lead in which you discuss a death or a body. Is it possible that we know we're at the London Standard and we could walk outside and see the body there? Right out front, they were fighting. Half the newsroom crowds around, the other half head out. He was murdered. The hounds are heading for the door now too. No, because here we walk outside. You and Helen pick up the rear. Once outside, the crowd parts for the two of you. It's a grisly scene. You put pennies on the bodies. We're right here with the bodies. We're right here with the bodies. And it says, now visit the coroner. I mean, chat is saying these other places to go. They're all right. The bakery to find Birdie. We've got the locksmith. Then we've got Ruth and Miss Dunn. So maybe they will tell us what to bring back to get the photographs. That's all fine. This coroner thing is really throwing me, though. I'm just glancing through to see. I mean, I suppose the bodies are there. Maybe they're not at the coroner yet. Maybe it will be book 2. But boy, there should have been an entry in there saying book 2. We have yet to been able to use the coroner to find any information. Every time we hear about a dead body, we try to add money to the coroner. And we can't find it. All right, we're not out of leads. We'll return to that when it's time. All right, where do people want to go next? I guess I should go to the chat. Jonathan says Matthew Cromfer. Anna says the locksmith. I think the locksmith is the right place to go next to finish up the mill. Then we'll start knocking on doors of our reliable witnesses. All right, so the locksmith. The locksmith was in the paper. I think Jonathan had a good point about this cotton having their own mill. Okay, where's our locksmith? Duke, Yerber, and Van Locksmiths. 342 Lanley Court. Okay, 342 Locksmith. Let us see if they can open that door for us. 342. 342 says, there's no sign with hours of business posted, and the locksmith door is firmly locked. If you haven't done so already, it might be time to look at the Evening Standard. Okay. That's weird. Maybe the locksmith is in book 2? Surely not. The London Standard entry in the directory is 13. That's Helen. We've already been to her. Why is the locksmith telling us to go? Okay, here's another complaint. Thematically, how is that locksmith entry telling us to read the paper? Is it just, if the game wants to sort of make sure we do things in certain order, you have to come up with a better reason to tell us when we visit the locksmith, hey, now's a good chance to read the paper. There's no connection between the two. It's a total non sequitur. That's not reasonable. But we have other leads to pursue. We don't have to get worked up yet. We don't have to get worked up yet. We've got lots of leads to pursue. I don't see any other locksmiths. Certainly not under L, although remember, these aren't organized by subject, so I see a cab company. I was curious about that at some point. I'm just going to quickly look through to see if I see any other locksmith. 342 was that locksmith. News agent 539. Let me just see if there's an entry for this news agent. No. Okay. So a locksmith could get us in, but so could a thief. I don't see any other locksmiths. All right, well, we'll have to put that aside. Let's see what Jonathan says here. Jonathan says, I was starting to wonder if originally this was one bigger book that's been split into two and that's causing some issues. I'm not suggesting we look at book 2 now. I'm not suggesting, but that's Jonathan's theory. That's a very interesting theory. So we can't open the locksmith till day 2. It's an interesting theory that these certain things that the game doesn't want us to do until day 2 are simply missing from the book. It's an interesting idea. Well, until we run out of stuff, we don't need to worry overly about that. We've got other stuff to do. We've got a bunch more leads to pursue still. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll jump back into it. We're back. We're getting a little bit on tilt here in the chat. We're discussing the locations that we can't find in the book, and the locksmith that had a weird entry that said go check out the paper. So it also says check out the paper, or at least page 31. We can't find any way to get the paper, but we did find page 31. Jonathan has a pretty good theory that maybe this was all one book. At one point they split it, and then there's some things that are in book 2 that used to be all together, so maybe the places we can't find were mistakenly put into book 2, and we'll have to visit them when we get into book 2. It's especially perplexing, though, that this explicitly says this is a good opportunity to visit the coroner, which is just bizarre that we've yet to find the coroner. But we're marking all the locations we've been to, so it'll be easy for us to scan through this at some point and see if we missed something, if there was a problem, and eventually we'll get to book 2, presumably, and maybe some of this will become clear and some won't, but we don't have to worry about it now because we still have leads to pursue now. And when we run out of leads, then we can start to worry. We still got 3 envelopes we haven't opened yet. We've got book 2 that we haven't opened yet. And we've stumbled, let's keep our focus, right? We stumbled onto this very weird looking conspiracy that this newspaper guy was onto that seemed to show Rampart, Walker, and someone else, maybe Florence, as children. And are they part of some giant conspiracy? Does it have to do with child labor? The main interest of us, the main focus of our interest seems to be Rampart. That's the main focus of our suspicions. We have his home address we haven't visited yet either. So we've got lots of places still to go. So the locksmith was not open. We assumed the locksmith could get us into his office, but maybe someone else could get us in. Maybe the locksmith was too easy. But we'll revisit that later. Okay, let's think about our other leads that we haven't pursued yet. We've got Bertie at the bakery. We've got Ruth, the witness. We've got the handsome cab, possibly. We've got Matthew Confer, the person where something bad happened to him. We've got Getz, who wants, when we're looking for something from a child. We've got Rampart's home address. We've got the relative of Turnbull. So we've just got tons of places we can go. We've also got the 854 Marsh account number. We've got the library informant too. We were planning, I thought, to go to Florence Walker to ask her about the Marsh account number. But we didn't ask her about it. What did it even mean, a Marsh account number? A Lower Marsh account number. What does that even mean? Is it a bank account number? What is a Lower Marsh? I'm not even sure I understand. I mean, I am sure that I don't understand what's that a reference to. Lower Marsh account number. Is it a bank? Unfortunately, it's hard to find. We have to keep looking till we find a bank. What is a Lower Marsh account number? Can someone look up Lower Marsh account number? I mean, maybe it'll become clear to us at some point. Maybe the librarian can help us with that. Maybe the librarian can help us with the Lower Marsh account number. Or a bank, but I haven't seen a bank yet. There's got to be lots of banks in London, though. All right, let's go to one of our... Could be a pawnbroker account number. Could be... There's no company called Lower Marsh. No, there isn't. He does speak in rhyming slang. Does he mean something else? Lower Marsh? Lower Marsh? Lower? And Tina said it has something to do with transport. Is Lower Marsh an area? All right, let's put off the things that we don't know how to do yet and do the things we do know how to do. Let's start with that Matthew Cromfer. Matthew Cromfer, 490. We're going to be optimistic. We're going to go with our glass half full. Go to the places we can go until we run out of leads. Okay, there's no entry for a 490. Let's go reread that entry where we discovered it. 945. You know what he did to Maddie? She turns back to you. Matthew Crom, and then someone punches her. So Matthew Crom something. Okay. So when we looked up Matthew Crom in the directory, we found an entry for M. Cromfer, 490. But that's not in the paper. Okay. We have an F. Crompton and an R. Cromwell. That's not Matthew, but maybe it's a relative of his. So let's try 406 and 803. 406 and 803. Let's see if those yield anything. 406. Yes. Okay. All right. So we found an entry. It wasn't under M. Cromfer. It was under F. Crompton? F. Crompton. That was a bit nerve-wracking. Okay. 406. Here we go. You can see where every part of Matthew Crompton's wheelchair came from. There are only 7 old wooden chairs at the dinner table, and the frame of a small bicycle sits by the wood stove as if waiting patiently to get its wheels back. So they built his wheelchair out of parts around the house. He's braced into the contraption by 2 leather belts, which no doubt used to hold his father's pants up. Pa died before the accident, says Matthew. I'm glad about that. Matthew, his mother says. You know what I mean, Ma. If he had been here, either it would have killed him, or he would have have hanged for vengeance. You know that I'm right." She's nodding as she moves towards the kitchen as if for more tea. But also, it's like sort of a riddle, Detective," says Matthew. "He must be about 16, but the chair somehow makes him seem much older." "How's that?" you say. "Well, if Pa hadn't died, what happened might not have happened." You ask him to elaborate. He looks towards his ma. She nods gently but continues on to the kitchen. "Well, it's why I had the match," he said. "The match?" He looks down at his lap. "It was stupid. Not in a million years would I have lit it, but I never got to say a thing." "I'm sorry," you say. "I don't understand." But Matthew has gone quiet, still looking into his own lap. "Remember that beast guy Patrick said if he ever saw us with a match, he'd beat the hell out of us, knock us off our feet, and he'd enjoy doing it." His mother comes back into the room, composed. She puts a gentle hand on her boy's back and stares at you. "I'll tell it once for him, and then you go. Is that understood, Detective?" You give her your assurance. "Matthew's pa was a good man. He was a big man, but gentle, and he had a few ticks, little things his body did that his mind couldn't control. That's the thing that sometimes started trouble, somebody being disrespectful, mocking-like. But he never did want to fight, and that's what the match was about. At least that's how it started. Tobacco would calm his tics, but he couldn't always afford it, and then he found just having a wooden match there between his teeth, well, it nearly did as good. So that's how he always was, laughing and talking with that match bobbing up and down between his lips." You can see her hand on her son's back has started to shake. You get up and pull out a chair, but she waves you off. "What did your husband die of, you ask?" "Die of?" she says. "Well, officially, tuberculosis. That's just a tricky way of saying working in the mill." She steadies herself and breathes deeply. "When my Danny died," she says, staring at you as you sit back down, "we were all bereft. And Matthew," her voice shakes, she tries again. "I can say it, Ma," he says and looks at you. No, I know. I thought it'd make me feel a little like he was here. Like he was part of me, you know, if I held one of his matches between my teeth. His very own, like he used to do. And it worked. But I wasn't thinking. I wasn't even thinking." There are tears in the boy's eyes now, but he keeps at it. "I didn't realize what it was about until it was too late. I didn't even know he was there. He just suddenly had me by the throat, you know, choking me so I couldn't say a word or do a thing." "Who?" you ask. Matthew looks at you confused. "Well, the beast, of course. He didn't let me have a single word, just threw me down the stairs. I can still feel it, like I won't ever stop falling." "Who exactly?" you ask again. "Well, just the beast," says Matthew. "That's what everybody calls him, at least all of us. You rarely see him, but it's like he's always watching, and then when he appears, you know he's there to hurt you." "You don't know his name? What does he look like?" "A beast," says Matthew. "A large, sweating, smiling man who's also a beast." You look at his mother, who shakes her head. "I would tell you more if I could." We had the death of the father. Should we add 10 to this? I was going to say it's not going to work, but I can see there's no entry for it. There's no 416. But it's a good idea. Okay, so 406, the beast paralyzed Matthew. Now, this just confirms who the beast is, because we're told by Patty that if he saw you with a match, he'd immediately strike you down because it could cause an explosion in this entire mill. But we didn't really learn anything else there. I think I'd like to go to the fire brigade at 216 just for fun at this point. Okay, there's no 216, so that's that. So we didn't really learn anything from Matthew, and they're just talking about him in saying, hey, remember what happened to Matthew. So not a big deal that we didn't do that. Let's do Ruth Dunn, the people who saw the accident. Let's do Dunn. 891. Ruth and Miss Dunn saw the accident. But when we looked in the paper, it was Ruth Dunn. So maybe a typo. I don't know. But let's look her up. 891. Okay, here we go. Ruth Dunn may have seen the accident. It's kind of exciting. Let's see if we get another view of what happened. The whole front room is taken up by a baby grand piano that has no doubt seen better days and fancier places, but nonetheless is gleaming and surely, based on what you can gather from the first few moments in Miss Dunn's presence, perfectly in tune. I'm sorry, she says, smoothing out her plain blue petticoat. We don't often have people over. You both look around. There's nowhere but the piano bench to sit. What about outside, she says, smiling, and you let her lead the way. The small courtyard contains 2 stone benches and a cornucopia of flowering plants and vines, all very well taken care of. How does this woman have so much money? Sunlight flickers warm upon your face, making you feel far from the surrounding squalid streets. A kingfisher, like a magical mechanical apparition, pops up in the air between you. That's Devlin, says Miss Dunn. By the time you raise a finger, he's gone. What is it? Is it a fish? A mechanical apparition pops up in the air between you. I'm not really sure I understand what it is. What can I do for you, detective? Have you given an official statement, you ask? Would this be one? You both look at each other. If we keep answering each other's questions with questions, Miss Dunn, how will I ever leave this courtyard? Must you? She says. She disappears, then reappears with a jug and 2 glasses. Tea, she says, pouring it out. So, may I ask you some questions, you say? Kingfisher is a bird. May I ask you some questions, you say? In exchange for actual answers? She glances at Devlin, who has returned, then back at you. Okay, she says, but first try the tea. You take a sip. It is good. Surprising mix of jasmine, lemon, peach, and mint. Miss Dunn gives you a broad smile, and you take another sip. So, what do you want to know? You put your glass down. Well, really, everything. Anything I might not already know about your boss, about the day he died, anything that could be helpful. Maybe she's the secretary. The receptionist. Right, she says. As long as you promise me, if you do anything with any of it, it's got to be something good. Nothing off kilter at all. You nod and she proceeds. Mr. Walker hated spiders, more than most people do. He took his coffee with 4 spoons of sugar and had a great appreciation for rules. She's telling us everything. Great appreciation for rules, especially those of the mill. He was allergic to fresh flowers and followed Cricket closely. He was not friendly with the workers, nor did he care to be. Despite his fastidiousness, he kept odd hours, and the only person he trusted with his business matters was his accountant, Mr. Jackson. His wife was overbearing, and in the last few weeks he seemed more anxious than usual. I was aware of that, and then you know what happened. Who knows what is next now that the mill is under Mr. Turney's hand? You finish scribbling in your notepad and look up at her. Her eyes have a different veneer. I'm sorry, you say. You and Mr. Walker were close? Devlin flies in and she looks at him instead of you. Well, in proximity, yes. For many years. So even now I have a loyalty to him. If any of us were suddenly hurled into death, what piecemeal detectives would do with our lives? She lifts up her glass, and so do you. The sun is still finding your faces. That's a bizarre encounter. That was a bizarre encounter. We're like, tell us anything. Tell us everything. Everything I might not know about your boss. And so she just rifled off random facts. $891. We could try to look her up. That would be $941. I don't expect to find anything on her. No. All right, so $891. Miss Dunn. About boss. But something's weird, right? Because we're told she might be a witness, but we're told she might be a witness, but she doesn't say she's a witness. She doesn't say anything about it. She just talks as if she's the receptionist. You were close, she says, in proximity, yes, for many years. She has a loyalty. Allergic to fresh flowers, followed Cricket, kept odd hours. He discussed matters with his accountant, who's Oscar Percival Jackson. Then you know what happened. We thought Matthew would have told us about the ghost. We are still missing at least one sighting. John says, maybe we should reread what Regina wanted from us. She wanted 3 sightings and told us how to calculate it. But also, let us re-look up Miss Ruth. Ruth and Miss Dunn. Maybe Ruth is a last name. Let's see. We don't have a Ruth last name. And if we look up Dunn, we just have a Ruth. Okay, well, we can look up with Regina what Regina wanted from us. Let's look at our stuff here. Where's our Regina? Regina is 176. So she said, if you bring us more ghost sightings, I'll tell you. Let's read what the bottom of the page said. It said, you may return to Regina once 3 ex-employees divulge locations. So we were sort of wrong in the summary. We thought maybe only the ex-employees were a hint. But no, we were supposed to find 3 ex-employees who divulged the locations. Well, we've met Getz. I wonder if this isn't a mistake. I wonder if Getz didn't tell us 3 places he saw the ghost, and we could get them all from Getz. Can we reread Getz again? And then I think it pays to talk briefly about designer trust that we've talked about before and what that does. You can see what it's doing to us already. Let's take before I check on this. Let's take a little brief interlude to talk about this briefly. What the problem is now with where we are. We've had enough issues with, you might even throw in the little minor typos that we've encountered, but we've had enough places where it seems something might be slightly broken about this game that we no longer trust anything. So now every instruction, every problem, every time we can't find something, in addition to the game elements, we now also have to consider that there's a problem, that it's a bug. When there's a loss of trust that the game is designed cleanly and it doesn't have bugs, all of a sudden everything could be a bug. And that means in other places where you might try to resolve a real mystery, you suddenly say, I don't want to spend 2 hours trying to resolve a mystery that's a bug. And so that's where we are now. We've got a problem in that we're sort of on tilt, and everything that doesn't have an easy answer now is suspicious to us. And it says, so let's talk about this. I was remembering that this says we have to find 3 ex-employees. And I was thinking, well, Getz isn't an ex-employee, sort of. Certainly not 3 of them, but he did give us places where he saw ghosts. And it does say to subtract the room numbers. So the question is, might that be a mistake? Might that be a bug and all the room numbers were provided by Getz? So let's just look at what Getz says again, just to be sure. He says he saw the specter. Can you describe it where you saw it? I seen it in the halls, I seen it in the corners, I seen it on the gangplanks, in the weaving shed, among the rafters, and in the sewers. Okay, so he does give us one room, it seems, the weaving shed. So that is a specific room with a number. Even though he's not an ex-employee, he's kind of still an employee. But boy, it sure sounds like he's giving us a room number, because the weaving shed is an explicitly numbered room, 386. But he doesn't give us 3 locations. I thought maybe he gave us 3 locations. The gangplanks and among the rafters and in the sewers. We kind of got some of those locations when we walked around. Like one of the rooms we went into had gangplanks, and one of the rooms opened up into the water. Is it possible that let's just try this for an experiment. Where was the room where we found the gangplanks? Was that the warehouse, 162? I'm just going to quickly see if these rooms work. We're on the warehouse. At the end of your walkway, they have eyes. Da 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 da. where the gangplank boards have disappeared. Okay, so 160, I'm just gonna try this just for the hell of it. We've got the weaving shed, which is 386. And then the gangplanks we walked on in the warehouse, which was 162. That's where he says another place where he saw the ghost. And then he also saw it among the rafters and in the sewers. The sewers were the aqueducts, running river. That was 576. Sewer. Okay, I don't think this is right, but I just want to see. If from his clues alone of where he saw the ghost, we use those numbers, then Regina says, where is Regina? 176. She says, subtract the two lower room numbers from the higher of the three. So if we did that, here are our three numbers. So I guess it's saying 576 minus 162 plus 386, subtracting the two lower from the higher. That would be 841, 548. So that would be 576 minus 548 would give us 28. So if we did it purely on Get's account of sightings and we intuited based on his descriptions of where he saw it, what rooms those were in, it would be 28. So let me just quickly look. Nope, no 28. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I still think, well, he's not an ex-employee, but he did tell us this one specific room. So it sounds like we still have to find more ex-workers. Jonathan says, I'm starting to think if some of this doesn't resolve in book 2. All right, well, let's go back. We've got more to do. We've got more places to go. Miss Dunn supposedly saw the accident, but when we visited her, she just appeared to be the secretary, and she didn't say anything about seeing an accident. We know that Turney used to own the White Elm Asylum. We could go there, or Birdie in the bakery. Or the Purple Clydesdale horses. Okay, let's try. It feels like Birdie might advance the case because it's the sort of choose your own adventure part. So let's try the White Elm Asylum first. Let me at least look it up. The White Elm Asylum is 559. 559. Let's see if we can get some information on Kendrick Turney, who was just killed. Okay, there's no 559 entry, so he formed the White Elm Asylum, but it's not important. All right, let's try Birdie at the bakery. Okay, I think we've got a bakery in the newspaper, do we not? Loveridge Bakery and Pies, 727. Let's try there. Anna says, I'm ready to book a room in that asylum myself if things keep going forward like this. Okay. Okay, so there's no entry for 727. There's no entry for the bakery in the paper. There might be another bakery. We're going to have to look through the directory for it because it's not organized by subject. Let's see. First, let's double check that I didn't read it wrong. Bakery and Pie, 727 Warding Street. We might have to go to this private detective and the library. Let's go to the library soon. Time to visit the library. That's what Jonathan said. All right, let me just look up 727 again to make sure that we didn't. Yeah, no, there's a 722, 723. We've been to these. Yeah, okay. Let's just look if there's another bakery, then we'll... Where does it say? It said she went to the bakery with the other kids. Sandwiches and pickles. There's the sea salt, dentist, asylum, different asylum. Potatoes, private school, fire brigade, shirt factory, butcher, churches, the stables, I don't see any other bakery. I see yarn sales. Just gonna quickly look up the... I see a temporary house for lost dogs too. I wonder if we could bring our guy. I'm gonna quickly look up a couple of these to see if there's a stables. No. How about lost dogs? Or we could bring our dog. No. We haven't heard from the dog either since then. Isn't that a little weird? Like, why have we not met up with the dog? And why haven't we heard more about the dog? John says, time to visit the library. I agree. Let's visit the library. Our last informant. Maybe she's going to... You know what we should do? We should go to the directory office and see if there's a new directory that's not been printed yet. Kelly's directory. I'm going to do that first. Then we'll go to the... thing. Let's see. Kelly's directory. Actually, you can't, apparently. I mean, I thought they had a... I thought we said they had a place to go to. Kelly's... Contact Kelly's Directory Limited. And then there's an ad for them. Kelly's Directory. Visit your local post office to purchase it. And yet... it's not under Kelly, so you can't visit the directory. And you can't visit the post office. How about the private detective at 18? Maybe she could give us some help. There is a entry for a private detective. Shall we read this? And then we'll read the... So we're going to the private detective to ask them if they can investigate what's gone wrong in this game. Let's see what happens. If it's the spirits who've directed you here, go to 43. Well, no spirits directed us here. We came here on our own. Otherwise, come on in. Upon opening your office door, you're met with a mix of charcoal and cheap cigarillos. Are we going... This is our office we've gone to. Emanating from the big man on the couch. He's scratching a thick square of fabric on wood with the charcoal held in front of his face. Smoke rising from behind as from the friction of artistic effort. You clear your throat dramatically. He lowers the board and picks up a mug. Dear grasshopper mine, he says. He growls, it must be time for little Tom Thumb. This is all rhyming slang. Grasshopper mine. Not sure what that means. Best be time for little Tom Thumb. Don't know what that would rhyme with either. The Gamp sliding scale from iambic pentameter to rhyming Cockney slang, remember I was telling you, is most commonly based on anger or blood alcohol levels, but today it seems sudden grief is in the mixture. You shake your head. Not just yet. Little Tom Thumb. What would that rhyme with? Not just yet. His eyes go dark, he takes a swig, then levels the burning cherry at you. So, why even be in this shovel and broom? In this room, hovel and room or something. What you been doing at all? Has you even been to the bottle stopper? His pie and liquor? His kiss the cross? How's about that linen draper? His voice rises, so does the tide in his eyes. You lean across the breach and put your hand on his massive mountainous shoulders. They're trembling ever so slightly. Some of those I'm sure. The others I'll be getting to. You try to remember what pocket that Cockney rhyming list. What pocket that rhyming list. Most times you can nudge him out of it, but today's a tricky one. You wish to come along? Gamp shakes his shaggy dark head. Got me own digging to do, he says, and also this. He gestures at the board. You reach down and turn it over. A life-size charcoal rendering of Reginald Gamp's head and shoulders. You let it slip from your mind somehow that long before he was a soldier, even when he was a soldier, but before he was a killer and then a troubled soul, Gamp had been an artist. And he still is. As you look at the eyes of his dead cousin, they open up like portals to unknown places. That'd be my baker's dozen, says Gamp, my cousin. Ready to get back out there, you could start by heeding his Cockney advice. So this sounds like we've got clues here. Have you been to the bottle stopper, pie and liquor, kiss the cross, linen draper? So these look like hints. These are almost like visiting Sherlock Holmes and getting hints, but they're in rhyming slang. So this is our office. It might have been nice to get a little hint about that. But, okay. Gamp, rhyming slang, hints. Okay. Have you been to the bottle stopper? The pie and liquor? Kiss the cross? How about the linen draper? I guess I'll write these down. I mean, these are clues about where to go. Bottle stopper, pie and liquor, kiss the cross, and linen draper. So these could be the names of businesses, or they could be more generic terms. Bottle stopper. Pie and liquor. Kiss the cross. I mean, we could look in the directory to see if any of these businesses jump out at us as rhyming with that stuff. Pie and liquor, kiss the cross, linen draper. Maybe the library will have a rhyming slang dictionary. Let's go to the library. Okay, the library was where? 016. 016, the library. As long as you've ever known it, the London Library has been in a state of ongoing renovation. In fact, a whole generation has only known its facade to be one of scaffolding and construction. But once you get through all that, the inner sanctum is unperturbable, a lamplit kingdom of sparkling dust and leather-bound knowledge. Amidst all of this sits a very little man behind a giant ornate roughed-up oaken desk. In all directions around him, as far as the eye can see, is the magnificent order and chaos of a seemingly infinite world of books, an open tome of which the miniature librarian lowers as we approach. "Detective," says Mr. Nathaniel Hennessy, "have you come to pay your fines?" "Never," you say, and look around. "This place is the biggest grift in town. Here, take a book, it's free." Then you owe more than to the banks in fees and fines. Then you owe more than to the banks in fees and fines. "Well, if you'd just return the books, detective." I know, we've been all over that. I've got other things to deal with first." Mr. Hennessy nods, placing a feather between two pages. "What can I help you with today?" "To look up newspaper archives for a specific event, turn the date into a lead number with month first and day second. For example, if the date was June 12th, the lead would be 612. If the date is March 3rd, the lead would be 303. All right, so we can look up dates. Well, we've got a bunch of dates, a lot of dates, in fact. We've got the dates when the children died. At least some dates of children died. Tom Thumb is rum. I think that's a good guess. That's what he wants to go. He wants to have a drink with us. Unfortunately, that's not a hint of where to go. Okay, so we've got another modifier for dates. What dates do we have? We've got some dates for the accident of the preacher's son. This one little chain of events could knock down a bunch of dominoes. So the preacher wants us to find his son. And I believe on the gravestones we have the dates of those. Kiss the Cross boss. We don't know who our boss is. Maybe, though. Kiss the Cross could be boss. What is she going to look up? I mean, what is he going to look up for us when we give him this date? Newspaper archives. Okay, so not stuff that happened when we have the newspaper, but the other stuff we don't. Okay, where's our preacher's deaths? Because I think those are the ones we have a good date for. Priest family 721. I didn't write down the actual dates. I just summarized, but let's see if we have actual dates on here. No, we do not. We just have years. We need the date. We need the day and the month. Is that right? We need month and then day. What events do we have dates? All right, what about the Walker family, 885? Let's see. Let's see if we got actual dates for the Walker family deaths. Nope. Died at age 4. Oh, yes. Hold on. Here we go. No. We've got their marriage certificate, though. That's interesting. It didn't even occur to me. But look. Death certificates, they died, doesn't have a date. But look, we've got the date of their marriage. 23 September. Bottle stopper copper. I like that idea. Maybe we should visit the police. That's a good idea. Let's do this first. So let's actually add September 23rd. They got married where the priest works. That's suspicious. But let's add here to our thing here. Maybe we, you know what? We should have a separate section for dates because that could be useful for us given that. September 23rd, which would be 0923, or just 923. 923 library is the Walker's marriage. I'm not sure we know any other dates. But let's look up 923. Is it going to be in this book or not? What do you think? Let's look it up. Okay, there is a 923. We're going to, I think Antina's doing really good with the rhyming slang. Everyone's agreeing, and I think we're going to have to look up some of these. Go to the local police precinct to make sense. But let's look up the file of them getting married. Is there something suspicious here? Okay, so 923 is Walker's marriage. Let's see what this entry says. Your legs grow weary from walking down rows upon rows of pigeonholes, but eventually you locate the year in question. The newspapers, you've noticed, don't age with the same rich scent as the books. In fact, most are a bit musty. You narrow down to the month and finally find that which you're looking for. As you flip back and forth through the pages, you realize Edmund and Florence's wedding must have been a low-key affair. Flashy announcement you expected is missing, which is strange. You set the paper down on the table and begin combing through it methodically page by page. Then you see it, a tiny entry. Edmund Cohen and Florence Walker to be married at a private ceremony on the 23rd of September, 1884, at the Pilgrims Protestant Church of England. Service to be held by Pastor Bernard Harrison. That's our priest who's against it. Edmund Cohen, so his real name is Cohen. He took her name. If this is the first time we're learning about Edmund, we could add 50 here and get 973. No, that's not an entry. But could he have relatives under Cohen? Cohen, T and E, 067. All right, well, let's just write down that at 923, Edmund Cohen. Pilgrims Protestant church. That's not the name of the preacher's current church. Do you think we have a separate entry? Are we going to be able to find his previous church? All right, well, let's just one thing at a time. So Cohen, there is a T&E Cohen, which looks like it's 067. And then what about Pilgrim Protestant Church? Could we go to his previous church and find out he's involved in something bad? There is an entry for Pilgrim's Protestant Church. 644. Is that someplace? Is that what his old church turned into? 644? Yes. 644 is the little house he's in. So boy, were they married in a small reception in this guy's house. All right, let's look up the Cohens and see if he's got any relationship. No. There's no entry for Cohens. So how is that useful to us? Boy, that's weird. I mean, we found this entry about his marriage. We know he's taken on his wife's name. We know it's a small private ceremony. Seems to be held in the preacher's small little house. Let's look that up again and see if he doesn't tell us the date of the accident, because it's not on the gravestone, but I really want to find this accident that hurt his daughter. Maybe he tells us the date and we just didn't write it down. I have a son, Arthur, who was badly injured. It was in the same accident that killed his sister, but he was never found. They found his hand. He says, "You're a detective. This is my boy." Holds a slip of paper from the table, which is the photograph. Is there anything on him that would identify him? Below his collar, he wears a crucifix on a chain. It's rare, with a blue stone. Sapphire in the center. It was mine, and before that my father's. When we say, how could you walk into that mill with all that's happened? The pastor says that is the question, and there is an answer. But first you have to find my boy. But we have no date. We have the gravestones. But no dates. Just years. The picture of them when they were young, it maybe looked like a male labeled Cohen. Male labeled Walker. But Mr. Walker was Cohen when young. Maybe we were looking at the kids of the family. The Walker children that died and the children of the co-owner. Let's go to the co-owner's house. We're not going to forget to go to Entina's we're not going to forget to go to Entina's translations of the rhyming slang. And let's go to McCormick's newspaper archive. McCormick's death, let me just add this to our list here of dates, because we do have another date here. And that date was McCormick death was June 30th. And that would be 630. All right, let's check out McCormick's death, and then let's go to that guy's thing. I wonder if it's not the kids of the walkers who died. Okay, so that was 630. Here we go. Let's read about this newspaper archive. It takes a while digging through the stacks, but you finally find its hiding place and flip through the pages. There's no mention of Floyd McCormack, however, until the obituary section. Floyd McCormack leaves behind his wife, Lucinda McCormack, kind of soul and of being, he will be missed. Okay, so there's nothing important there. But it really feels like we should be trying to find the date of the accident that killed the preacher's kids. We may have to dig through those entries again to see if there's something we're missing. That we're missing the date. Jonathan says, I'm wondering if the picture could imply Florence had a brother who shared the last name Walker, and was he who we actually saw in the photo. Well, that's a good theory too. That's a good theory too. Before we move along, I just noticed this. Lost your soul. After selling my soul to a spirifor, I became listless and lost all interest in household management. An orthopedic solution. I was just thinking, and here is ward off everyday evils, protects against demons. I was just wondering, if maybe our ex-workers who saw the ghost might not go to these places out of fear of being haunted. So I wonder if Fadget indoors. I wonder if the ex-workers might be found that way. Salvation Cures London, Salvation Salt. These aren't in the directory, though. Is it possible that they're in newspaper? Pawn shop. We could try the pawn shop to see if they've somehow got his crucifix for reasons we don't understand. Okay, but time for a break first. We're in an interesting situation here. We're flailing about a bit, but we still have some more leads. I think one of our primary suspects is this co-owner, and we haven't been to his house yet. And his wife claims their aunt died. It does feel like there might be some family connections that are interesting here, that are triggering all this. Still could be supernatural element for all we know. I'll see you after the break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Mortem London Gothic Ghost in the Machine. We're almost 5 hours into our second session, and we're really in an amazing place right now. And we should take a moment to appreciate it and savor it. Because while we haven't run out of leads to follow, we are in a very confusing situation where we've followed a bunch of things that feel like there should be entries in the book and there aren't. And it seems like a bunch of stuff still to do. The preacher wants something from his kid. The witness, Regina, wants 3 ex-workers' locations where they saw the ghost. The coroner wants us to add 10 to numbers. We haven't found a single place to do that. A bunch of stuff that doesn't seem to be working. And there's 2 possibilities in front of us that we should take the moment to savor. One is that there's all kinds of bugs in this case that haven't gotten worked out. We should say that this game just came out, right? Has just come out, just got mailed a week or 2 ago. It's possible that it's full of bugs. However, it's beautifully laid out, very high production, and we played 3 cases in the previous series, Post-Mortem LA, and there weren't any bugs to speak of. So perhaps we're in the wonderful position of having been sloppy and misunderstood, and things are going to fall into place. We just have to stick with it. Or we're in a cool situation where it's like in the Matrix, where we're in a game that can't be solved properly without going around. Remember, there are no hints for this game. They don't exist online. You could go onto their Facebook page perhaps and try to join some group. We've still got leads to follow, so we don't have to figure that out yet. But let's enjoy it rather than be upset about it. All right. So in the channel, Antina was working on the rhyming slang, but she also said, could you check if there's a lower Marsh Street? Because remember, we've got this matchbook. We ask our friend, hey, what is this number 854? And he says, it looks like it's a Lower Marsh account number, perhaps. And maybe we want to reread that. But what Antina said was, yeah, it was number 809. What Antina said is we were wondering, what does that mean, Lower Marsh number? And Antina said, is there a Lower Marsh Street? And indeed there is. So we're going to take a look at that in a second. But first, let's reread what he says about it. Camp takes a look as you finish up your glass. Ain't no address. I think that's on Old Lower Marsh. So first of all, there's a little typo here, I guess. He says, ain't no address. I think that's on Old Lower Marsh baiting code. Like an account number. I think baiting now is betting. I don't know why we didn't make this connection before, but from the newspaper about rat baiting. Is baiting betting? And is this a betting code? It's an Old Lower Marsh baiting code, like an account number. Where'd you get this, Miss Walker? And then we say, well, I think we should go back and talk to her. And then she just tells us about gambling. Is baiting betting? And the newspaper says rat baiting. But I think it's rat betting. No, that can't be right, because the practice of rat baiting is cruel and depraved, yet despite this has not been made illegal, but gambling is. So maybe not. However, here's the thing, following up though, what's Lower Marsh Street? Here's Lower Marsh Street here. But look what's on Lower Marsh Street. That's where we are. That's where the Queen's Hand is. So like we got this matchbook. It says 3 to 1. We go into the Queen's Hand. We get into this whole long fight. We come out, we show Gamp this box, and he says, oh, it's a Lower Marsh baiting code. But we've just done that. So why are we now discovering that? We don't want to go back into the queen's hand, but let's just remind ourselves, I think, what is in the queen's hand, because it asks us for something, right? So you go into the queen's hand. These are the title of the list is bat raiding or rat baiting. Rat baiting is one of the most revolting pastimes ever. Come here with a clue about say the odds. So we can't do anything with that number here. I'm guessing this is her account number. We can find out maybe how much she owes if we could speak to someone about it. And I don't think we can, I think it might just be her account. John says maybe the game was just trying to explain what the number meant. Maybe there's no more mystery, or maybe at some point we'll find out how much she owes with it or something. Strange. Okay. Back to the rhyming slang. It almost sounded like one was coppers, and I wonder if we can go to a police station. Now, I did look up the police officer, Hugh Fisher, but that just points us to the location where we got the reports for him, so that didn't work. What were our rhyme? Bottle stopper, pie and liquor, kiss the cross, linen draper. And what were some of the guesses? Copper, we were looking for police station. Scotland Yard. So there's no Scotland Yard. There's no police station. There's a photographic enlarger and printer. Let's look up that one. We're sort of swinging in the dark a bit now. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should finish the leads we know about. Okay, so there's no entry for the engraver. We might very well be missing a date mentioned somewhere. Let's go to the pawnbroker, and let's go to Rampart's house. Yeah, let's go to the pawnbroker first. Goodwin Pawnbroker. See Charlie down on 688. I just want to make sure we've had good luck with pawnbrokers in the past. No, it's not. There's no entry for it. Postmaster 222. We're kind of curious about that because we could pick up a directory at 222. And just make sure there's no entry for that. No. Okay. Bakeries and pies 14. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Well, I just hit the bakeries and pies where Birdie is. Now, how did that happen? Okay, so let's look at this for a second. Okay, so we found a problem. Okay, good. Linen draper paper. That's an interesting idea. Okay, look at this though. In the paper, we're told before to find Birdie. She's eating at the bakery with her friends. So in the paper, Loveridge Bakery and Pies, 727 Warding Street. So we look up 727, it's not there. But now look over here at the directory. Loweridge Bakery and Pies, 014. So something went wrong here. And there is an entry for 14. it's the same company. It's still Loveridge Bakery and Pies, but it's in the newspaper under the wrong address. And the directory has the right address. That's even wrong. Like, you could flip it. You could say the newspaper has to have the recent one. The directory could have the old one, but here it's the reverse. So that's just a pure bug. All right, let's read the bakery entry. So we found another bug. Rats. Rats, says Birdie, walking beside you, the cuffs of her giant blue shirt almost sweeping the cobblestones. We're telling her our story about what happened with the dog. Rats, says Birdie, walking beside you, cuffs of her giant blue shirt almost sweeping the cobblestones. Yeah, and you know what saved me? She shakes her head. Well, according to Gamp, you did. You and your friends always keeping an eye out. Just like I taught you. Little misprint here. She's beaming now. It was Kit who saw you. You can thank him when we get there. Tell me about him, you say. Kit might know what you look like, but until now you've avoided meeting him, worried by what you might find, and what could you do, start a daycare? Oh, he's like you, but rougher, says Birdie, smiling. He looks out for us, and he's good at loads of stuff. Yeah, like what? Oh, like kicking things, card tricks, picking locks. Sound like someone we could use? Plus, he reads a lot. Picking locks, you say? Uh-huh, she says as you turn into an alley. And there he is. Birdie waves as he walks towards you. Boarded up houses on either side. He appears tall, tough, and worldly, wrapped in well-worn thick leather from head to toe. His hat and goggles are like those of dirigible captains, pushed back upon his head. His eyes are bright with deep circles around them, both from the goggles and lack of sleep, you'd guess. His vest, jacket, pants, and boots have the look and feel of armor rather than clothes, and no doubt contain countless tools, treasures, and hidden weapons. But the thing that strikes you the most is what you take to be his age. You'd imagined a man in his 30s, or at least his 20s, but the closer you get to him, the more you realize, through his stance, appearance, and bravado, that you can see it. It's his youth, buried like a dark secret. Back behind his eyes, he's just a big kid, and it feeds you with sadness and hope. Hey there, he says to you, and smiles down at Birdie. Hey there, you say. I wanted to thank you for helping me out before. I didn't do it for you. You nod. Well, nonetheless, I'm wondering if I can hire you. What for? Says Kit, squinting at you through the sunlight. I got a lock that needs picking. He looks at Birdie and she shrugs. Tell you what, says Kit, I got something to look after first, but I'll meet you in a bit at Westminster and Narrow. Westminster and Narrow Wall, you got it? Got it, you tell him. Westminster and Narrow Wall. Meet Kit. Westminster and Narrow Wall. That's going to be like Narrow Wall Street. Okay. And then if we wanted to look him up, Kit, I don't think we can because we don't know his full name, but we could just look. No. Okay, let's look on our map here. Now we can go to Walker's office at last. This is going to open stuff up here, maybe. Okay, let's find Westminster and Narrow Wall. Okay. Any guesses as to where it would be? I know you can't see this too well. Westminster and Narrow Wall. Here's Narrow Wall. And where's Westminster? Here's Westminster, and here's Narrow Wall. So I think he wants to meet right here at 259. We'll put a little mark on it. Westminster and Narrow Wall. But wait, he said he had something to do. So we should go check out Rampart's house for a half hour and then meet him over there. Okay. I mean, we don't want to get there before he's ready, right? Rampart is 691. Let's just make a note. 259 is where that wants to be. All right, so we're going to go to Rampart's house first. 691 Rampart directory and see what we can see there. We've got to be almost done with these entries. This book, I mean, got to be almost done. Okay. The Rampart house is austere and grand. Curling wrought iron gates open onto a ferociously manicured lawn of green grass and juniper, then a garden of carefully placed stones and running water. You climb the granite steps and knock upon a door of ancient oak. You're about to knock again when it opens, and there stands Mrs. Rampart. This is who I was hoping we were going to get a chance to speak to. Seems a bit strange that she's opening the door, her own door, but the silence of the house as she ushers you in suggests that the help are hiding or have been dismissed. Can I get you some tea, detective? Thanks, that would be lovely, you say. As Lady Elizabeth walks from the sitting room, your attention is drawn to a writing book on the coffee table. It's open to a page entitled To Sell. A writing book. It's like her notebook. She's making a list of what they're going to sell. Scanning the lines, you suspect the staff are not hiding, but rather have been let go. Oh, look at this. Got a big entry here. All right, to sell the Chaise Lounge, Mother's Silverware, jewelry, not the wedding ring or Nana's brooch, Richard's diamond cufflink, the Rembrandt, and the piano. Why are they selling everything? They've got a Rembrandt? Maybe it's not worth all that much back here in 1890. Lady Elizabeth reappears with a silver tray that she sets down next to the book. A look of embarrassment washes over her face before she quickly closes the cover. I won't keep you long, you say, quickly. As I'm sure you have guessed, I'm here about the passing of Mr. Walker and, well, the string of other deaths recently at the mill. She draws a handkerchief to her mouth. You can't tell if she's stifling a sneeze, stopping a cry, or biting down on the fabric, but it is a quick, tight maneuver. Her eyes close and she relaxes as they open again. Mrs. Rampart, did you know Mr. Walker very well? She shakes her head. No better than Mrs. Walker knew my Richard. He seemed a good man, though. It's awful how he died. Yeah, it is. Is there anyone you think may have wished Edmund harm? She shakes her head. Well, cotton is a cutthroat business, detective. Oh, but I don't mean... She goes silent. There have been other deaths, too. Yes. She continues to nod until you think she may have forgotten you're there. All so awful. Are you okay, Mrs. Rampart? She looks at you as if you've just arrived. Oh, yes, she says. My favorite uncle passed away, and then all of this. I'm very sorry, detective. You're not catching me at my best at all. I understand, Mrs. Rampart, and I'm sorry for the imposition, but before I go, is there anything at all that might occur to you that might assist our investigation? She takes a breath and appears to think. Well, only, I suppose, the sale of Mr. Walker's share in the company so soon after his death. It is strange, don't you think? I do. You make as if jotting something final into your notebook and close it. Well, that'll be all. I do appreciate your patience and my condolences regarding your uncle. Thank you, Detective. She walks you back toward the entranceway. As you step onto the porch, you say, I do like the waterfalls and rivers. Pardon me, says Mrs. Rampart. In your garden here among the rocks, I like the sound. Oh, that, she says. Yeah, I do too. Richard hates it, though. Says garden is for things that stay still, but nothing does that, does it, Detective? Well, I can't say it does. You tip your hat and leave through the iron gates. Well, I mean, they're having money trouble. That's the best we can do here, right? She's having to sell everything. And they've let go of their help. But, boy, there's not much else here, is there? I thought he was going to be the boss of all this, but if they're having money trouble, it doesn't look like it. Maybe Patty is running everything, and everyone's doing whatever he wants. My favorite uncle passed away. Any way we can use that information? I thought Mr. Rampart says it was her aunt that passed away. Think that's just a typo? Or I misread it? Well, now we know Richard's first name, Richard Rampart. If we look her up, plus 50, that would be 741. Nope, no entry for 741. I thought it was the aunt too. Caught a lie, or a bigger family tragedy of aunt and uncle passing, or a typo. Favorite uncle, was it the aunt? I believe he said aunt, but we could look it up to make sure. That was, we know what entry that was. It was 787. Let's go look at it. We're talking to Rampart, and he says, oh, you caught my wife on one of her good days. A favorite aunt of hers just passed away. So he says a favorite aunt. She says a favorite uncle. This gets exactly back to what I was saying about trust. Do we trust that's on purpose and that's a lie? Or is it a typo? We don't know. Okay. So let's go meet and get that lock open. 259. On the corner of Westminster and Narrow Wall. This is gonna be big. I can feel it. Here we go. Gonna get that lock open. You meet Kit at the appointed juncture among some brambles and old stone rubble between an ancient alleyway and an antediluvian dark water canal. You follow him down sloping steps into unseen cracks in the cobblestones until the sky has disappeared and you're both beneath the street map of London town. Romans did it for us first, and also better, he says, holding out a flask. You take a small sip. Tastes of brandy and kerosene. They built our best roads, our waterways, our sewers, and aqueducts. What's the British Empire going to leave when it finally collapses? Polluted air, polluted rivers, polluted mines, and a world full of angry, beaten slaves, including its own people. This little kid is talking pretty grown up. Cheery, Kit. You think it's collapsing? Within my lifetime for sure, he says. All the signs are there. And that's the hilarity of empires, each one going all the way back all over the world to the Persians, the Mongols, the Aztecs. The equation is the same. The more of the planet we infest, try to control, the shorter is our reign. Well, we were told he's a reader. Think of this. The Egyptian Empire lasted 30 centuries. That's 3,000 years. During that time, they controlled clans, countries, and dynasties over 10,000-mile stretch of land. The most recent navigational assessments, the Earth is comprised of about 5 million square miles of terrain. Be it habitable or not, so 10,000 miles is barely an inch. But they lived like kings and grew the human race in all sorts of fantastical ways for 3,000 years. You follow him further down into the darkness. Then look at us. In just the past 300 years, our mighty empire has laid claim and dominion over a quarter of the entire planet. More than 1 million square miles of Earth and humanity. All from this tiny, stormy island. And meanwhile, not only do we enslave people across the globe, but our own kind. Pressing out every bit of life from the smallest in our charge. Our own children and critters are crushed right under our boots, worked and trafficked until they are no more. We are squeezing the life out of our own future, and in the name of progress, no less. If that ain't a backwards empire ready to implode, then I don't know what is. Hey, Kit, you say, would you be willing to talk to a reporter? Yeah, about what? Oh, about this, you say, and the kids in particular. Yeah, maybe, says Kit. Remember, the reporter wanted us to bring her someone. I think the dominoes are starting to fall here. Yeah, maybe, says Kit. There are passages that open into underground chambers, caverns, and bisecting waterways, then tunnels where all you can sense is the scurry of rats. Finally, you come to the edge of an underground canal with passages in all directions. Here, Kit stops. The mill and all its offices are above us. You can follow me up. We don't need to follow him up. Why is he taking us here? We know how to get here. We can walk right in, apparently. All right. Guess we got to break in this time. The next while passes in silence until finally the two of you, through a large grate between the drying rooms, emerge into the mill. You both stop for a moment and take a slug from Kit's canteen, then continue up some stairs right to the deceased man's office. How'd you... Kit puts his finger to his lips, begins to pick the lock, then stops. What's wrong, you say? Thought I heard something. He shakes his head, then turns back to the door. You look around. Kit, you say, have you been here before? He shrugs and continues to fiddle with the lock. I may have worked here for a time, but I don't much want to talk about it. The ghost, you say, have you seen it? His hands stop moving. Yeah, I seen some stuff. Not while I was working here, but since while looking around. Don't know what I saw, but it wasn't human. He looks around. I was in the dust house. So who knows? Body white as cotton, eyes blank like the abyss, huh? Well, I shouldn't have come back here. He stands up, packing his pick. Wait, what about the lock? That's too heavy. You're gonna need a key for this, or someone who can pass through walls. Takes a ghost to catch a ghost, you think, and by then, Kit has disappeared. Any idea what might get you in? If A-1 and B-2, add up all the letters of his name to see if he has a key. Phase 1 and B is 2. Add up all the letters of his name to see if he has a key. Okay, this game is got, you gotta give it a little bit of credit for moments like this where it's drawing it out and making us work for it. So 259 was the break-in that failed. But we want to bring Kit to Helen for the story. And we need a key. And the question is, who has the key? Use the code. Does anyone have any idea who has the key? And Tina says, oh yeah, and he tells us what room he saw the ghost. Saw a ghost in the dust house. The dust house is 576. Can I just point out, that's one of the rooms that I concluded Getz saw the ghost in. I might want to double check my calculations. Getz is the one who used the phrase, takes a ghost to catch a ghost. Jonathan says it's guessed for the key. Yes, I would agree with that as well. And it's not asking us to go get it. We just need to try his name. Okay. So, Getz, was it G-E-T-Z? But we don't know his real name. I wonder, I mean, we'll try Getz. It is 3 letters. Add up all the letters. Well, we're going to try it. G-E-T-S-T-Z. G-E-T... Let's do another page. Okay. So, G-E-T-Z. If we're adding up the letters, we know the Z is 26. What else have we got? A, B, C, D, E is 5. F, G, 7. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. That looks like 20 to me. U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Yes. Okay, so 5 plus 7 plus 20 plus 26 gives us 8, 1, 5. 58 I get. 46. Yes. No, that's not right. 46, 53, that would be 13, 3 and 1. 3, 53. Okay, let's try 53. 26. No, I missed a 5. 58. I was right in the first place. 58. 20 plus 26 plus 7 plus 5 is 58. All right, here we go. We're looking up 58. Okay, there's an entry. Was it the number of the room or the number of the entry? This is separate from the ghost. This is just unlocking the door. So we're going to try to unlock the door now. It's a surprise to actually find an entry in the book. Getz, you call out as you knock on the door. It opens. Detective, get in. It's on the prowl. He shuts the door quickly behind you. What is, you say? The ghost, says Getz. I heard it in the tunnels. You hold up your hand. I think that might have been us. Us? I mean me. Getz squints. What on earth happened to you? Rats, you say. He nods grimly. I know rats, Detective. As a species, they look just like any other, maybe even better than most. Help each other out, mind their own business, do their part, live and let live. But also, like so many things, malevolence can twist them and turn them, even morph them into weapons. Just like all us earthly vermin. Oh, that's a wagon load of wisdom. Mind if I sit down? Of course not, he says. Throws some crates beneath the two of you. Don't mind company when the ghost is about. So you've actually seen it, right? You say? I told you I have. I even got something it left behind. And now he's up and among the stacks. He rummages for a bit, comes back holding something in his fist. It was there when they found the hand. They didn't see it in the shadows. Is this going to be the crucifix belonging to the sun? What happened to the key? You mean the arm yesterday at the Red Lord? He shakes his head. Nah, this was some time ago. An accident, they said, but now I think different. I figure I'd keep it safe in case he wants it back. Getz looks around at the darkness as if he's heard a noise, then opens up his hand. In his palm lies a silver crucifix. A small teardrop sapphire shines from its center. I think I know who this belongs to. You hold out your hand. May I take a look? He pulls back as you reach for it. I'll keep it for now, Detective, he says. Of course, you say. You think for a moment. And can you help me with something else instead? Open evidence E. Okay, so we know that we know something important. From 58, we're going to get the key now. But we also know, opening E, that's going to be a key. But we also know Getz has the crucifix that the preacher wants to prove his son was lost. Now I think I understand what he was saying about his son Arthur. He wasn't saying Arthur went missing. We have to reread that. He was saying Arthur got killed and the crucifix from his family got missing. So we have to make Getz give us that crucifix at some point. But we're not sure what. But first we need to open evidence E, which is pretty exciting. And Mirth has come by in the channel and said, I didn't know there's a way of zooming, and I was going to say the same thing. I don't think there is a way to zoom in the normal desktop YouTube, but on a phone you can do and zoom. That's good to know on a phone. Although I wouldn't want to watch these on a phone. All right, let's open evidence E. This is exciting. It's been a long time since we opened anything. And I can't do the normal trick on you because we're not close to an hour in. So I'm just going to have to open it up. Oh, I can't take a break. I got to open it. Okay, here's evidence E. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Looks like I could have been opening these without tearing them the whole time. All right, here we go. So it's a nice, heavy Victorian key. Let's take a look at it together. Office 952. So it's giving us a new lead number to follow to unlock and sneak into the office. Metal key. It's made out of real metal. All right. So gets has come in handy. Did he tell it where, just before we continue on, he told us something else about seeing the ghost. Ghost is walking about in the tunnels. We're not really sure, but that we think that might be us walking around. Okay. 952, here we go. Let's open up. So Anna says, you don't think that the pastor's son is the ghost, and that's why he disappeared after the accident. Boy, that's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I'm not quite sure how that could have happened, but you're saying he lost his hand in the machine and then just ran off. And he's living in the factory, in the tunnels, getting his revenge. It's an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. All right, we'll revisit it, but first let's get into this office and see if we can't find something. $9.52. Here we go. And it says, Get said, the ghost left behind something last time, and it is the crucifix we know belonged to the boy. That's right. All right, let's read 952. Then we've got some stuff to discuss. Be on your guard, says Getz. Be on your guard, says Getz. The ghost is out there tonight, and he closes the door, and you step back into the hall with the key in your hand. Specks of cotton float through the air, but all is silent. Then, as you move down the corridors toward the courtyard, you hear a door swing open. You stop. Behind you, a door slams, causing you to jump. You walk again through stillness. Then a slam from ahead, behind, as you begin to move faster. But the exit remains out of sight, and now, all down the corridor, the doors are slamming, open and shut. As you begin to run, then sprint for your life, the key clutched in your fist. Finally, you burst through a door into the courtyard. You stagger a few more feet, then stop, bending over to catch your breath. You feel something like wings in the air around your head and bolt up straight. The courtyard is empty, not a soul to be seen. The sky has begun to darken, a shimmering twilight dancing above the walls. The crowds have dispersed from beyond the gate, and you hear the sound of a faraway dog, then another. You tuck the key into your pocket. As you cross the yard, the gravel and dust pick up into small drifting clouds. The early evening night light in prismatic swirls around you. From beyond the walls, a dog's howl morphs into the cry of a child. You move quietly through the gloaming toward the other side of Old Bright Mill. As you enter through a stone archway, you strain your ears into the silence a moment, then start up the stairs back towards Walker's office, crossing through reception into the inner door. You pull the key from your pocket and slide it into the lock. It clicks. The door opens. You take a breath and step into the shadows, into the darkness. So, what is going on here? End book 1. But what about all the stuff we didn't do? We didn't find the 3 ex-workers. We didn't return the crucifix from Getz. Very interesting. I mean, one thing that's interesting is John says book 2 might explain if we can go back to book 1. That's an interesting point. One thing that gives us a little bit of confidence about that is that, like, we ran into Getz, we got the key, and the key immediately brings us to book 2. But right before that, Getz says, I'm going to keep this crucifix. So it can't be a mistake. Like, you couldn't have gotten the crucifix. It doesn't seem like you could have gotten the crucifix before reading that thing that says go to book 2. Very bizarre, though. Well, we'll read the introduction to book 2, and maybe it'll explain things to us a little bit better. But, very weird. Shall we? I want to read what our first meeting with Getz, where he said, where it said, come back if you have something for something. Let's read what it said. It says, if you've been sent to collect something of the distant child's, if you've been sent to collect something, well, we certainly haven't been sent something to collect anything, right? Or have we? Did the preacher send us? That's pretty ambiguous. I mean, the preacher has tasked us with returning the crucifix. So does that mean we've been sent? We haven't been sent here. Feels like that would be different. John, in the chat, Antina says, nobody said everything in book 1 would be resolved before book 2. It just said you will know when to go to book 2. That's a good point. Like, this could be the day book, and we might reset, we might come back to the day book. That's a pretty interesting idea. All right, well, here's what we'll do. You know how this is going to work. We're going to take a little break here. We'll come back. We'll open up. Well, it suggested we take a break. The one employee is the last kid. Who's the other one? Well, if we count Getz as one of the employees, although he's not an ex-employee, then we've got 2. If we don't count Getz, then we've just got 1. And what time do we think it is now? Because of daylight savings, 3:40, and we've been on the air 5 hours, 40 minutes. I guess we should keep going, but it did say, it suggested we take a break. All right. Well, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk about what to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call It for Two. We're playing Mortem London Gothic, The Ghost in the Machine, and we have, at long last, but not without some confusion and trepidation, reached the end of Book 1. And it's worth talking about where we think we are and what we want to do here. There's a whole bunch of stuff we haven't done in Book 1 that we sort of know kind of what we should do. Return the crucifix to the preacher, find the 3 ex-workers. But now we've found the key and stumbled through, and then it says explicitly, end of Book 1, daylight. You take a breath, step into the darkness. So we stepped into the darkness of Walker's office. This could be supernatural stuff about to happen. Or not. Now, so I think we should reflect a little bit on what could be going on with the unresolved stuff in Book 1. So what are the possibilities? Anyone want to venture in the chat? What are the possibilities for the explanation for Book 1 having unresolved things that we haven't done yet? Let's think about them. Number 1 could be bugs in the system. Now, we have encountered some bugs, but I think there's a good reason to suspect that isn't what's happened here at this ending point. And the main reason for that is that it's clearly told us right in the second to last jump off before ending Book 1, it said that we saw Getz has the crucifix and he won't give it to us. And then it sends us to the end of Book 1. So the game obviously knows, as it's sending us to the end of Book 1, that we haven't done that little mission. So I don't think it's a bug. One possibility is that we're going to start Book 2 and get some of those clues back, like they'll be in Book 2 duplicated, and we can just continue as if everything in Book 1 is still available. Or perhaps another possibility is we're going to jump back to Book 1 at some point. Remember, that says daylight. This says darkness. So maybe as soon as we leave, we're going to be in a supernatural realm. We're going to walk out of the door and pop back into Book 1 again. That's possible. Another possibility that we should prepare ourselves for, that hasn't occurred to any of us yet, but could be, is that there were simply multiple paths to get to the end of Book 1. That one path is by getting this key, going through the door, but another path was by returning the crucifix to the preacher and naming the rooms where the ghost was spotted. I don't believe that is going to be likely for one reason, and that's because then we wouldn't be opening that envelope, that bag with the key in it, if there was a different way to get to the end of Book 1. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to spend all that money on the key and not have us encounter it. Another possibility is they've just designed the game and figured, well, if you figure it out beforehand, you get this extra stuff, this extra story. Maybe it'll help you figure out what to do, but maybe you don't need it. So if you can get to the end of Book 1 without returning the crucifix, then that never happens. That would be very unpleasant, so I don't think that's going to happen. So my guess would be we're going to jump back to Book 1. Let us quickly look at the rules to refresh our memory about what it says about the different books. Okay, let's read this. The Ghost in the Machine is a 2-novel experience. Start with Book 1, Daylight. Book 1, Daylight should be completed before beginning Book 2. After the introduction in Book 1, entries begin with a da-da-da-da. If no entry exists, you have gone too far off the trail. If you're still in Book 1, do not open Book 2 to investigate a lead. That seems to suggest that we're not going back to Book 1, but that would be bizarre. But let's read the introduction to Book 2. Maybe it'll explain. Jonathan has another idea. Maybe we'll be able to jump back and forth. Well, let's take a look. Now, this is not as big as Book 1. Book 2 is not as big, but it's still pretty big. I don't know if we're going to be completing this in 3 sessions. We're definitely not completing it in this session. Let's read the back of this. In Book 2, as the day transforms from daylight to darkness, your pursuit of the truth and also of ghosts veers into a twilight world of grifters, drifters, visionaries, madmen, and preternatural professionals. The stakes are raised for both the living and the dead, and the dangers become disturbingly personal. If you're to protect the innocent, save those you care about, bring specters into the light, and evildoers to justice, you'll need to keep your sanity and courage among the Gothic terrors and myriad mysteries of the Ghost in the Machine. Is it going to go supernatural? Do you guys think we're going to go supernatural? Everything we've read so far suggests to me that there is no real supernatural. Anna says, complete does not sound like you can return. I agree with you. Let's see. Let's see what we got. What's the best view for this? Okay. Madison P. Canfield. We still don't know if that's a real person or a pseudonym. All our notions about ghosts are wrong. It is nothing so petty as lost wills or deeds of violence that brings them back, and we are not nearly so afraid of them as they are of us. J.M. Barry. Oh, look at that. Do not begin this book until you have completed Book 1, Daylight. And then look at this. Note to self. All leads from Book 1 contacts are present in Book 2. Oh, I thought it was saying all leads. No, it's just saying our contacts from Book 2. We were going to bring her Kit. We were going to bring our newspaper woman Kit to help tell the story of the kids. We didn't get a chance to go into because the game book ended. But hopefully we're going to get a chance now. All right. Not all leads, but all leads from the contacts, from our informants. All right, let's read this introduction. You fumble in the dark until you find matches, then you almost light one before remembering just in time. You wait until your eyes adjust, then locate the switch for electric light. It flickers on, filling the room with a misty green glow. A half-eaten fishy lunch sits on the desk. The room is getting ripe, and you look to see if there's a way to unlatch the dusty window that looks out onto the production floor. Remember, this is Walker's office, and he died. Returning to the desk, you see a humidor in the corner. You open it and take out a cigar. Surely the deceased stickler for rules didn't smoke in his own powder keg. You tell yourself it's evidence as you put the cigar in your breast pocket. Next to the plate of kipper and mash is a large leather-bound book. Opening the book and beginning to flip through, you realize it's a compilation of every injury report taken at the Albright Mill. The mill is a human wrecking machine, and the decomposing lunch isn't helping. As you catch yourself mid-gag, something streaks past the window. You rush for the door. Then, all of a sudden, a sound takes hold, like the shrieks of 100 children, 100 hounds and rats all at once. You grip your head, give it a shake, and when you look up again, the same figure streaks past the window once more, impossibly flying in the same direction. And now the shrieking turns to whistles, those of foremen, guards, or police. You cannot know, but it sounds like they're coming your way. You lurch back toward the desk, tear the most recently written page from the book, and head out the door. Alright, so we're not in a supernatural world, but we see something flying out the window. And we've taken a page of a book listing every injury report. And now we're told to open evidence C. Okay, so here's a page. So I cut through some of the evidence bags. If you're playing this at home, I suggest you just peel them off. Then they'll seal up better, so you're passing it along to someone else. All right. All right. So here's the page. I have to say, we've made a bunch of complaints about this game. One of the things that's very impressive is sort of the graphic design of things. Like the font layout of the maps and stuff is quite beautiful, and this is really quite nice. Alright, looks like nothing on the back. Let's see what we've got. We have full dates. That's exciting because we can look up news reports on these dates. Okay, what have we got here? Let's see if I can show it to you in a way you guys can see it better. Okay. And this looks like maybe Craig Joff. December 12th, 1893, serious injury, right leg amputation in the ring room. Lucy Vaughn, serious injury to scalp from the Red Lord. Andrew O'Malley, injury, multiple fingers amputated, index and middle finger on left hand. Josephine Adams, serious injury, leg amputated, leg in tatters, will have to remove above the knee. Red Lord. Lillian Harrison, okay, here's our daughter. Death. Succumb to some form of chest disease, likely mill chest. Remind foreman of ventilation, now one down on ring thread. Now one down on the ring thread. Okay, so the people working on the rings, which are the skilled workers, now they're one down. Again in the ring room. Ronald Rust, brain injury, fell from height, weaving room. Arthur Harrison, here's the missing son of the preacher. Injury, 2/6. I thought we were told that it happened on the same date as Lillian Harrison. Apparently not. Amputation of hand, still no sight, still no sign. Red Ward, father, contact 381. Floyd McCormick, body minced by the Red Lord. Okay, so there's our Arthur Harrison. Let's start a new page here. Let's continue here. Book 2. Okay, open E. All right, so let's look in what the chat has to say. That's the pastor's kids. I thought the pastor said the daughter died in an accident. Is that the mother's death we're reading in the log, or is the daughter missing? It's a good question. Let's see which one that is. We've got our list here. Okay, Lillian was the wife. Arthur Harrison was the son. Agatha is the daughter. And supposedly the daughter died in the same accident that the son. But she's not listed. That's confusing. Why is she not on this? Is that a mistake, or is it a clue that she's not listed? Either way, here's Arthur. We could look that up in the newspaper now, presumably. Amputation of hand, still no sign. So I guess you're right. Maybe the son really is missing. Father wants contact at 381. Injury log. So in our injury log, we've got dates. We've got the priest's son. We've got contact father. 381. So I guess Lillian is the wife. Succumbed to chest disease in the ring room. If you had to guess, you might guess that the ring room was the next place where the ghost was spotted. But so are the people in the directory going to be in this book too? Like if we wanted, I think that's the most likely scenario we're facing now, right? That every place in the directory, in the news, now could have a different entry. So 381, talking to the preacher, we expect that we'll have a different entry for him, maybe wanting to know his son's, where if we found anything. Jonathan says, should we look up 381 and see if there's a similar clue entry compared to book 1? I guess we should. But what? Open evidence C. Okay, just to show you something. Introduction, open evidence C. You fumble in the dark until you find matches. Okay, now watch what happens. Turn page. You fumble in the dark until you find matches. It's just a repeat of everything. So it's just an extra page printing mistake. But I think this is more evidence that we're a little concerned about this game not being fully checked. All right. And then the leads start. All right. Let us start out by going to the preacher 381 and seeing what's in this book. So yes, we're going to do that. We're going to go to 381. We're going to see what kind of entry we see. Okay, 381. And I'm going to start using blue on this book. 381. You sit down at the hearth with Pastor Bernard. He pulls out the bottle and pours. So, what have you found? He asks. I'm not sure yet, you say. Have you been back to the protest lines? No, it's enough for today. I spend the latter part with me family, even if I can't see them. The flock will be there tomorrow. You nod. The two of you clink mugs together and take a sip. You pour yours on the floor. They talk about a ghost, a little one, the size of a boy. I'm sure that place is full of them, says the pastor. So you believe in ghosts? Father, Son, and the Holy One. He takes a slug and shrugs. I'm good at believing in things. It's somewhat my forte. You sit in silence with him for a moment. How did your son go missing? How? Well, he went to work and didn't come back. It's as simple or impossible as that. Same day as my Agatha. He pauses for a moment. No one would listen. The mill, the police, not even the newspaper. I plagued them day after day for weeks. They got sick of dealing with the pastor, so that's when I turned to the union. They had no leader. They weren't even able to support the people they were supposed to be supporting. Like everyone else in this damn city as it turns from a beacon of hope into a giant factory of humans. He downs another glug, so I stepped up. Okay, so he's confirmed that he lost his daughter in that same on that same accident day, yet she's not listed for some reason. Very suspicious. We do have dates now that we can investigate. I think our next stop should be looking at our informants to make sure they work the same way with the same modifiers. Right? So we've got as our informants, as a reminder, we've got the coroner, the newspaper journalist, the records office, and the librarian. The librarian was for looking up dates. Since we've got newspaper dates here, I think we start there. So let's look up 016 and see if it says the same thing. As long as you've ever known it, London Library has been in a state of ongoing renovation. In fact, the whole generation has only known its facade to be one of scaffolding and construction, but once you get through all that, the inner sanctum is imperturbable. Lamp-lit kingdom of sparkling dust and leather-bound knowledge. Amidst all of this sits a very little man behind a giant ornate roughed-up oaken desk. Okay, so what are we noticing here? It's identical. He's saying you got to return the books. We say we know, but we got other things to worry about. And he says to look it up, take the month and the date. So this is an identical entry, which I suppose is what it was telling us at the beginning of the book. All leads from book 1 contacts are present in book 2. Okay, let's just confirm them. Here's the register office. Same thing. I don't have an and. Of course not. You come with some volition. Might you share it? To look someone up, add 50 to them. To the lead you first met an individual. Okay. And then coroner. So we got a long introduction to the coroner, but it's exactly the same. He's eating his sandwich. We save the garnish from falling down on the cadaver. He says, do you want to take a look? And here's the same arm we saw before. A lady walker requests I keep what's left of her husband here rather than turn it over for preparation and burial, and then sometime later you appear. Checks the number on the slab, steps over to what the boys call a wall of mystery, pulls it open, there's an arm. There's his note. Turn over to the next page. Okay, so then he says, hey, you want to talk to me about someone who's dead? Add 10 to them. So same thing before. Now, okay, so that was 11. 11, 13, 15, and 16. It feels like 12 is also probably one of our so-called informants, but I guess we got to look them up in the directory proper to get at them. Okay, let's see if the reporter is identical. The coroner was. The reporter was 13. Did we read that one yet? Well, this is bizarre. There's no 13 in this book. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. Let me just look at this 13 again. I'm looking at the 13 in book 1. Because she wanted us to bring back. Maybe not. 13 doesn't have any special instructions. We got different ways to visit Helen. Let's look up the London Standard in the directory. Or we could look her up by name. So there's no 13, even though she is a contact. She should be in there. She's not. But the London Standard is 13. Okay, so that would be 13, but that's not in here. Helen Wright is her name. See if we can find her this way. The weirdest thing about her not being in here is that, so she's under Helen Wright in the directory, but you can guess what number. 13. The most bizarre thing about that is she said, come back when you... She told us at some point, we met her in, remember, this game is weird because unlike Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games where it's based, sometimes says like under you visit someone and he'll say, hey, if you're asking about this, read this. If you're asking about this, read this. In this game, it doesn't do that. Instead, like we go somewhere else and it says, go meet Helen at a new number. So I'm curious about whether one of the places we met Helen later, one of them she told us to come back when we had someone to help tell her story. And I'm kind of curious now about whether... Boy, we never visited the Turnbull residence either. I guess we can look up in the new book. So I'm curious about... We went to Eugene. Okay, so we met her at 41. Was where she was telling us to... We went to the house. See Helen at 7:22. Okay. 7:22 in the first book. 13 is her original entry, but 722 was the last way we visited her at her office, where she was asking about, do we have someone to visit, to tell the story? 722, we meet Helen to tell the story in book 1. Okay, but it doesn't say... Let me just read this in book 1. She says, I need someone to tell the story. Okay, says Helen, I can get them for you, but there's one more thing I want, a source who will speak for the kids. Not a child himself, more like an advocate, some eloquent but in the trenches. I thought Bertie might know someone. And then we met Kit. But it doesn't say to come back and do anything with that. Okay, that's fine. But I'm just going to peek at 722 here and see if it's continuing that for our Helen. No, it doesn't. Okay. So the instructions on book 2 says all of our contacts should be there, but they're not. She's not. She's not. On the other hand, she doesn't do anything. She doesn't, her 13 entry is not like the coroner or the librarian in that it doesn't let you add any modifier. So it's not important if it's just going to be the same. Library was 16. Okay, so I think we're okay. If there's no modifiers, it doesn't do anything. But the library modifier, so we could look up any of these dates. We could look up any of our locations. For example, we could go to the House of the Blind, perhaps now. We could visit Rampart. Presumably, we can visit all the locations in the mill. We don't know if they're going to be identical or different. We could visit Getz again and see if he's the same. It's a strange situation. So we're just back in the same world. It doesn't even say that the day has changed, right? We just leave the office because the cops are coming from us. All right, well, we've got a new piece of evidence. We should focus on that. Let's look up these dates. And Jonathan sounds like he's thinking the same exact thing. Let's start with the date lookups. All right. And here's an important concept. Everyone who didn't die, who's got injury, that's an ex-worker. That's going to be an ex-worker who probably saw a ghost. So these are going to be our great candidates to look up either in the newspaper or in the directory to try to find ghost sightings. And then we go back to Regina Kelsey and tell her about that. So the answer to these books are going to be, this book is done maybe, but the same people that we had these continuing things with are still going to be here. That's a weird way to do it. All right, so let's start with the accident of our missing Arthur. That's the one we're most interested in, I suppose. So Arthur Harrison. So here's our dates. Okay, Arthur Harrison and the sister, who's not in this list for some reason, was 602. No. Yes. month in the middle position. So 602. All right, let's look up the newspaper on the day that the Arthur Harrison accident happened. Jonathan, I fear it's just you and me here. Has everyone gone to... Has everyone passed out? Okay. This is highly irregular, mutters Mr. Hennessy as he leads you down into the bowels of the library. The unpublished repository of the London Standard. Remind me who sent you here. Oh, it's Mr. Hatt himself asked me to fetch the contents of his folders. He ignores your response, clearly preoccupied with the search. Arriving at a tall row of shelving, he announces, "Indeed, here it is." Remember, Hatt is the newspaper guy who was killed, and we're pretending he sent us. The unpublished repository. Interesting. Arriving at a tall row of shelving, he announces, "Indeed, here it is." This jumble, you say, staring at the pile of paper and boxes? Oh, I didn't say they were going to be organized, Detective. This is where they store things that doubtless should be left alone. He gives one last dubious look, then leaves you to it. You turn your attention to the boxes and spot E. Hatt scribbled in the corner of one. Here they are, the stories that Hatt's bosses, for one reason or another, decided should be killed. The kill box, you decided to call it, and start to dig. The first date you're looking for is in June. Eventually, you find it. Another child lost to our great industrial machine. It is with sorrowful regret, my dear readers, I inform you that another child has been slain at the Albright Mill. Despite no official word from the mill management, I was able to interview and corroborate the events of last evening, the 2nd of June. That's the day we care about. The deceased, Agatha Harrison, that's the sister, was propelled into the machine known as the Red Ward during routine cleaning nearby apparatus. The culprit, for clarity, the culprit, he who accidentally sent little Agatha to her untimely death, was not named to me, but I can confirm he was reportedly distraught at the scene shortly before the incident. So did the brother knock the sister in by accident? I don't know. In tragic turn, the deceased brother, who was also caught in the machinery and from what witnesses described surely lost a hand before apparently fleeing, he remains unaccounted for. I ask you now, dear readers, how many more children have to perish at the hands of the Albright Mill? This is not the first and certainly not the last death we have seen while this management has been in place. How many children need to die for those sitting comfortably in offices around this great city to be held accountable? We will get justice, my dear readers. You have my word. Eugene Hatt, reporter at large. Okay, just continuing the story that Arthur did flee, left behind the crucifix that gets picked up. Maybe Arthur knocked her in, but maybe not, because it says the culprit was not named, but he was distraught. But no clues here, right, that we can use. All right, let's look up another. That was the one we cared about. Now, let's try to find some ex-workers that got injured and fired. Right leg amputation in the ring room. Joff. Craig Joff. So we're going to try to look him up, but I don't think we're going to be able to. This is 1212. I don't think there's going to be a 1212. No, there isn't. But let's see if we can find his family in the directory. I believe that says Joff. So let's see if we can find a Joff in the directory and talk to him about what caused his injury, and if he happened to see a ghost. Joff C, there he is. Craig Joff, Joff C 408. Okay, here we go. We may see a entry. Jonathan says, I like the idea of looking up Regina and seeing if it looks like the same gate from book 1. Yes, okay, let's do that. First, let me do this because I think we might get a ghost spotting here. 408. A downhill donkey cart nearby strikes you to the ground as you fall against the door on which you were knocking. It opens and you stumble into a small white stone room. This lane's too narrow for carts, you say. Everything's too narrow for everything, says a woman in bespeckled black cotton. She takes a step back as you find your feet. I've come to speak with the Master Joff. He ain't here, says the woman. Well, do you know when he'll be back? She sighs. What I should have said is he ain't no longer on this corporeal plane. She looks at you in the eyes. Then a sob breaks from her throat, and now she's the one stumbling as you direct her into a chair. You find another one, and she tells you the story, at least as best as she can. From what you're able to ascertain, Craig Joff, who lost his job when he lost his right leg at the mill, never recovered from either. His father, from the very start, told him not to work in that place. Wanted him by his side. His father was a sweep like his own before him. Then enough smart men said we'd make 3 times the money at the mill. And Craig, he liked the idea of not having his face all black as the devil each and every day down rich men's chimney stoves. That's what he thought of his father's work. And who knows what was best. His father died too early, too. That's for sure. In fact, it was the grief that distracted my Craig. And I'm sure of the day of his father's burial, he couldn't take the time off, and that's when the machine took his leg off instead. Her body shakes as she sobs, then drills her first fist down into the wood of the dining table. And nobody gives a goddamn. They don't even know. Even you, detective. You thought he was sitting cozy here with me, sitting by the hearth. Her eyes are blazing now. Who the hell are you, even? Actually, you can hear voices now from the other room. More than one child woken by the banging in words. And now she hears them too. I don't care, she says more softly. Far as I know, their father, my husband, died as a one-legged drunkard up on a rooftop. If you know any better, I might be interested. Or if you got a way for me to feed my little ones, well, I'd be 100 times more so. As for shorter answer, Master Craig Joff you're looking for, well, his body at least is down at the city morgue, waiting to be released, waiting for me to bury my love. Well, it sounds like we finally got a morgue question we can deal with, right? Because this guy is dead and he's at the morgue. 408 plus 10 would be 418. Okay, here's a 418. Finally, we got the morgue to work. Augie appears to have devoured all the mutton and bread and now is working on something fishier. For a man who deals all day in the stench and viscera of morbidity, his appetite is impressive. Or maybe that's meaningful irony here, carpe diem and all that, but seizing the day will have to wait. Joff, he says. I don't have a body with that name. You're sure? A small silver fishtail hangs from his mouth as he looks at you. I'm sure all my bodies, he says. scales flickering at his lips. So what do we do, you say? I was directed here. He appears to think, then the tail disappears between his teeth. Wait a minute. You watch as he circles his desk, picks up his folder, and closes, opens. Aha! You follow him to a wall of white drawers. He pulls a handle, slab slides out. Sitting there is a plywood box, no bigger than that of a shoe shine boy. Joff, says Augie, dust to dust. You cremated him, you say? His widow thinks you got his body. She's bereaved and waiting to bury him. Mm-hmm, says Augie, nodding. There are parts I dislike about my job. It's been a long day. You draw a breath and tell yourself not to take it out on Augie. He puts his hand on the small square box, then lifts it and returns to the open notes on his desk, placing his hand now upon the page, reading to himself, then looking up at you. The message I asked to be transmitted to the widow was in accordance with the official police report, that it appears he perished upon a particular rooftop nearby to his domicile. No foul play was suspected, and his earthly remains are in our care here at the city morgue. All of that is true, Detective. You stare at Augie, unsure of what next to ask. Would you like me to simplify? You nod. To the best of my investigation, deduction, and knowledge, Mr. Joff, for whatever reason, and in whatever state of mind, and it may be worth mentioning that it was reported by more than one person, including his wife, that he had begun of late to drink heavily in a morose state, well, he entered the top of a chimney pipe of his own accord. You're saying... Augie has long finished chewing and swallowing. As I know you know too well, ours can be a dark business, Detective. What I'm saying is this. Mr. Joff, it seems, mostly cremated himself. As you reach the door, Augie calls after you. Oh, I forgot, Detective. I followed up on that Turney case. Come and see. What drawer is it again? Oh, yeah, 249. All right, so just a side story that he was drunk, sad, went down a chimney and just got stuck and burned up. Okay, but not led to 418. Nothing we can do with that information. But then he reminds us 249 is coroner Turney. Okay, so remember we tried to look up Turney. Was it 249 that we were trying to find that wasn't in that book, though? I don't think so. I see a little bit of a bug here. I think this might be worth looking at for a second. So 249 for Turney, right? 249. There's actually a 249 in the first book that's about checking out Turney's body. Now let's just remind ourselves where we heard about his death. I just want to see that to see if we can't figure out the nature of the bug. See Helen 722 120 house. At 41 they fight and he's killed. Okay, so let's just look at this for a second. At 41, he's killed, and he says, apart, so this is 41, right? He says, apart from notifying the families, this might be a good opportunity to visit the coroner. So we added 10 to 41 to get 51, but there's no entry. But we now know that at 249 is the entry for the coroner, which would be 208 we added to that number. That's weird, but it is weird that it is in book 1 too. All right, well, I don't know. It's not like it's off by 1 or 2. It's off by 200. All right, well, let's go read that. We're gonna visit Regina in a second, but let's finish this. Okay, so this 249 entry, which now we've been pointed to, looks to me like it's identical to the 249 entry in here. And maybe that was just misplaced, but that seems like a bug. But it's just giving us another chance to read this if we didn't find it in the first book. Standing over the remains of Turney once more, you ask Augie if there was anything suspicious about the body as he conducted the autopsy. I haven't had a chance, he says, wiping his lips with greasy sleeve. Body's just arrived, but from reports on the scene, sounds like it was an accident. Yeah, it does in everything these days. Oh, you think not? Says Augie, then fills his mouth with a sandwich he seemingly conjured from thin air. Was there anything odd in the Turney report? Turney, you mean Charles, Rubens, French, and whatever else? That man had more names on official papers than most have teeth in their heads. Then he picks between his two front ones with a thumbnail, chewing on whatever he finds. You must remember to avoid visiting Augie during his lunch. Okay, so 249, and we're given a bunch of different names for him. Turney is AKA Charles Rubens French. We knew he was a bit of a con man, so now this is a bit confirmed. Now, can we look him up now by adding 50 to this? Let's try 299 and see if we can. No, we can't. Okay, so we've got alternate names, but we don't know how to use them. Okay. All right. Jonathan said, let's go visit our witness, Regina, and see if her entry is the same or how it differs. All right. Let's see. Regina was at 176. Okay, so there's no entry for 176. How can that be? You know, it's very interesting. John says, oh boy, this is not ideal that we can't find Regina in here. I know. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. I really have a slightly different feeling now. Like, occasionally you'll get onto, like if you watch YouTube, you'll see like people who do speed runs of video games, whatever. And frequently there's some very cool videos about people doing speed runs. If you don't know what a speed run is people play these video games and they try to see what's the fastest you can complete a level. Like it might be a racing level, you have to race around the track and beat your best time, or a Super Mario Brothers level, whatever. And there's some fascinating videos about people who are devoting their hobbies to trying to break these top speeds. And some of them are really amazing what people can do with human ingenuity and determination. And frequently, the best scores, and there's little YouTube video mini documentaries on talking about the history of someone trying to beat the score. Frequently, the best scores are people who found a little bug in the level. Like, okay, if you run over this ramp fast enough, you break through what should be the boundary, and now you're in some area you shouldn't be, or you flip your car over and it lands, or you jump past the screen and now you're in some level you shouldn't be able to get in, but you can take a shortcut. And I think we're through the matrix here with this game. There are bugs. There are bugs in the game. We can't quite tell how severe they are, what stuff we're missing that we should miss, but we shouldn't miss, whether it's important or not. And in a way, it's kind of fun because it's all we're going to be able to look through the book and eventually see what got misnumbered. Did things get misplaced? Maybe some of these things we just misunderstood. Some of these things, are they missing from both books? Did they mix up what was supposed to be in each book? But in a way, it's a little bit exciting. You don't often have this opportunity. This is more interesting than a typo. This is like, okay, it's a little bit broken, it feels, but it's not clear exactly how. And you could imagine it's like the ghost has played with these books. So we're playing two games at once now. We're playing the mystery as it's written, but we're also playing a little bit with shifting sands of things that are broken. And we're not at a dead end, so we still got plenty of stuff to do and see, and then we'll jump around however we want. Once you're in the matrix, you don't have to obey by the rules. We're going to jump to book one. Once we decide that it's time to, we're going to walk through the matrix back to book one or whatever we need to do. So Jonathan says, it's interesting. I feel a bit bad if the devs are watching. I don't think we have to feel bad. The first 3 post-mortem LA games were amazing. This is going to be a good resource for them when they go to figure out what they've done, what could be fixed. And it's still not clear. Like, okay, we couldn't find Regina. She wants those 3 ghosts, but it's very likely that she'll pop up somewhere else in this as a choose-your-own-adventure. It's very likely we'll reach some point where it says, hey, you want to go talk to Regina, go to this other different number. John says, is the Getz entry missing as well? Okay, where did we visit Getz? Was he in the utility closet? Or was he in textiles? I'm trying to remember. Let me look in book 1 if he was in 964. In the utility closet. That's kind of where I remember him being. Yeah, Getz is in the utility closet. All right, we're going back in the mill. We're going to knock on Getz's utility closet and see what we see. 964 does have an entry. It just says, hey, if you've been sent to collect something of the distant child's, go to 223, but otherwise nothing else. Okay, so he's still going to let us do the job that we're supposed to do. even that message is still a little unclear. Have we been sent to collect something? I mean, we do know what we want. We want that crucifix. The Father has sent us to get it, but it's not clear if he sent us here. I think maybe it's time to read that. I think we were sent to get it. What do you think? Were we sent to get something of a distant child? That's the other weird thing. Why does it say distant child? I wonder, maybe not. Maybe we have to find Arthur first. Yeah, maybe we have to find that child and then he'll send us to get it. All right, we're not going to do that yet. We're going to wait. That's a little unclear. All right, hour has passed. Time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Back to the Matrix. We're back. We're in book 2, The Darkness of Mortem London Gothic, Ghost in the Machine. We're talking philosophically about how we approach a game where it's frustrating us and we think there are problems, bugs in the game. And we're just chatting about that concept. Here's another way to look at it. If you have a million games of Pandemic filmed live on YouTube, whatever, you might watch it for the entertainment of watching someone play a game of Pandemic. But imagine you've bought this mystery game, you played 12 hours and you're stuck, you're confused. We will have a video where you can watch us get stuck and confused in the same places and how we deal with it. I think it might be like reassuring to someone if they encounter these problems. We're like recording a record of it. So in addition to all that, we're serving a purpose by documenting our experience here, being messed with by the ghost of the designer, mistakes, or our own mistakes. And we've talked before, it's better to have a game that challenges our brain than a game that's too easy and simple. So let's enjoy the fact that we're confused. All right, so we got this whole side story about Craig Joff. We were hoping to find him alive and as an ex-worker, that he would tell us where he saw the ghost. But we weren't. I mean, we could even guess it was in the ring room, based on that's where other people have gotten injured. But he was dead. His right leg was amputated. What was the... Sorry, let me just remind myself what We went to retrieve his body and it was burned by the cremated. But before that, we visit the mother. Craig Joff lost his job when he lost his right leg, never recovered. His father didn't want him working there. The day of his father's burial, he couldn't take the time off. That's when the machine took his leg off. Lost his job when he lost his right leg, never recovered. That's what he thought of his father's work. Father died early too. He died as a one-legged drunkard up on a rooftop. If you know any better, I might be interested. Okay, so his father was a chimney sweep and he died in a chimney, killed himself or something. All right, let's go to... Well, and Tina says, did the sightings of the ghost start after the pastor's son disappeared? If yes, that's going to be that's a great question. That's a great question. Well, there's only one way to find out, which is to keep doing this. Let's try Lucy Vaughn. 407. We'll check her paper, then we'll check her directory. So first we check the paper, which is 407. See if there's any story in the paper about it. No. All right, now let's see if we can find her in the directory. I think that says Lucy Vaughn. I gotta change where that focus is. Lucy Vaughn. Vaughn, Lucy, 199. Okay, sounds like she's alive and well. Let's go have a word with her. The address you have for Miss Lucille Vaughn on the highest point of Notting Hill suggests that she is most probably not the property owner. Then, as it happens, the lord of the manor is close to the door when you pull on the bell rope. Good day, you say, as he looks you up and down. I apologize for the inconvenience, sir. Baron, he says. Excuse me, sir? Baron Wisfeld, what on earth happened to you? You keep forgetting about the rats. Well, I'm a detective, you say, glancing down at your own self, hoping that will help. And I'm looking for a lady by the name of Lucille Vaughn. He appears to think for a moment, then lifts his hands. Ah, Lucy, she should be in the larder. I trust there's nothing amiss. Not at all, you say. This is strictly peripheral investigation. Information gathering, if you will, for a case far outside the concerns of Miss Vaughn. Says the Baron Wisfeld. That does sound like a lot of gobbledygook. Just remember this. If I let you into my home, you will treat everyone herein with respect, including those who work for me. And if I find that you've not been truthful in regards to words like peripheral, I will be sure to make your upcoming days unpleasant. Is that clear? You nod earnestly. And please leave your badge on the table here while you are in the house. You pull out your wallet and put it on the table as if it clearly contains a badge. The Baron squints, then apparently can't be bothered. Everyone asks to see our badge and they never actually follow through. You follow him along a corridor and down some steps. Lucy, he calls out as you enter a basement cold room. At the end of a long wooden table, the figure of a woman is leaning into her work, hacking at the haunch of some large beast. Lucy, he says again, and the woman turns. Noted on your page of the ledger next to her name is simply this: injury to scalp. You wonder why she doesn't at least wear a hat. Then you remember that, well, at least for now, neither do you. You picture it for a moment at the bottom of that pit chewed apart by frenzied rats. Hello. You said that already, says the woman. You can call me Lucy. Who are you? Of course, you say. I'm a detective, but you're not in any trouble. Oh, well, thank heavens for that. She picks up the cleaver again. So, can I get back to my work? I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, you say, trying not to look at the top of her head. I can remain here if you wish, Lucy, says the Baron. And you like him for that. So he's looking after his workers, his servants, and you appreciate that. Lucy twirls the cleaver's point on the table. That's okay. She looks at you. What do you want to know? It's about the Albright Mill, you say, as the Baron takes his leave, and your accident. Lucy nods. There are tufts of hair around her ears, but the crown of her head glistens pink and reflective like a thin pulsating organ. Newborn skin stretched across an otherwise bare skull. Wouldn't rightly say accident, she says. Oh, what would you say? She appears to think for a moment, then takes a step towards you with the cleaver. You know what it feels like to be scalped, detective? Her eyes now are trained on the top of your head. Cannot say I do. You focus on her eyes. Imagine, she says, that your brain, though still connected to all those nervous parts all down your body, is being ripped from your head right through the top of your skull. You think you would lose consciousness or at least die, but you do not. You still feel it, the sound of life being torn like burlap inside your eyes. Then them filling with blood and pain, and your own screams, they're even louder than the thunder of the Red Lord. The Red Lord, you say. How'd it get you? She looks down at the blade in her hands. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Well, try me, Miss Vaughn. The day has been one of surprises. As she lifts her head, her eyes hold something new, a dark, distant stare. They say there is a ghost, she says, shaking her glistening head. I don't understand. She sighs. Well, I was a cleaner, you know, that's it. Just went around scrubbing every inch of that unscrubbable hell. I never saw it, that's true, but others speak of the ghost in that place, especially around the Red Lord, flying into that machine all the time. She pauses, but this day I was on the gang steps, scrubbing up all around the edges of the hideous machine. With all its fiery thunder and grinding, I hear a sound. Then I look up, then nothing. I stop, still as stone, hairs raised on me arms. Then just like that, something pushes me from behind. I scramble, I flail, I fall. Lucy's shaking now, tears streaming down her ravaged face. But then, you say, how? Well, my feet, she says, they caught on the edge of the cylinder, such that the Red Lord could just barely reach me, could slice the top right off my head. A moment more, I would have had the rest of me, too. That's when I felt the hands. They held me fast, my ankles, then my legs. They pulled me out, detective. Yeah, but who, you say? None of this was in the report. I don't know. I already told you there was nothing there, she says. The ghost, you say? She stares at you. Well, I have no other answer. I saw not a thing, not as I went in, and not as I came out. I don't care if you believe me, I'm just telling you what happened. But you never saw the ghost, you say, even as you were being pushed from behind? Nope, not then. You look at each other for a spell, and then she continues. But I seen after the accident, after I had recovered, that is, eyes black as coal, body's white as a sheet. I was walking through the mill after picking up me papers. I went past the ring room. Something caught my eye and I looked in. Wish I hadn't. Okay, so we got a couple things from that at 199. First of all, we got a ghost sighting in the ring room. The ring room is number 170. The second thing, however, was relevant to Antina's wonderful theory that was the ghost happening before the priest's son went missing? And the answer is yes. So the ghost is not, or at least not exclusively, the priest's missing son, because the ghost has been spotted now a year before the priest's son went missing. And it says, now we have 3 sightings at last, so we have the number. Well, not for sure. We have 2 for sure sightings of the ghost, we think, from 2 ex-workers. The sighting from Getz, he's seen it all over, including the weaving shed, but he's not really an ex-employee, so we're not 100% sure whether that counts. But we might have it. However, Regina's gone. She's not at home, so we can't tell her that. Maybe. We'll pick it up. We'll get to it eventually, for sure. Do we want to add in our notes here the ghost sightings? I don't think we've written them down. So if we say ghost sightings, so we've got Lucy Vaughn. She sees it in the ring room, which is number 170. All right. And then Getz sees it in the weaving shed, which is number 386, but not ex-employee, so he may not count. And then Kit, who is an ex-employee, and he saw it in the dust house, which is our high number, number 576. So, is that the numbers I already tried? $170 but plus 386 is 486, 556 minus 576 would be 20. So if that's true, the answer is 20. 576 minus 386 plus 176. No, I've added plus 170. Yeah, there we go. 20. 556. So 20 would be the place we would go in book 1, but we haven't encountered that to Regina. So Anna thinks we can just put that number in where Regina will be waiting. You might very well be right. You might very well be right. But given that there are two things missing, the entry to meet with Regina again, which is weird that it's not there, but also the fact that Getz is not an ex-employee, I think we should continue with our people first. And Tina says, the calculation should be with the room numbers or with the entry numbers that we read about the rooms. It says room numbers. It says room numbers. All right, let's continue going through our list here and see if we can find another ex-employee. Because we do have an O'Malley here who wasn't killed. Let's see what O'Malley says. First, let's check the date as usual, 7/29. See if there's anything in the paper. That's interesting. There's an entry here. So let's take a look at this. Andrew O'Malley had an injury, multiple fingers amputated, index and middle finger on left hand. So I put in this date, 7/29, right, with the librarian. We looked it up, and look, there's a nice big entry. And look who we've come across. Helen. Helen, our missing newspaper writer. We've stumbled onto her. Helen sits across the desk from you as you skim the article written by Hat. Why are we here, detective? She whispers. Nathaniel the librarian lifts his eyes to see what has broken the silence in his literary temple. You keep your head down. Me, I have a hunch. You providing me access to this. You wave the paper at her and return your attention to the article. 2 years on, inventor O'Malley's death still a mystery. Having not met the man, I cannot say with certainty that he was a genius, my dear readers, but what I can say is Mr. O'Malley was a man before his time, the inventor of the Red Ward contraption and countless other feats of mechanical wizardry. As I write this article 2 years on from his passing, it strikes me that several profoundly important questions remain. Why did a man who built such a wonder try to destroy it? How could a master machinist blow up his own workshop, let alone one positioned adjacent to the Royal Fire Brigade? Why would the coroner's report contain such vague detail? I pose to you, my dear readers, that this still feels fishy, even more than it did 2 years ago. I will continue to dig for the truth, you have my word. So we went and looked up O'Malley and his injury, and that led us to another article, which Hat was writing, because Hat is trying to piece all this together. Now we've got a mention of the Fire Brigade, which we couldn't visit in Book 1, but I wonder if we can visit in Book 2. And we've learned O'Malley is inventor of the Red Ward, and he tried to destroy it. Why would the coroner report contain such vague detail? Shall we try to go to the coroner's report version of this and see if we can get information from the coroner? 739? Nope, no entry for 739. Okay, so we can't go to the coroner's report, which is mentioned here. But we might go to the Royal Fire Brigade. Maybe. It says his workshop was right next to it. And why did he try to destroy it? Why destroy it? So if we wanted to go to the Royal Fire Brigade, the paper tells us that's 216. No entry for that. We could see if we can find his family in the directory, though. O'Malley. No entry for O'Malley. Okay. Oh, yes, there is. There is. Let me just show you this a little bit. While we're in the stage now where we're pointing out errors because maybe it's going to be useful. O'Boyle, O'Brien, O'Connor, O'Delly, O'Hara, O'Keefe, O'Malley, O'Richardson, O'Shanahan. Now we're past the O apostrophe to Oakley. Oakley, oops, we're back on O apostrophe again. So these should be up here, but you know, they could make that mistake. That could be a diegetic mistake, a mistake that the printers of this directory in Victorian England made. Has to be all typeset by hand, right? It's not like a computer. You can't click it and say sort. So, but anyway, I missed it because I was looking down here, but actually there is an entry up here. Let's just see if he's got any relatives at 287. 287. No. Irrelevant. Okay, Jonathan says, maybe we can find the location of the workshop on the map based on the location of the fire brigade. Oh, that's a great idea. The fire brigade can be contacted at 216. All right. The fire brigade, let's see if it's on here. This is filled with commercial stuff. That's a great idea. I hope you're right, Jonathan. Okay, let's see if we can find the fire brigade 216. The numbers are totally random, so we can't find it based on that. .216, there's the fire brigade. There's the fire brigade, and there's Claret Studios, Christian Chapel, Surgical Instruments, Livery Stables. And what did it say? 729. Let alone one positioned adjacent to the Royal Fire Brigade. So I guess we think that would be these studios right here, 985, right? So let's just put a mark at the Fire Brigade. If this was true, you would expect there to be an entry for the fire brigade at least, so we could walk over there. But let's assume not. Let's look at what's next door to 985 at 985. Okay. There is an entry. There is an entry, and it is related to this, so I think we've done the right thing. Brilliant work, Jonathan. But we might want to think deeper about this now that we look at it. So 985, huh? Let's just think about this for a second. 985 minus 729 is 256. That wasn't the difference before, was it? I'm trying to think. It was 200 and something. Remember before when we found Turney's coroner? Turney's coroner was 249. So it was like 200 and something, but not 256. So I wonder, it's almost as if, well, like if you look at this, this is us talking to the coroner. And it makes me think maybe that they originally planned that you had to add 10 to get to the coroner, but maybe they decided later that, no, you just have to figure out something else about the way they died. But let's look at it. Brilliant work, Jonathan. Vague details. What in God's name? Augie shouts as you show him the article. I didn't write it, Augie. He passes you the document before returning to his chair and sulking over someone's ribcage. Metropolitan London and Inquisition, taken at the coroner's office on this 29th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1894, before Augustus Cook, coroner. Of the city and county aforesaid, on view of the body of Andrew O'Malley, now lying dead at the coroner's office. Upon oaths and affirmations of the 12 good and lawful men, this is another coroner report, just like it's reading just like the back of the other reports. Andrew O'Malley came to his death thusly. Emergency services were alerted to a fire on Addington Street. Crews arrived on site shortly after an explosion was heard due to the proximity to the station. Inside, they found the charred remains of one Andrew O'Malley, with 90% of the deceased body subject to burns. The nature of the death is consistent with the fire damage. The body, and particularly the face, were subject to intense burns. The remainder of the body is seen to be burnt but intact. I conclude that no signs of foul play are evident. And then this is signed by a bunch of people that I don't think are relevant to us. Okay, let me just point out something, another problem. His body, and particularly the face, were subject to intense burns, but the remainder is seen to be burnt but intact. Could this be, could he be alive? So could it not be him? That's an interesting theory. We got a couple of, we got another problem though, another bug. Okay, so 95 was coroner on O'Malley, right? And face burnt. And we've got 12 jurors that I don't think are relevant, but maybe we're going to have to look one or two up to make sure. However, I want to point something out. I want to show you something. Okay, sorry. Here's the page, right? Started here at 985, ended here. There's our mark saying end of page, right? Now look what the next page is. It just starts in the middle of a sentence. So something went wrong here. This is either an extra page or a page missing. It almost looks like, based on the number down here, that this should be entry 999 is missing, or missing a page. Is there any point of adding 50 in the accident victims? Maybe, not to 985. 729, 50 would be 779. So that's not an entry. Now my question is about this 985 coroner. So We learned about his death in the paper. Jonathan had the brilliant idea to find where he died by looking on the map what's adjacent to the fire brigade. That indeed looked up and gave us the coroner. Jonathan is thinking exactly what I'm thinking, which is, if we go backwards now and look at 975, will we find something else that would have sent us to 985? That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's see. Nope. There's no... Oh, there is a 975. Yes, there is. Okay. In fact, an important one. There is a 975. So Jonathan thought to go to 985 because it was adjacent from the fire brigade. But it looks like maybe we could have also gotten there by going to 975 and adding 10. But then the question is, how do we get to 975? I mean, should we just jump to 975 given that we've figured out 985? Or does something natural have to bring us to 975? That's very weird. 975 was not the relative. Let's see. Nope, 975 was not the relative. Let me quickly see if it's in the directory. Or at least if it jumps out at me as being in the directory. It's not in the directory. It's not in the newspaper that I can see. I think the right thing to do here is just to make a note of it and not visit it yet. Not visit it yet without a reason to, otherwise we will have stumbled upon two things that maybe we weren't supposed to see. So I think what we do is we make a note of it. And we wait. Which is minus 10, which is 985 Coroner O'Malley minus 10. It does seem like this person is playing a role in our story that we don't quite understand, but could be quite important. And we don't want to, if they didn't want us to find this, no, we have no legal way to go back by 10. We have no legal way to go back by 10. And it's not broken to have two ways to get to the coroner. So like Jonathan came up with the super clever way, but something else might bring us to 975. And then that would be another way to get to 985. So this is not a case of a broken game yet. This is just us jumping the gun out of curiosity. I see a 976. All right, well, let's keep going. Nothing's gone wrong. Nothing's gone wrong yet. let's continue through our list. Jonathan says, this whole experience feels a little bit similar, maybe, to how people who played the first edition Gumshoe were told that Gumshoe was very hard to play without the second edition. Okay, here is O'Malley. He got injured. All right, next person on, Josephine Adams. Let's look her up in the newspaper first, which would be 724. No entry for 724. Okay, let's look her up in the directory. Josephine Adams, serious injury. We've got a lot of Adams. We've got a J and G. And now we've got a Joseph Adams and Miss Mary A. Let's make sure that we don't ignore those jurors in case that's important, because that could get us to 975 if they remember it, right? But let's see if we can find Josephine Adams first. Let's see if she's at 597. No, 597. Let's see if she's at any of these others. 53, no. 485. No. 762. No. It does say Adams, right? But actually it's a double D. Oh, here we go. It's a double D Adams. That's different. Double D Adams. Here's a J, double D Adams. 038. That's going to be her. Got her. Okay, let's see if Josephine Adams spotted any ghosts. You knock on the door on the downstairs apartment, and a woman in a shawl, at least half a century old, answers the door. Miss Josephine, you ask? Do I appear like a miss? She says, with rhetorical edge. You're not sure how to answer this. I'm looking for... I know who you're looking for. You just said it. But you, I don't know at all. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm a detective. Ha, she says. You got a name? You give her one and she wrinkles her nose. Is that foreign or something? Well, it's hard to keep track, you say. How about yours? It starts with a J, she smirks. Regular Sherlock, aren't you? But not... Oh, for Christ's sake, you're looking for my daughter, Jo. My name's Jacqueline. Yes, which also starts with a J. Do people actually pay you? You ignore the question. Does your daughter not live here? I live here, detective, the woman says slowly, as if talking to a child. That is why I am standing here in front of you, having opened the door you knocked upon. But, yes, it just so happens my daughter owns the house. You are beginning to dislike Jacqueline, or at least her method of communication. Okay, then, I would very much appreciate it, you say, if you could direct me towards Miss Josephine Adams. You'd appreciate it, would you, she says, if I were to just tell any old stranger who creeps around after my daughter where they might find her? Would you like the combination to my jewel safe as well? Oh, perhaps I'll go change my will. How do you spell your name again? You've had enough of this masterclass in sarcasm. Good day, ma'am, you say, and tip your lost hat. As you step back onto the street, she calls out behind you. Vivian's, she said. That's where you can find her. Don't get the wrong idea. She ain't that kind of girl. My Joe's a good one who's had bad luck. You turn around. I don't know. That's what mothers say. but believe me, I ain't that kind of mother. You turn around and she says, I know that's what mothers say, but believe me, I ain't that kind of mother. This you believe. And one more thing, detective, you do wrong by her and I'll kill you. That too. She closes the door. Okay, so we know Josephine Joe Adams, 038. Now she's at Vivian's. Well, Vivian's won't be a person. It'll be the name of some commercial place, like a restaurant or something. Let's see if we can find it. Was Vivian's mentioned in the paper? Not bakery, not the glue factory, not the decorating service. Don't see it there. Let's see if it's under commerce. Vivian's Gentlemen's Club. John says, what about 038? Is that Adams J a little cut off? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but we did find her at 038. It might be an old comment. Okay, so Vivian's Gentlemen's Club. And she says, that's not, my daughter's not like that when she sends us to the club. And that is 019. All right, let's find that on here so that we can place her on our map. Where is the Gentlemen's Club? That was a fun interaction we had with her mother. Ain't that kind of mother. That you believe. There's 14. Looking for 19. 15. 25. It's all random. There's 18. Doesn't help us find 19 though. I don't see it. Maybe it's off the map. It's not important that we find it, just kind of fun to mark it. And I don't see it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on my... I'll do it differently. I will put a yellow mark off the map and just write on it 19, and we'll fix it later if we find the real location. Maybe it's, you know, hidden in some back alley. All right, let's read and let's see if we can find her. Despite all that goes on within, you can't help appreciating the entranceways to this ilk of gentlemen's club. All the crushed burgundy velvet, gilded mirrors, pungent perfumes, and over-loud laughter. They're like portals to roguish dreams, if only they wouldn't morph so often into myriad nightmares, especially for those who work here. But still, for now, the dream is unbroken, as a stunning flaxen-haired beauty in blue tight form yet proper petticoats and floor-length dress steps out from behind a greeting desk. "How may I help you?" she asks, all warmth and professionalism, with the quietest of smiles. "Madame Vivi, you say. I'd like a minute of her time." The woman nods, That shouldn't cost you much. Still smiling, she turns in a way that says to come. The movement of following her up the winding staircase is strangely hypnotic. She has a way of walking that, if it weren't so very graceful, one might call a limp. It's as if one leg carries not only the other, but both of you up the stairs. She stops outside a closed door, and you do too. She does not knock, but when she slips inside, you know to stay right there. A minute later, she opens the door once more, leaves it so, then nods as she passes you and does her strange, attractive sway back down the stairs. You watch her for a moment, then step into the parlor. The lush burgundy velvet and glistening ornate gilding, the fragrant lamplit air is even more opulent here, a cornucopia for the senses. At the center of the room, in a grand, high-backed red leather chair, behind a captain's desk that would put Francis Drake to shame, sits a tiny, bosomy woman with the air and eyes of a jaguar. She trains them right on you. You've asked for me, she says. I did, you say, in a minute, yes, I know. She gestures towards the grandfather clock in the corner. It's 2 minutes before the hour. Fortunately for you, the first one's free. I can't say the same for the girls. Understood, you say, and take note of Grandpa's second hand. I'm looking for someone by the name of Adams, a Miss Josephine Adams. The madam's jaguar eyes flash and narrow. Then she laughs. Not a mutton shunter, are you? You shake your head. Used to be, you say. What's a mutton shunter? Something hunter. Button hunter, are you? Not a button hunter. I wonder if he's saying something about being a cop or something. You shake your head. Used to be, you say. She keeps you in her gaze, then slowly nods to herself. Yes, this Miss Josephine, someone put you onto her. Someone get you digging. No, ma'am. Madame, she says. No, madame, you say. I'm on a case about the Albright Mill and trying to put things in place. Some of those things, they led me here. I just hope to be a help. Madame Vivi leans back, ascertaining. Well, I know you ain't creeping our Josephine, she says, so at least there's that. You're puzzled, and let it be seen. The madam laughs and points at the ticking clock. Well, your minute's up, detective, so you can start paying for my time, but I wouldn't suggest it. Why is that, you ask? Oh dear, she says, eyes now flashing fake concern. Since you seem convinced you're an actual detective, but don't have the slightest clue, how about I give you one? The last thing free of charge. You swallow your pride and nod. You've already found her, says the madam. Then the clock in the corner begins to chime. Head back to the reception. Go to 982. What does that mean? Head back to the reception. What? You've already found her. Head back to the reception. You've already found her. The lady with the limp was Josephine. The receptionist was the girl. I see. The receptionist was the girl. Okay, you guys are ahead of me. Okay. A mutton shunter was a derogatory term for a cop. Okay, well, I guessed that correctly. The limping Josephine. Okay, you guys were right. 982. So we're going back to the reception in the brothel. Okay. I think we might be in love with Josephine. Let's find out. You return to the lovely receptionist and her soft, quiet smile. It fades just a bit as you say her name. Miss Josephine Adams. I'm a detective. Not here, she says. I hope you can respect that. You nod. After my shift, I can meet you at my mother's house. You tell her you've already had the pleasure of meeting her mother, but are not anxious to do so again. She might get the wrong idea, you say. And what is the right idea? Says Josephine, suggesting just a bit of her mother's bite. I'd prefer to see you alone, you say. She looks at you with a bit of side eye. You're not the first to tell me that. Well, the truth is, you say, I'm terrified of her. Josephine nods as if she appreciates your honesty. All right, there's an alley behind in view of the house, but we can talk there in private. The silver bell chimes as three portly gentlemen push through the front door of Vivian's Gentlemen's Club. I do hope you'll come back, Josephine says to you loud and bright. As you know, we'll do our best to accommodate even the strangest proclivities. Ours is not to judge. You thank her and nod to the men on your way out. She waves them towards her. To meet Josephine at the appointed place, reverse the number of her mother's address. So in case you came here not from the mother, this is challenging you to know it. Okay, come on, that was a pretty cool interaction at the club. You got to admit, it's kind of sometimes the interactions here are quite well done. Now, one thing I will say that Jonathan may have pointed out, and Anna pointed out too yesterday. This is a very well-written scene. This going to the brothel, talking to the madam, and coming back out. But it does strike all of our ears, I think, a little more like 1940s film noir than 1890s Victorian England. Am I correct that all three of us and maybe someone else is getting that feeling, or am I alone in that? I kind of got the impression that that we're all occasionally getting that vibe. Like there are some very cool scenes, but it almost feels occasionally like they're not talking the way you would expect them to talk, and they're talking more like film noir detective in a film noir world. Okay, so Jonathan and Anna both agree. So we're all having that same feeling. But you could look at it a different way, right? These are the origins of the film noir detective agency in the 40s. So we've got a guy, this detective, who might be a little bit, not of his time. He's foreshadowing the film noir time period. All right, so reversing the mother's address would be not 038, but 830. So let's go talk to Josephine in the alley by her house. And then probably we'll take a break after this. This is a lot of work to talk to this woman, but I have a feeling we've got a romantic interest here. Josephine is already there when you arrive. She's changed her clothes to those more like her mother's, shawl and all, a darker, even longer dress, its hem picking up pieces of the ground. And in the half-light of the grimy alley, a cigarette clutched between her fingers. She seems so different, no less lovely, just more hidden, like it's harder somehow for your eyes to find her. I wasn't going to come, she says, but pulls on the cigarette nervously. Then I thought you might return to Vivi's. Don't go back there, okay? At least not for me. I want to hear you say it. I won't go there for you ever again, you say. So quickly it surprises you, I promise. Okay then, she says, and takes another drag. What in tarnation do you want? It's striking now how much she sounds like her mother. Doesn't change how you think of her, but you consider her mother more charitably. The Albright Mill, you say? I'd like to know what happened. She stops halfway through an inhale, holds the smoke, then lets it out slowly through her nose. Her eyes are closed. When she finally speaks, it's like she is reading from a script. I have little to say about my accident, she says. It was unfortunate, but then again, I was lucky to escape with my life. She takes another drag. That's all I have to say. And then she turns away. You stay like that for a moment, looking at her back. There are, of course, 1,000 questions you want to ask, but every little bit of her is telling you no. Now is not the time. You shake your head, mutter a thank you, then begin to walk away. 5 steps onward, you can hear her smoky breathing. The wind inside your head. You stop and turn. Do you know anything about an Andrew O'Malley? You say. For a moment, it's like the air in the alley just dissipates, and the gravity too, so that when she turns to look at you, it's like a floating dream, both of you suspended. Then, just as quickly, she drops. And so there she is, sitting on the ground and sobbing. As you approach, she holds up her hands. Stay back, she shouts. You stop and wait until you can hear the distant clopping of horseshoes, a far-off child, an evening sparrow or two. Her crying has quieted. She sits now on a stone curb, looking down at her own long, sprawling dress. You do too, as she stretches out and her feet emerge. One is not a normal foot. You catch yourself mid-gasp, not because it's grotesque, but rather mystifying. While her left foot is held in the clutch of an ordinary, inexpensive, low black heel, her right is, well, not even what you'd call a foot. It's something else entirely. She looks up at you, studying your eyes, then speaks. Well, he made it for me, she says. Andy did. But how, you say? What? You both stare down in wonder. If all things were equal, says Josephine, and we lived in better times, or perhaps a better place, he'd have been seen for what he was. A metallurge and knight, a brave wizard and purveyor of science. But no, we live in this warped world that thinks itself so enlightened, where the most genius among us, if born into the lower classes, can hope for little more than designing, building, and maintaining crude machinery that makes nothing but rich men richer. She shakes her head, then nods it bitterly. True, a lowly scruff might lift himself upwards, might even make enough to have a horse-drawn cart and to step on lesser souls, no matter what his station. Just look at those running the mill. But not Andy. He could have made things for himself, a life with a bit of pleasure even, but he knew. If anyone with even an ounce less skill was overseeing that machinery, they'd be twice the death and bloodshed. Never said it, but he knew. The Red Lord decided his fate and sealed it up for all of us. You ask what she means. She looks down at her leg and sighs. It was his design, his machine. It promised to double output at half the time and expense. That's the holy grail of commerce. No captain of industry, not a single man of modern money would stand in the way of that. Of manna falling from heaven. It'd be ungodly. The thing is, no one else could handle it safely. Only him. There will always be accidents, of course, but since Andy died, it's so much worse. There are far more accidents and less productivity, so the bosses just push harder. The worst is the children. Andy's spinning in his grave, I'm sure. He always said he wished he'd never created that thing. You have to understand, whenever he'd rest, something would happen. He was trying to develop more safety measures for when he wasn't there. The bosses, they pretended to help, just to shut him up, but said if he could find a way to combine the Red Lord's universal machination with a new system of individual fail-safes, they'd go ahead and implement it. But it was taking so long, and you don't know what it did to him, knowing if he rested for even a moment, every one of us was in danger. It got so he'd sleep maybe 3 hours a night. when everyone was gone and never take a break. She looks at you. He never forgave himself for my little bit of harm. I doubt his eyes ever closed again. Your bit of harm, you say, focusing on her eyes? She lowers them. Oh, there's this thing that can happen in the spinning room. You're working the pedals and a band breaks loose. You hear it whipping. Pull your feet away and stop the spinner. So that's what we did, but the spinner didn't stop. I consider myself lucky. You ask what she means. Well, little Ricky Baker, 9 years old. I think he was, been scrapping under the spinner since he was 6. I just lost a dumb old foot. You look down at where it used to be. You say. What? Well, 2 things. 1, I have no record of a Ricky Baker. Yeah, and why would you? Well, I found a list of recent incidents. You pull it out and show her, which is right here. You show her the list. She takes a look. Well, you're partially right, she hands it back to you, but it seems they've skipped the children's deaths. How's that? Well, look here, she says, putting a finger to the page. These are incidents that resulted in the injury and deaths of adults, but only the injuries of children, not the deaths. That's why Ricky isn't here. A chill comes over you. And the other thing, she says? Right. You put the paper back in your pocket, trying to clear your head. You nod at her, then down at her foot from the future. Will you show me how it works? She nods, but remember your promise. Cross my heart, I shan't bother you at work again. Madame Vivi, however, you might like to go back and talk to. If so, go to 56. Well, we're definitely flirting with her. And we've promised not to visit her at work because she's embarrassed. But it sounds like we could call on her at home for a date. So now we know why the little girl was missing from this list, because none of the children are listed. But she gave us the name of 8:30 is Joe Adams. She gave us the name of Ricky Baker, who was killed in the same accident that got her. So I guess maybe we could look up the Baker family. He was 9 years old. And now if we want to talk to the madam again, 056. Are we going to go back there? Why are we going back to the madam? What reason would we have to go back there? Are we going to just try to get more information about our love interest here? Let's do it and then we'll take a break. Let's see what happens if we go back. I'm very sorry, Madam Vicky. You say, can I have another minute of your time? Not a free one, she says. Understood, I'm willing to pay. Well, for what exactly? Information and your time, of course. You both glance at her grandfather clock. I am not in the business of information, detective. In fact, quite the opposite. Of course, you say, I'm sure your discretion is a virtue, but there is also great merit sometimes in bearing witness. Tick-tock, she says. Well, what I'm saying is this. A woman in your position knows things that others don't. Not only what goes on behind closed doors, but the discrepancy between how some people present themselves and how they actually are. And I'm certain you take that honor very seriously. I do, says the madam, her eyes crinkling as she cocks her head. And so I'm sure the only souls you might ever bear witness against would be the worst of the rottenest ones. She half smiles, the clock ticks. So who do you have in mind? To ask about someone specific, use the last 2 digits of the lead where you first met them. That's painful. 56, Madam, revisit to ask about any client using last 2 digits of the lead where first met. I mean, we could ask about Patty. That's the only person that's really rotten that she might tell us about. Or maybe Turney, or maybe the other guy. But probably Patty. Anyone left on the list? There are some more people. All right, so we already looked up Harrison, right? So we've got, and we've already looked up Floyd. So on our list, we've looked up Harrisons, both Harrisons. But we haven't looked up Ronald Rust. And Jonathan says, maybe we finish those up and then finish the session. Okay, let's do that. So the last person here is a Ronald, looks like Rust. So let's try his date first, which would be 1/19. Let's see if there's a newspaper article about that date. No, there isn't. Okay, let's look and see if he's in the directory. Any family, Rust. What does it say about him? Injury, brain injury. Fell from height in the weaving room. Okay, let's see. Rust R 555. We still haven't checked out the jurors. Let me just make a note here so that we don't forget. Check jurors on O'Malley coroner, because they could lead us to information about how he was killed. Okay, 555 we said. All right, let's do it. Let's see if there's an entry at 555. Okay, so here we go with Rust. With the brain injury, this might be rough. When you arrive at the address of Ronald Rust, there's nothing but cinder. Black gaping hole with remnants of wood frame sticking out like so many broken teeth. On the doorstep next door, an old man sits fiddling with the buttons on his waistcoat. You ask him where the house got to. "Yeah, which one's that?" he says. You point to the scorched piece of earth. He looks over, then his eyes flash into focus. Young Ronnie Rust," he says. "Poor boy, lost his head. Or at least the contents therein. Kept ringing like a church bell about ghosts and spirits of the dead." "Ghosts, you say?" The old man nods. "Where is he now?" "I only took him away to the White Elm madhouse, but not before he'd done that." Point to the charred wreckage. "I tried to tell him fire done bother a spirit, but the boy was too far gone. A miracle he even survived." You thank him for his time. "Pleasure, young'un," he nods. "Give the sunset me best." He uses the same term that the gruff guy on the phone used for us. Give the sunset me best. That must be some Victorian phrase. Okay, so here's another reference to the White Elm Mad Home, which we know Turney purchased, but we couldn't go to before. Ronnie Rust saw ghosts is now in the White Elm Madhouse. Let's see if we can get to that in book 2. White Elm Asylum is 559. Let's see if we can go to 559 here. Ah, yes, we can. All right. Shall we read 559? Keep going a little bit more? Or do you want to do this on our next session? Let me just see how it ends. What's the verdict? You want to stop here for tonight? You want to keep going for another 10 minutes? You want to keep going for another hour? John says we can read 559. Okay, let's read 559. You remember being a child in bed at night, and rather than drifting off to sleep, you would start to lift up out of your body, out of your room, out of the house, out of the city, then the atmosphere, the stratosphere, leaving the planet below. Up and out you'd fly until the entire galaxy was a spinning translucent ball beneath you. You saw it the way you thought Galileo must have, a tiny, intricate, mysterious, yet perfect marble in the palm of some universal God. The universe and God as one, infinite and wondrous. But no longer. Not for a long, long time. Now when you close your eyes, what you see is madness, the infinite insanity of not one but countless universes, and none held by anything. Instead, you see them all at once, like a dark, endless dust storm, spinning, funneling, blowing apart, then together again. A quintillion realities with no direction nor center, except perhaps this, White Elm Asylum. If anything could possibly explain what exists within these walls, it's an intersection of countless realities, every individual soul spat into here from their own unique world, discordant with the specific cruelty of yours. What else could the screams be made of, the contoured faces and lunatic rages, the unstoppable laughter and beastly strength beneath the skin? White Elm Asylum to you is a living museum, or more like a zoo, of countless worlds in collision and the most tragic of the human condition. Walking through the giant iron gates, then massive stone archways, doorways, then hallways, feels the same as lying in bed to you now. You would do anything to hold off the darkness, but also this. Once the darkness takes you, you'll fight like a tiger to never walk into the light again. For a long, long time, part of you has been convinced. When you end, you'll end up here. Yikes, this is a little H.P. Lovecraftian type entry we've got here at the Madhouse. Detective, says the woman in white crinoline and paper crown, you'll have to be more specific. Name's not specific enough. I'm looking for a patient named Ronald Rust. Do you not know the names of the people you're treating? Of course we do, she says, but as I explained, I'm not an administrator, nor a doctor, so I do not have ready access to just any patient's file. For that, you'd have to make an appointment. You do not remember her explaining any of this. These walls, they make your mind feel blurry and even somewhat frightened like a child. You give your head a shake. Of course, you say. I'm sorry, it's quite urgent, I think. You look down at yourself and realize that the rats have left you looking like one who might belong within these walls. Would you like to sit down? Says the woman, reaching out a hand. No. You pull back. Then you see a bench and sit. You take a breath. Is there always this much screaming? The nurse cocks her head as if about to say something, then stops. You look like you might have been injured, detective. Perhaps we should find you a doctor. Did she even ask for identification? If you'd introduced yourself as the King of Tasmania, might she be saying Your Highness instead of detective? You look for the nearest exit. Could you describe him, she says. What? You brace yourself to run. The man you're looking for. Sometimes we have our own names for ghosts, you say. I'm told he was preoccupied with ghosts. Okay, says the woman. That narrows it down a bit, but not very much. She sits down next to you. She reminds you of a school teacher you once had, or perhaps one you dreamt of. You feel the weight of her hand on yours and try to clear your head. Ronald Rust. Screams of ghosts and fire. Burned, you say. I think the man may be visibly burned. The woman's hand flickers. She lifts it. Rusty, she says. Of course. You can find him in our gardens. We can find him in our gardens. I think that means we have to find West Elm Madhouse and see if there's gardens next to it. 5:59. Anna's being driven crazy by this game. Okay, let's look at it. Let's look for 5:59 where the asylum is, and maybe we can find some gardens nearby. 5:59, here we go, and there's the gardens. It worked. So here is the asylum. And then just down the block, it just says Gardens, 178. Okay, that's fun. Okay. 178 Gardens. Onward we go. Nothing can slow us down. We've got a weird page here. Whether she believes you're sane, she is, at the very least, calming in her movements, and so you follow her. Through a labyrinth of moaning, scratching, crying, begging hell on earth, you follow her. Her shoulders are straight, her back gliding, drifting down the corridors of chaos. You try to control your reactions, the flinches, the jumps, as seemingly human life screams out all around you. You have 100 questions for her, but also none. Your soul is telling you, get in and then get out. You prepare yourself for the deepest of the dark, the darkest of the deep, following her as she glides. It occurs to you all of a sudden that you don't even know her name. You must have asked. You always do. You're a detective, aren't you? Yes, you. A sudden turn and spinning of light. You step into the dusky glow. As your eyes adjust, the screaming dissolves or turns to the chirp of evening birds. You look around, you're in a garden. This is Rusty, says the nurse. Before you sits a man in a wheelchair, or at least the semblance of a man. Half his head is a mass of burnt, scarred flesh. The living eye is focused on a different universe and does not blink, but his lips, they're moving. Feels like there probably was supposed to be an illustration here. Hello, Rusty, you say, then lean down, with your ear towards his melted mouth. You hear something, or more like feel it, like the sound of wind across another plane of existence. Closing your eyes, you focus on the drifting percussive beats in the expanse of air between his lost lips and your twitching ear. Then finally you hear it. White like the coldest snow, black as the darkest lake, here and gone, dead then here. White like the coldest snow, the warehouse, save the ghost. Black as the darkest lake, here and gone, dead then here. White like the coldest snow, black as the darkest lake, here and gone, dead then here. White like the coldest snow, the warehouse, save the ghost. You listen and listen, then finally lift your head. Does he ever say anything else? Well, not anymore, she says, at least not to us, just mutters incessantly about the ghosts he's seen. You're not sure how to take that. Nothing else? Not to any of the staff, you say? As she stares at you, the air around her seems to slow somehow. Well, not to anyone on this earth, she says. You nod and know. It's time to get out of here. Okay. So it looks to me like we've got our 3 ex-workers locations, right? Because he's now said warehouse. I think, looks like we can see it through the page, the previous page from the start of the lead. Maybe. Yes, you're right, maybe. Maybe it was misprinted on that page. Yeah, it sure looks like him. Okay, good catch. Okay, so is this our 3rd sighting by an ex-employee? Not gets, because we think he's wrong. He's currently working, so it's Rusty. And his says at the warehouse. And the warehouse is 162. So then this wouldn't be here, 576. It would be 576 minus 170 plus 162. Right? The largest minus the 2 smaller ones, we're not going to count gets anymore. So that's 2, 3, 32. 5, 7, 8 minus 3, 32 equals 246. Is that all correct? 578, I believe that's correct. I'll put a question mark just in case we want to double check. All right. Do we try to find Regina now or save it for suspense? Do you mean, do we look up her number or save it for suspense? If so, we got to save it. If you have another way we can find Regina, besides looking up that number, the little prelude to giving her what she wants, we could do that. But she's not in the directory under her name because Kelsey Regina. I mean, I'm in agreement with the idea that we probably just have to visit that number. I don't know why there wouldn't be an entry for her that would remind us of how to do it. And then Tina says I added it wrong and it should be 244. Let's at least get that fixed. So, oh, I put in 578 instead of 576, but the dust room is actually 576, not 578, which would make this 244. Okay, thank you. Dust house is 576. So my addition was right. I just put in the wrong number. Okay. One last thing. Did we check McCormack with the date system for a newspaper article? 6:30. Let me see if we did. He's not in here under 6:30. So we can't find him. It was a good idea, though. Boy, there's still lots of weird mysteries, but maybe once we find the ghost, it'll be clear. All right, so shall we stop here? Seems like as good a place to stop as any. We're about to perhaps unveil the ghost. Jonathan says, what a ride so far. 8.5 hours this session, 7 hours last session, 15. So this would have made my top 10 longest epic detective mystery games if we had played this before I did that video. It is a ride. It's been a ride. And there's still more to do. There's a lot of entries in this book we haven't visited. Maybe we'll finish it tomorrow, but maybe not. All right. I'll see you tomorrow, 11 p.m., same time, same channel. Hopefully we can get that ghost and not go crazy. See you tomorrow.